Grind It Wow, um, from the band called I Don't Know How, But They Found Me. I'm a Spider, So What, from I'm Just a Girl. Um, no Ones. Oh, definitely. Oh my God, that song came out so horrendously horrible. I can definitely do that. Carry the Ring. Um, Rocket Raccoon. Ratchet and Clank. Ooh, that just recently came out. I could definitely do that one. Bully That Can Sing, Can't Sing. You know what? I actually think I want to rework the lyrics, and I might want to even change it even better. Rule 34 from the Rex, parody of the Rex song. I mean, there's a lot of songs that. Wow, even Silver Bell gets two mentions. Gets two song mentions. Oh, Hime's song from the Duran Duran Rio. That's a good one. Insane Bebe. There's a good one. White Nerdy's not really a parody. Well, White Nerdy is a parody of Riding Dirty, but it's not my parody, so I'm going to probably leave that one out. Big Fish from Smash Mouth All Stars. That's a good one. That's a really good one to have. Steal My Honey from Len's Steal My Sunshine. That's a great one. Yeah, there's plenty of songs. I mean, this is an album, right? Just Sing Tribute from Tenacious D's tribute. Oh, 100 Noises Loud. There you go. That's a great one to have on there. I would love to rework that. Again, it's when you have an entire band singing the song. When you have an entire band singing the song. Don't. That's copyright claimed. Why did they do that? No. That's copyright claim too. Why are these songs? Why are all the songs that are copyright claim coming up? Simp from Radiohead's Creep. That's a great song. That song came out really good. I'm actually really happy with that. I mean, there might Harem Overload, which is from Eric Clapton's After Midnight. That was supposed to be my I don't know why I got kicked out of the harem, and I should never got to it. So, ooh, Stream on Snubby. That's a great song. Oh, why did I think it's copyright claimed? I guess it's not. Yeah, you got a lot. Holy cow! I got a lot of songs. Oh, and From Hell with Love. I definitely want to fix that. Ugh, that song came out so horrendously horrible. Yeah, the song that I really want to fix up. I really want to fix up Reverse Harem. That song definitely want to fix that up because it's a great. The lyrics are great. I just sang it so absolutely horrendously bad. Black Lives Matter is awesome. That's a good one to do. Yeah, I got plenty of songs to do. I mean, I named about 20 songs, so I mean that's an album. So who knows? Maybe I'll do my Weird Al album. with the non-copyright, with no copyright claims. And but I can definitely sing those songs over and over again. I can listen to them. I can listen to them here. I'm trying to think of one that came out that's pretty decent. It came out pretty good. Pretty good. We can leave you with that. Simp, because I'm a simp. I don't have the lyrics. I'll bring that up. I don't need to watch myself.
When I first bought
you, no, I want more.
You're
Just like the anime that made you just right.
You're
All I could ask for in this entire world.
I want you to
Stay special. You're supposed to be special. But I'm a simp. I'm a moon cat. Why the hell am I back at the store? I don't need any more. Don't have the money. I want to pay my rent. I want to keep the lights on. Borrowed it from my parents. I think 2 is enough. Why is this torment? So please say special. I want you to stay special. But I'm a weeb. I'm a doofus. What the hell am I doing online? This is a landmine. Just ran and bought 3 more. I can't even afford. Spend. Why am I not happy? This has become a horde. One was supposed to be special. I wish all that was special. But I'm a fool. I'm an otaku. What the hell am I going to do? I don't want to sell them. I don't want to sell them. Something like that. So you can see how it changes. And I definitely sound, listening back. when I did even if I were an orc, listening back to it, I realized that the recording actually there's a ting, and it makes my voice a little bit higher pitched when compared to the voice that I'm singing now. So you'll be hearing me as a little bit higher pitched, and then it gets even higher as the recordings go on. So it keeps getting higher and higher and higher. So I keep thinking that I need to sing lower, but the truth of the matter is that the recording is actually doing that, and it's even making the music go higher pitch as well. So it's something that I got to work on, I guess. You know, A minors become B flats and blah 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 blah. But yeah, let's just end this here. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. I hope you're going to have a great weekend. Hopefully this heat wave is going to cool things off and we're going to get a little bit cool weather for a bit. I love the heat and I will stand by that. Give me heat. And come this winter, I'm going to be cursing and I'd be like, oh man, I wish it was 110 degrees in the shade. Oh, give me 110 degrees in the shade once the snow starts falling. I don't like it when it snows. I don't like cold. I don't like being cold ever. I'd definitely rather be hot than cold. If somebody gave me a choice. So like if I went to hell would definitely be frozen over. And they say when hell freezes over, yeah, because of me, hell's got to be frozen solid. Because that would be punishment to me, being in eternal cold. But I hope it does cool off a little bit. 100-degree weather is just no fun at all. And I hope you guys are doing everything that you want to do. I hope, solving problems and, saving lives and we're doing all the things that people do. I want to delve more into this. I definitely want to do it. I definitely want to get a collection of people. I definitely want to have, I would love to have more people with their voices, but people talking in chat, I will repeat what if you have questions or if you have an answer to my questions, I will repeat them. The one thing that I'd like to say is that, if you don't want your username spoken, I'm going to probably end up showing chat so people will see that. So if you want to hide your username, there are ways to change it, or you can make a new account so that you can come in anonymously if you want. You don't have to be you if you don't, your privacy means a lot to you, and I will definitely respect and protect it if need be. I try my best not to reveal people's names, and I don't want to be a name dropper, and do all that crazy shit, because I think it takes away. I think that if people, the celebrities that I do know and still have contact with, I don't have very much contact with them now. But the celebrities that I do have contact with, and the industry people that I've known, some of them have passed. So my mentor being one of them, and I'm gonna always call him my mentor. I don't know if I'll ever get the permission to use his name. I mean, he would have. I know for a fact he would have loved the fact that I was mentioning him. And he would even say that anything you do that helps you, Sean, you go right ahead. But I definitely think he's got some family and stuff like that don't like me, and hated the fact that I had more of a relationship with him than he did with his own kids and his own family. But it is what it is. I was the I think I was the son that he actually wanted. So it's a shame that it had to be that way, but that's what it was, and I'm glad he was there for me. There you go. But yeah, I'm not big on name dropping. And if people send me DMs and stuff like that, if you send me a DM on Twitter or something like that, I just will say, like I don't know if you've noticed, but been talking to, talked about, I've heard, somebody's asked me, a blast from the past. I'll use all those things. So if you don't mind me using your username or anything to identify, it's just drop me a line saying this is how I'd like to be identified. Blastmaster or whatever you want to be called. I don't care. But I will be taking. If you want to do the questions and stuff like that, I was thinking about just having them, so I can do them live, having chat, ask questions, and we'll do it unscripted, and then I'll turn it into the talk show that I wanted to, with the actual answers and the truth or whatever it is. Listed in the description or in the comments. Probably in the I'll probably make a comment of it, so that you can actually go down the bullet points. Maybe I'll make a bunch of comments so people can see what the real answers are to the questions that were asked. And I'll have the question, my answer, and the real answer. So you can just read the comments and to get all the information you're looking for, and then I can actually spend some time writing detailed description of the answer, the correct answer. But we can do that anytime that anybody wants to do that. Like I said, I thought I was going to have more. I have, where the tribe is concerned. Like I pretend like I'm alone. It feels like I'm alone, but the truth of the matter is that I do have a couple people in my tribe, and it seems like I pick up one person from I get one person per group, so maybe I'll only get one person from YouTube. And I think where YouTube reason I consider YouTube a failure is because I got nobody in my tribe from YouTube. Not from YouTube, from Facebook. I don't have anybody from my tribe. I don't have anybody in my tribe from YouTube at all. But they don't need to apply. You basically are in unless you want out. And if you want out, sorry to see you go, but and if you realize that you're in, I encourage you to participate into the tribal activities, as it were. You don't have to, but and you don't have to ever acknowledge that you are a member of the tribe. So it doesn't. You do what you do. There's no, like I said, no forcing in, no dues, no fees, no no way around it. It's if you don't want to be a part of it, then don't. I mean, I don't know why you would subscribe if you didn't want to be a part of it, but people do weird things, so I don't know why the troll keeps coming in and hating on my videos. Didn't hate the last one, but maybe now that I'm mentioning it, he probably will hate it. But he's never going to hear this part of my video anyway, so he can go fuck himself. So as far as I'm concerned. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. I hope everything's going great and swimmingly for you. And as always, cool beans. Take care. Um, so I'm going to be actually working on creating more of a place for artists. It will also give me a chance to probably do some more artwork, sculpting, painting, creating, pretty much. And it is just starting to get some legs. So I've been working on this idea for a little bit. It's been mostly you're shaking the whole computer. Just he hates being on camera, so. See. Every time he's on camera, he does that. He's just on the table. Um, all right. Maybe I should start over. I'm not going to stop streaming, but it's no surprise that my time is very limited, and my free time, I've been pretty much doing this with writing and creating stuff like that, and creating content. Um, we are in just, and when I say beginning stages, yes, I've been milling it about and as an idea and a concept and stuff like that, but I'm going to probably start dedicating more time to that. Um, Getting the process rolling. Um, Hopefully getting a space. Setting up committees and all those things like that. I actually there's there was already a organization that purported itself as a makerspace in the area, and um, I thought I was going to be able to join that and be a part of what they were doing, but they um, didn't want me, so I was kind of cast aside with it. So I've been kind of like milling about like what happens if they go away, and there would be a space for artists in the area to come back together, and you know they've already kind of like probably upset a lot of the artists in the area, and I'm trying to I'd like to have a space for the artist, and if I have to create it, I will create it. It will definitely be a team effort, and I will not be doing it alone. It is definitely something that's already bigger than me, and it hasn't even gotten out of the that stage. Yes, yes. Um, and it's already gotten out of that stage, so it's going to be in the stage of what we're going to create. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, I love you too. And um, so from that, um, what I might consider doing is, you probably don't want to see me, writing up plans and stuff like that, and design that type of design work. But I might film and stream like the progress as things start happening. Like I said, nothing is actually happening now, and it might not even start up until December. What are you doing, this fussy britches? Um, so, um, the so we're gonna have that, and that's really where if you really want to know, I mean, I don't even think I'm a very good YouTuber, and I'm obviously not doing very well. And I've been doing this since late January, and so 7 months, and I don't have very much to show for it, except I do have a lot of videos, and I do have you get to see um, how creative I can be, and I hope you find a lot of the videos fun and funny, and you get a chuckle, and I hope you kind of get it. She is still in my lap, Christina, and it's very possessive. She thinks he's gonna come into my lap, and um, so distracted right now. Um, yeah, so um, yes, and you're the distraction. Yes, yes, yes. Um, so that's the plan. So it's not that I'm going to stop, but I'm going. There might be a change in how my videos are doing. I don't know if I'm going to be doing live streams with this. I don't know if I'm just going to videotape it, but there will probably be less and less, and then also there will probably be less of my presence in the community itself. Um, I don't know how much of a presence I have anyway, so um, there are definitely people that I adore talking to, and you know, and streams that I definitely adore. I love watching and stuff like that. So there's yes, 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 yes. I know. Pay attention to you. Um, so um, but yeah, so that'll also there'll be less time with that. There'll be less time with a lot of different things because um, obviously it's more imperative that I continue to work than ever before, um, than to yeah, it's more imperative that I work. I do my job that's actually paying my bills and keeping me alive than ever before. So that I can't cut into. In fact, I have to think of ways to ramp it up and make more money. Um, so so the one thing in order for me to get this project, at least going, um, I'm going to have to in order to get this project going, I'm going to have to cut back on um, the other things at the free time. It's how life happens. kitties are all waking up. So, um, see if I can get this so that it looks better. Okay. Um, I I know that I've cut back a lot on the loud noises. I mean, I was doing the loud noises every day, and then I cut it down to, you know, just doing, when I sing the song and just posting it, and those were happening, fairly frequently. And then finally now if I do it once a week, um, if I do it once a week, then it's kind of a miracle. I still have a lot of songs. Most of them, unfinished, but I still have a bunch of finished songs and stuff like that. But man, most of them are unfinished, and I don't know if I'm going to get to finishing them or um, this, but it's still going to be part. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change my channel around. You want to come back up? And I'm not going to change the channel around, so that will still be a part of the channel and everything like that. Your participation is always welcome, and always, comments, questions, things like anything that you want to post. Well, not anything. Yeah, I might have to come up with some rules of things, but the things that you want to post and you want to, communicate and see my reaction and this, or how you reacted or liked or disliked any of my videos, and like Grand Central Station, and um, they're like never in my lap when I'm streaming. I don't know why now. Why are you doing this now? And so yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. Love, 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 love. Um, and but yeah, working with artists and being creative and doing that sort of thing is something that I become very rusty doing. I haven't. I'm very unpracticed with it, and I'd like to get back into at least a routine of it, and hopefully if I can pay my bills, I can do that full time. It probably won't, um, like I said, unless I'm doing videos about it. It probably, I just remember when I was writing my novels and stuff like that, that it eats up everything, um, and it'll eat up free time, sleep time, food time, every time, and um, yeah, it just eats up all the time that I have, and the if and when I was in California, that was my life. That was all I did all the time without stopping. So you know, if I did sleep, it meant that I wasn't working. So I'm not in that. Hopefully I won't ever get back to that. I'm a little older now than I was then, so putting up with that probably is not the best idea. But a lot of the work part of this is getting it off the ground, getting it started, getting the artists together, getting people doing what they love, passionate about, and creating. Creation is a big thing. But you like that? You like creation? Now that you got hair all over my shirt. Um, yeah, creating is, being creative is like one of the things that I think that I've had a longing for. It is probably one of the reasons why um, when I did my birthday video that I just decided to continue making videos. And probably should turn a light on. Let me do that. Let me turn the light on. Now we're back. Should probably almost immediately. But yeah, I being creative is something that here she comes. Yeah, a cat butt doesn't look good on camera. Come on, be a lady. Yes. You're interrupting this video, and I should probably put you on the ground. But being creative is, a big part. What used to be a huge part of my life, and when I stopped doing it, and it basically just started just working, and pretty much just recovering from work before I went back to work again. And noticed that I really don't have a lot of free time in my life to do the things that I love doing. And when I thought I was getting, when I was going down to local gaming stores and stuff like that and doing games and stuff like that, I was not happy. And I think part of that is because if I had just regular free time, it would just be time. I could spend that time. I could spend the time that I was spending, not having very fulfilling, games and stuff like that. But the learning and the growing and stuff like that, I would also have, as well as having enough time to do the things that I love doing and building and creating and stuff like that. And I wasn't doing that, and in that time, and everything is as it stands right now. Most of my free time, with the exception of me singing, That's part of the free time too, but most of the time it's just basically me just trying to, recover from a thankless job um, that if it didn't pay me, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it is definitely not. There's definitely no love in the work that I do for money. Um, I, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My worst day, um, the worst day that I have not been working, and I've been doing it. I keep saying 7 years, but I think it's been 8. It feels like 8 years. Um, but even before I got this job, the previous job was also fairly thankless, and the previous job before that was extremely thankless because I was an exterminator. Um, and that was just I hated that job too. Um, yeah, and the truth of the matter is that even though I've worked in a lot of different places and for a lot of different bosses and a lot of different companies and big and small. Um, yeah, my job in California was the only one that I absolutely adored, and I loved being a part of it. And you know, I was part of the movie industry. I mean, that is kind of a dream, isn't it? I was what was making the movie magic. Um, um, that's that was something that I adored. And the only thing is that um, there were plenty of creatives all around, everywhere. I mean, I could have picked up a rock and I could have hit somebody who was very creative in California in pretty much every project that I was doing. Um, Reliable, nah, that's people are definitely less reliable in California than they are here, but they're definitely more creative. Yes, yes. Um, and pulling out the creative people. And maybe there are people like me who, you know, basically spent their entire lives, building and creating and um, on that journey, and they find themselves where I am today, which is stifled, and that you want to do it as a hobby even, and you're not even doing that. You're just pretty much floundering. Yes, yes. I know you want me to pitch. I know it's all about you. I might keep cut this short because of somebody wanting some attention. And so um, but yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at right now, and I'm very excited, and I like anything like even if I hear one peep about it, somebody with interest in it and stuff like that, I'm like, you know, overly enthusiastic. I think it's probably the best way to say it. And because I really want to make it happen. I really want it to be a part of my life. Um, I mean, you can tell, how I'm doing as a YouTuber, just by looking at my page. And maybe I haven't found my groove. Maybe I haven't found my niche, and maybe maybe I don't want to find a niche. Maybe I want to just be me. Just want to hang out, um, hang out with my tribe, my peoples, my peoples. You want to be my peoples? Hang out, hang out with like-minded people, and you know, create, enjoy, and have fun. I'm definitely not competitive. I definitely don't, you know, I don't care about the, promote. Well, local singles in my area, crap that people have like posted on my stream, and it could also be one of the reasons why I picked up my trolls because of that. Um, and that stuff, yeah. I mean, if you're not really engaging, it's I don't really even consider um, that part of it. And so when you really break it down, even the subscribers are not as engaged as I would want them to be, even though I only have a very few, and they're precious to me. They're still not. It's not as the level that I was expecting from you know I currently have 26 subscribers, and the level that I was expecting, the interaction and stuff like that. And I understand that there's some people who DM me and stuff like that, and some people talk on Discord and Twitter and all the other different places that I'm jacked into to to talk to me about things, and it's really hard to communicate that back out because it's it mostly seems like I'm talking to myself, I think. And sometimes I do kind of feel like I'm talking to myself, and, then I start asking the question, who am I doing this for? And then if the answer is still me, then talking to myself should be okay, I guess. um, I wanted to get more into stories, and that might happen still. That still might be a part of it, and we might still get into more of my crazy thoughts and stuff like that. Um, you know, because if this is a simulation, or even worse, if this is just a memory that this is how I'm remembering it, that's even worse. um, I hope it's not it. I hope that really isn't true. I wrote an entire story based on that, and I really realized that as cool as cool as it might seem that you can, you destiny without predestination, um, and when you're hopping from one memory to another, it's it's kind of really wackadoo. Um, Yeah, we've done 30 minutes, so, and I got restless monsters. Let's just see what a restless monster looks like. Can you see him? Is he on it? Every time he's on camera, he does this. There you are on camera. What do you think? It look like a small kitty. But it doesn't usually work out very well. I hope he came out. I hope he's on there. That's Auger, and this is Sylvie, just so you know, in case everybody's wondering what their names were. But yeah, I'm gonna probably get going, and I'm hoping whatever you're doing, wherever you are, I'm very excited, and kind of need to maybe people to tell me to calm down a bit and take breaths and remember to breathe. But hopefully it won't take till December before we can get the ball rolling on. I don't know what it is. But it's just doesn't feel right to kind of encroach upon their maybe get funding that they were probably looking for, and I don't want to. I don't even want to even be a thought of the reason for their demise. I mean, it definitely seems like it's coming. It definitely seems like they've definitely are going to be reaping what they sowed, but they haven't really sowed very much. So, but place for people to meet and place for people to do things and build things and make things and be creative and paint and be a little crazy and safe and all that stuff. So I hope that I kind of wish that upon everybody. So I hope whatever you're doing, you're being safe, being responsible, having a blast doing it. I hope the journey. Hope the journey isn't the whole thing. I hope there are rewards at the end, but I hope the journey is fun and not too burdensome and not too troublesome and not a grind. It's I hate to say it. It's one of the things that I really dislike about most video games is the grinding. And when you're doing something and it's a project, I don't want to be a part of the grind at all. What are you doing? Yeah, I got my hands up on my head. What are you going to do about that? Wow. But yeah, so wherever you are, what are you doing? I hope that you're happy. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care. Wow. Say goodbye, Sylvie. What I wanted to do is actually do a whole stream on, my lore, which I've been kind of working on. Maybe the microphone's in the wrong spot. I hope that's not too much noise. There we go. Oh, that helps. Yeah. Talk about my lore. I'm actually not. I don't know where it's going to go. But I wanted to talk about that, but a situation seems to have come up, and it it breaks my heart. Um, that people even and the fact that it's still going on for years. But people, I call them bullies. Um, they're sexual predators. They are abusers. They are people who basically um, use either their position of power or take the power away from people by force. And that's really what a bully, the essence of a bully to me is. And I freaking hate them. I hate bullies more than anything else in the world. A bully is, in my mind, the exact opposite of me. Everything that people try to do, want, need, um, their growth, everything goes on hold because they're either dealing with the bully or they are complying to the bully in fear of retribution, lost wages, harm to their career, harm to their personal life, being, threats of being I mean, it's literally a terrorist. I mean, I can't even describe it more than that. It's an exact horrible situation for anybody to find themselves in, to be in. I have been in those situations, and it absolutely breaks my heart that, with the Me Too movement and a whole slew of things that are going on, that have been going on for years, that this type of toxicity and horrendous and treatment of others. And this isn't about people having a difference of opinion and arguing and fighting that way. That's not what this is. This is people, you know, who basically rapists, who are just horrible, horrible people, and preying upon people who, with their vulnerabilities, with you know, they feel that they have to do to achieve the goals that they are. They basically have interrupted their path, and they believe that the goal that they're trying to achieve, that they need this, they need to do things that make them uncomfortable, things that they don't want to do, um, in order to achieve them. And like I said, it breaks it really does break my heart. And it's that, you know, trusted people, people whose persona that they exude online, is basically hiding, this horrendous thing. And people who are basically just loving, caring, and want to do the right thing and want to help out friends, because they think this person is their friend, and all the sorry, it just hurts. It hurts that it hurts that it exists. It hurts that um these people are, wonderful. I've watched a lot of their streams. I've watched, who they become. Some of them are talented artists and in their own right, and all sorts of arts and creative notions. And it's like, I really see it stifled. Now their lives are consumed by this fucking mess, and I just I wish there was an easy way. I mean, I wish they weren't in the situation to begin with. I wish they never would have had to deal with something like this. Um I had always thought that the best way to combat against bullies is to basically attack them, you know, be be that. But it's not. It's never done any good. Standing up to your bully doesn't do any good. It's not. Well, it might do some good. You see all the movies and they always say, how the bullies have changed and everything like that, but they don't. They're still the horrible person that they were when it started, and the manipulation and all the basically it's a con job, and it goes. I think one of the biggest areas that they attack is people who aren't feeling comfortable with themselves, and they're looking for the person who is bullying them. And I like I said, bullying, it's across the board on what an abuser is. They could be any type of thing. It's just down to abuse. It could be a spouse. It could be a close friend. A childhood friend that you've known for your entire life. Could be this, and sometimes it's difficult to understand. Even though those traits were there, because it's taken so long to get to that point. It's we're What I see is the end result, not the build up to it. And it's not right to put people. I can't tell people to stop doing what they're doing, but that is not who you are. Even the bullies, I want you to know, bullying people is not who you are. When I say I want people to show who, to be themselves and stuff like that, that's your internal self. That's not what other people are giving you, or what other people you take from. Who you are inside has nothing to do with anybody else. Whether it's your abuser or close dear friend or people you love, those people don't define you. And um, to do that, like I said, I've said this a gazillion times, and I probably just recently just said it online like another 5 or 6 times. It all starts with love. Love is the answer. It was the answer, and it always will be the answer. That it always has to stem with love, and you can't look at the love that others are giving you. You have to look at the love that you're giving out. That's what that's the love that matters. The love that you give is what matters, not the love that you receive. Um, because sometimes you have to realize that what another person is giving, that they believe is love, is not love. And the first person you have to love is yourself. You have to love yourself the way you want other people to love you. You have to love yourself. I have to love myself. I should never say that you can do whatever the hell you fucking want. I have to love myself enough that when somebody does stuff like that, even if it's a build, even if it starts small, that I have to nip it when it's small, And if it costs me, cost me a friendship, I shouldn't be friends with that person anyways, because if something small like that will cost me a friendship, imagine what happens when they start taking the big stuff and really abusing, your time, taking away, basically stealing your time by wasting it. And, you know, it's just awful. And, and for those who basically, are, trying to be a friend to toxic mess like this, like this is going on, it's like you got to draw a line. You have to for yourself. I have to for myself. I keep saying you, like I said, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just try not to break my heart. It's just awful. I can't. I the reason that I'm reason why I feel that this affects me so much is because I hate my job. And my job takes a lot of time. I mean, obviously I have today off, so it's not taking my time right now, but it takes a lot of my time. And then I am working on, I have two things that I do besides actual physical work. I scour for work to try to get work, which, if you can believe it, I've already spent 2.5 hours today doing that. And, um, we're within the job that I have. And then I am now trying to build, um, pretty much my dream, um, that is where I want to spend the rest of my life doing, which is basically being an artist. And I'm working on that as well. So, what little time I have left, you know, I spend it online, and it may, you know, sometimes I get 2 or 3 hours, and sometimes I get only a half hour. It all depends. All depends on how my day is going. And when I'm doing streaming like this, I'm obviously not on. Um, I'm not watching other streamers. I'm not checking my Twitter. I'm not, basically, goofing around, because that's really what it is. Yes, I'm somewhat advertising, this channel, but for the most part, I'm just goofing around, which I like. It's how I unwind. You know, um, get a chance to be creative, get a chance to talk to creative people, and I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Um, this is one aspect of it. I was actually reminded. Let's see, this is just not really working as well as it should be. Uh, Gotta get a bigger book. Um, I was actually reminded that, VTubers aren't the be all end all of these channels. I'm not a VTuber. It's I get Twitter messages all the time saying VTubers and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, this is basically kind of where I unwind, and I can be creative and just be myself for a little bit, before I have to sleep, and then start all the work and stuff like that I'm doing. Um, the artist, you know, creating a business pretty much, um, for artists, not just me as an artist, but other artists as well. Um, sucks doing that. I just wish I could just be an artist and just do it. There was a group that was trying to do a very similar thing than what I'm trying to set up, and they failed spectacularly, and I don't want to fail spectacularly, so I'm trying to get all the ducks in a row. I mean, I do have a lot of time, but I don't want to waste the time, waste the time because I don't have very much to spend into it, and not do anything. Basically, just wait till it happens and then start trying to get fight all the fires all at once. And I don't think that especially with work, I'm trying to eliminate the finding more work aspect of it, which will definitely give me more time to do the things that I need. But it's still like this. There's lots of things I need to be doing, and currently I'm a one-man show, so I got I got to get other people on board, and once I get other people on board, then it's going to be delegating tasks and everything like that, and they're going to be looking to me when this happens for answers, and that's pretty much what I've been doing, is trying to make sure that if a question is asked, I have the answer. Of what direction we could go in, because I will definitely take input, and people have more experience with things like this. But I'm definitely going to, we're going to work out what is. I want to work out what is the best, and I want to, have my knowledge base, not be kind of like going, yeah, whatever you think is best type of answers going on. I never want to have that. I want to be like going, well, these are the things that we could try. We go your way, but there are options that I want this to succeed. Like I said, it's something that I definitely want to do till the day I die, and I definitely want to be able to leave a legacy. That it can survive and be strong enough without me. And I can make my mark by being an artist, as opposed to make my mark by being the creator or founder of the business. In fact, I probably will take my name away from it once it's done. But what I'm saying is, like, I think the reason why this abuse and bullies and stuff like that, one is if you've been watching my videos all the way up until now, you know that's what one of the things I hate most of all. I was mercilessly attacked as when I was in school, from grade school on. I was considered very small, and I was, if you can believe it, I was a quiet kid. So I was literally ripe for the picking, and it definitely changed me. It definitely soured me on a bunch of things. It definitely changed my point of view of how I look and view the world, especially where justice is concerned, because I used to be a very justice advocate, and doing what's right. I grew up on comic books, so I thought that I could be a superhero. And the bullying and the fact that people got rewarded for it, and the fact that most did not suffer any consequences, and to the point where most people didn't even realize that that's what they were doing. They didn't, there's a lot of people who believe me who will say that they never did because they don't even see the harm that they did, that they caused to the people around them. And in fact, I think those are the worst bullies out there. And I always worried that I was becoming that, especially when for many years, I was on a revenge kick. And the problem with trying to solve hate with hate is that it I became what I hated, and it takes every ounce. You know, it's easier for me not to acknowledge the abuser and give them space in my head than it is for me to show kindness and understanding and anything that I would give to any of their victims freely. And I don't even want people who have been victimized to think of themselves as victims of it. If they can be strong enough to end it and strong enough to face the consequences of ending it, because it could harm their brand, their name, their reputation. All those things can be harmed. So it's one of the reasons why most people do not what do you call it? Do not show this side of their life, their public private side, the stuff that happens behind closed doors. Um, how the sausage is made type of thing. Nobody was in the room when it happened type of deal. Hamilton has this entire song about it. What happens behind closed doors that we don't know. That aspect of it is just, it is the truth of the matter is that way people feel, those feelings are real. And the harm that was caused to them, that harm is real. And even if they don't see it, I mean, another person talked about like how, these people are playing a character, but there's a human being behind the character that they're playing. And that human being has feelings and is a person and, deserves all the love and respect and everything like that as a person, even though they're portraying a character online. And, people pour their hearts into their personas. I'm pouring my heart to you guys right now. And it's a very vulnerable state. It's a very scary place to be because, like I focus in on that stupid fucking, the bot that comes in and dislikes my videos. And I should be focusing in on the people that actually like the videos, the people that actually would take the time to watch the video, and the people who comment. Oh my God, the comments have been absolutely wonderful and just really heartwarming and very encouraging. And I've had people, DM me and, talk, all this wonderful stuff. I mean, if I, and I don't know why I can't just ignore it, but if I could just ignore that toxic, whole freaking bullshit, I would be so much better off in my life. And it's a lot. It's definitely, a lot to take in. But like I said, I think that the reason why this hits harder is because this is my sacred, this is my sacred place. This is the place where I, leave my, you know, drudgery, banal, horrid, you know, real life stuff, the things that I do to earn a living. And I come here to escape from that. And I don't feel like I'm escaping it. I feel like here it is, the things that I don't want here are right here. And yeah, people talk about how toxic the internet is and bullshit like that. And the truth of the matter is that, the people who are toxic or bots or, they really have no power. And, what this individual did to a lot of YouTubers, streamers. I'll just call them streamers. What this person did to a lot of streamers is just absolutely, um, you know, I think a lot of people's reaction is how they're sick to their stomach, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting that it went on, and it's not the people's fault that they allowed it to continue, because I mean this person used their position to influence them, to where they thought that this is how they were going to succeed in this toxic environment that made them uncomfortable. And it's not okay. And yes, I'm small time and I'm nothing, and my opinion to the people who are actually making a living doing this, is completely, I don't know, where people might think that I'm invalid. I'm invalid because of that, because I don't have that. But I know where they are. I've been there. I've been to the point where, I had to make decisions, and I'm going to tell you that a lot of the decisions I made weren't the correct ones, because I thought that if I did this, my business will grow, and my business did grow, even with a toxicity, a hard thing that I allowed to have happen. Um, and I take full responsibility for allowing that to happen, to allowing that to go on. Allowing somebody who I thought was talent to dictate my morals to me, or to compromise my morals and what I justified. I've definitely done that, and it definitely cost me. Um, I believe it was the beginning of the end of my business in California because of it, because I allowed something like that to happen. That I should have stood. I should have just stood. Should have stood. I should have taken the hit. I should not have looked at the immediate money coming in and stuff like that. And I should have, stood tall on that, and made my way through. And yeah, it would have cost me connections. It would have cost me. It would have cost me, maybe millions of dollars. I don't know. I don't know how much it would have cost me in the end. But I know that my business would have been stronger for it. And when everything crumbled with the first writer strike and then the housing crisis, which led to the recession, which was the end of my business, that the people I could turn to were people that I knew would help me and would, give me the ability to have continued. And the truth of the matter is that they were all my friends when everything was going great. And the moment I needed was the moment they turned their backs on me. And I will never forgive them for that. And I will never forget that they did that to me. Um, and I don't know, maybe they still have some influence and stuff like that. It's maybe one of the reasons why like I have not. I mean, I could reach out to people who have connections and basically blow myself up. And I could be, my streams could be higher quality and this and whatever, and I could have money coming in that I can afford to do things that would continue on and stuff like that. And truth of the matter is that I don't make any money on this. This is all basically my free content, and I don't have a staff, so I don't have copyrights. I don't have, I'm not reading off of impromptus and things like that to make sure that what I'm conveying actually makes sense and is in English. I told somebody the other day that I'm usually loud and I'm usually the loudest one in the room. I mean, there's a reason why I call my singing loud noises. I don't call it just noises, and I don't call it soft noises. I call it loud noises because I'm usually the loudest person around. But here, if you've watched any of these unscripted, you know that I'm sitting here sometimes just mumbling away, and it is what it is. It's I'm not a shy person. It's the one aspect that I think I understand it. I have portrayed it. Um, I I don't have I don't have stage fright or anything like that. I've gotten nervous. Um, I have definitely wanted to perform better than I thought I could, and that has gotten me nervous. And you can tell with my one take songs that that's the first take. So this first and last take. There's not a bunch of takes that come into it, and it definitely the songs that I sing, I could definitely do better, and I could definitely practice up. Most of them, it's I think it's actually kind of funny because some of the songs I actually play at work and I sing along to. And sometimes with the parodies that I've done, the original I'll play, and when the original comes up, I sing my parody on over the original. Over the original song. And but yeah, so it's there's not much time. There's not time. I've fallen down the rabbit hole. I think this is what a real reverse harem is that I got going on here. But I don't think that a lot of the VTubers realize that I'm in their harem, and I am, that's the reverse. I am. It's not like they don't have their regular harems going on. They do, but normally when somebody's in harem, they're not usually in a bunch of other harems as well, which creates a harem in sort of. But because I'm not, because I don't because they're not falling over themselves to be in my harem, I don't have a harem. I have a reverse harem. I belong to the harems. and it's a bunch of them, something like that. Because when somebody says reverse harem, and it's basically the opposite. It's a gender swap. The gender swap harem, if you want to use it that way, where instead of it was a guy with a bunch of women, it is a woman with a bunch of guys in her harem. That's what a lot of people call a reverse harem, and it's like going, it's just a harem. It's just a regular harem. Gender doesn't. Is the definition of a harem male with females? I mean, what about a male with only male people in their harems, or a female with only female, or a mixture of males and females in their harem? I mean, like, isn't that still a harem? That's just a harem, right? I could be wrong. Somebody correct me in the comments below if I'm wrong about what an actual reverse harem is, or that a harem has to be a man with females. As females can only be the body of the harem, as opposed to males, or males are not allowed to be in a harem, so it has to be the reverse. But gender swap to me is not really a reverse. Reverse harem is exactly what I'm saying, is that heads of harems, male or female, that I'm inside their harems, and I have a lot of them. So am I that? I maybe not even. I don't even think. I think there's probably about four harems that I think I belong to, that I don't even know that they realize they exist, and I've even filled out applications to be a part of their harems. So I don't. Who knows? Yeah, it was the one thing when I was doing the Nuck songs that I think was funny, the last of the songs that I said, I was like going, I mean, you don't care because you don't even know my name, and I think that's true. He doesn't, I'm one of a million. I'm one of a million people. There's a million people that like and comment and do crazy shit that I do, and better artists, better singers, obviously. I think my parody writing is definitely probably puts me in a unique category, but I don't think that I get very many props or points for the lyrics of my parodies. So, and that's in their mind. I'll give myself the props. My parody writing is second to none. Ha 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 ha. Weird Al Yankovic wishes he could parody write like me. I listen to him all the time. That's what makes me saying that even funnier. I do like writing the lyrics. That is definitely the more fun aspect of it for me. I think that my singing, definitely leaves a lot to be desired. I've had people love my singing, and if you love my singing, I'm glad you do. I'm glad I can continue doing it. I have had people tell me that, cringe. And I definitely have a few of the songs. There's a few songs that I sing that are definitely in the cringeworthy, and I break notes and don't carry the tune, and mumble through words and sing the wrong freaking verse, and I've done that all the time. So that happens. I have yet to sing a song that's not covers. I've actually sang covers without making any errors. Rainbow Connection's probably the big one that I freaking nailed that sucker. But my parodies, on the other hand, I have not found, and I think it just boils down to just natural talent, because I don't have. But I'm improving. So there is definitely a possibility that maybe one day, I will sing a parody song that I've written and sing it without errors. Um, I am definitely thinking about, for the non-copyrighted songs, doing a compilation. So if you look at my list, and if there's not a thumbnail, like, well, this used to have a thumbnail. I put a thumbnail on it because I wasn't set up when I posted this out to people. Because I posted it on Twitter, I believe, and I posted it in Discord. But the to get those that posted out there, I put a thumbnail in there, and it was a picture of me. So this is not copyrighted, and I don't believe can be copyrighted. So, but I'm definitely thinking about making a compilation of the copyright. Thinking about taking the the non-copyright claim songs that I've written. So it's the videos that don't have the thumbnails. There's a picture of me in there, and turning that into one big video, where I attempt, because like songs like If I Were an Orc and stuff like that, I've now probably sang, without recording, obviously, about 100 times. I sing it all the time. I probably sing it just about every day. And I think that I definitely improved, and I think that I could probably sing it now, one, without a lyric sheet, and give the song its due, tonally and everything like that. I think I can definitely. I think I could. I think I could. I think I could do it. And I'm trying to think. I think the closest to perfect out of the songs that, because I've only been really singing the non-copyrighted ones more than the ones that have been copyright claimed. But I definitely think that the one that I nailed the closest was actually with the fewest mistakes in it, and that includes tonally, that includes rhythmically, that I wasn't kind of stiff, because like Mama Vale, I think I sang that without any direct errors, but I did not sing it well. So tonally, it was probably, I probably would give myself a D tonally on like Mama Vale. But I think the only one that I've done is in, speaking about Mama Vale, her daughter, Silver Vale. Silver Vale is Stunning, on Warren Zevon's Werewolves of London. I think that that only has like one glaring error in it, but I think as a song, I think that if I was going to like show like of the, I think what I have 114 songs, 114, 115 songs. Out of the 115 songs that I have 115 songs. Out of the 115 songs that I've actually done, and that includes the covers. I would probably say that um, Silver Bell is Stunning is probably the best sung song that I have, even over No Rain, which um, I should have done a better job with that one. But one take, one take. Um, yeah. To the people that have stood up to their bully, who are risking everything that they have in the moment, I I can only wish you better things to come. The best news is that it's that you're out of that toxic environment, and that abuser can't abuse you anymore. Hopefully, um, I hope they can never abuse you again. Hope they never have. I hope I want to hope that they're not renting any more space in your head, but I know that that's probably a lot to ask for. And but I hope that you can get to that point in your life. But you you are my hero. You I strive and I fight against, in my life all the time. You know, the that abuse. And it is, like I said, it's in within my life. It's happening all the time. I have I have been sexually abused and sexually assaulted by people I've dated. Um, I have been taken advantage of, both financially. I've had my reputation smeared, and um, I've been dragged through the mud for speaking out, for stopping it. So I I want to say that, you know that you will get through this with no consequences of that nature. But it's also one of the reasons why I think it's very brave and very strong. And I know you probably feel like you can crumble at any minute, because that's how I've always felt when I go through this. But it's very strong. It takes a very strong person to decide to end it, um, to end the abuse, and try to work towards a better day. And it's not easy. It never will be easy, I don't think. Even with things like the Me Too movement and things of that nature, it never will be easy. But I'm definitely rooting for you. Definitely support you. And above all, I love you, and I want you to succeed, and I want you to become, you know, the potential person, the who you are, that you know, and it's entertainment, and I wanted to stay that way, and I wanted to go back to that, um, without all this stupidity. You know, talking about, a person who, came out and, talked about the stuff that they did in abusing their power. It's, Louis C.K., and it's like, I hate to even bring up an abuser, but I don't know. I don't know who his victims were, um, and I definitely think it's because of them he felt the need to do that. But that for him, I hope that was only the beginning, only the first steps. There is recompense and a whole lot of work that he has to do to come back from that, and not just career wise and everything like that, but when you use your position of power to abuse, take advantage of people, it's just wrong, 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 wrong. And I, as much as he's done that, I don't think that I could ever respect him, even as a comedian. And I loved a lot of his jokes. And like Bill Cosby, used to love Bill Cosby, but what a hard person. I just nobody should force another person into that situation where they literally are just have to make the choice of you know their moral compass and what they feel is right, um, to the potential of success and taking the abuse that you're dishing out. And yeah, I've read a few of them, and none of them were like you know the person the perpetrator did not like overtly um didn't overtly come out from the beginning, but it definitely affected them work wise, definitely affected their relationships with others, definitely affected everything because their attacker, had control and pitted them against other people and, you know, controlled what money that they were making and stuff like that. It's just awful. I can't even imagine like it's going to take a lot to recover. And like I said, I support them. I support them wholeheartedly, and I hope that we can all get back to the goofy, fun, weird entertainment that the industry that we are in. And I've already spent an hour on this, and I've already ran a couple tangents and gone off freaking script, as it were. But just it's it is the situation. So um, I was asked to submit for a contest or submit for a raffle, not really a contest, because the content actually doesn't matter for a raffle. It's just random who gets it. But I was asked to submit what my online character is about and my lore, the lore, the lure, um, fishing lure, the lore of my character, my background, and I've actually been, I've actually written a bunch of stuff on this character, on this online character that I do and stuff like that, and it was just a Twitter post, so it's only was 147 characters or whatever. I don't even know the number of characters you can have in Twitter. All I know is that I almost always freaking breach it, and I don't feel like doing two separate posts. But in that short thing, I was condensing about 30 pages that I've written on my background of this character. This I'm talking about this character that you're seeing now. And one of the things that I thought would be absolutely funny, because or not funny, maybe funny, to do or to try to attempt to do is to I should bring it up. I should bring it up. I come from this character comes from the Fae. So one of the fairy creatures or just a child of the Fae. So fairy magic is probably the better term to come with. Average, I guess. Nothing really unique or special about my character. Due to the nature of the type of fairy that I am, I can't even reveal, or me now can't even remember what it really was, because it could be a lot of things. It's up to the viewers to determine or figure out what creature in the Fae, what child of the Fae that I am. The storyline goes, I visit Earth to basically play pranks and to be mischievous and do lots of things that what normal fairies do when they visit Earth, when they visit this realm. And it usually charges us up and helps us become better. It's kind of like a vacation. Think of coming to Earth as a vacation. And I came up with a brilliant plan with a human to switch. Basically, I wanted to extend my vacation on Earth, and it was only supposed to be for a short period of time, and they could go to the Fae and go back to my boring life there. I did a lot of things as this human, and when I thought it was time to go back, which I think I was giving it like 2 or 3 years, I tried to cast a reverse spell. And all it would have done was just basically brought them from the Fae into their body and me from here back to mine. Just reverse it and everything. We just go back to things to normal. And when I attempted that, it failed. I have since used up all the magic that I had, and I am becoming more and more human as time goes on, and I have built up probably more than my share of banality, which when you're a changeling, a child of the Fae, banality is what can kill you as a fairy. And fortunately, I am no longer that. I am human, but I definitely have built up way too much banality. And that's the starting point of my streaming and everything like that career. That's where I'm at in it. And my streaming career is to basically remove the banality from me and try to become the uh, the changeling that I really am. And I was going to use the VTubing or the virtual modeling to originally take me and turn me from just as I am into a VTuber, and then over time, slowly but surely become the changeling that I am, and or changeling that I was. And that's it. I hope that helps with the lore and everything like that. But that would be fun to do, and I would become a VTuber. Yay! And I think I will always secretly. I think what has attracted me to the streams more than anything is the VTubers. And it's there. It's very different than. Um, hey, Jer, how you doing? Um, but it's very different being um, I'm trying to describe it. I've watched people who stream like I do, which is stream their actual physical, their face and everything like that. And I don't know what it is that with VTubing that that's good. I'm glad you're doing great. Um, I don't know what it is about VTubing that is one extremely different than the live personas, but I also feel that the people behind it are able to express more and reveal more about who they are inside with their VTuber characters. So it's one of the interests that I have, and it's probably one of the reasons why I tend to, when I watch streamers, I tend to only watch VTubers as opposed to live action people. But I do watch people who do live performances like I do as well. So it's not a zero percentage, but um, there was a whole big thing about like I used to watch a lot of anime, and the with anime um, I consumed a lot of anime, and pretty much all my anime watching time has basically turned into VTuber watching time. So, and it hasn't watching other um, streamers, especially on YouTube. The other streamers that are not VTubers, um, that hasn't gone up. I don't watch them any more or less than I was watching them before. But VTubers, I definitely have, and that's now I think I'm in my third year because it was definitely maybe even more than a year before the pandemic started. So, and the pandemic's now been going on for a long time now. So yeah, so probably 3 years. 3 years I've been watching VTubers, and the quality of anime went from where you would watch a Town Without Me or Erased, which was absolutely a nail biting anime that every week you almost had to see it. To now I don't even like. I just keep up with some of the continuing series like Black Clover or even My Hero Academia, that are just continuing series, and then the new stuff. I think the only one out of all the new stuff that's come out was the Duke of Death and his maid, and that's the only one that I've actually even had any interest in continuing watching, and everything else just kind of falls by the wayside. Um, oh, Izuma and the Demon School. That's another one that I kind of just keep up with, but I wouldn't say that I keep up with it completely. And I know that my hero's now in the Villain Academy, which in the manga, which I've read, is like an absolutely spectacular thing. And this season for My Hero Academia just is absolutely, it's just trash. It just, the anime just, I think they want to try to get so much in there, and they're dropping so many other subplots that they're kind of losing um, what what the meaning is of My Hero Academia. Yeah, yes, it's about Deku, but it's also about everybody else, and those people are very important to the storyline. So the anime is going to be what it's going to be, and it's the reason why some people, especially big anime people, they don't like My Hero Academia because of that, and I can see why. I can definitely understand it. But yeah, so me becoming a VTuber will be interesting. I'm I've been asking a lot of questions lately of VTubers, like especially about modeling and PNGs and rigging and what the equipment. I know that there is definitely an ability to just use the camera and rig me up that way, and I think that there's a lot that just don't. They do mouse movement, which without much of a, you can't do hand movements like this. And then I've watched a lot of 3D models with VTubers, and their hands all freak out and doesn't record properly or craziness. I know that people who wear glasses, that affects their VTubing and things like that. But it's great. What about watching VTubers as opposed to anime? Um, so glad to have somebody in the chat. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming in, saying hi. There's a million other things that I wanted to talk about. You just missed me talking about, bullies and stuff like that. So another time. Yeah. But yeah, so that's pretty much where I want to take my lore. Is to actually end up creating, like I said, I've definitely 30 pages, but I think 10 solid pages on the exact what I want for the character and where I want to see the character going, and what I should reveal, and everything like that is all. That's all for VTubing, and I make it. I'm pretending like I'm something extra special and new and stuff like that, and people have probably produced characters like this a million times. So I mean, how many elves and dwarves and craziness and even goblins and orcs and stuff like that are out there. So there's plenty of them. So there's plenty of children of the Fae and plenty of changelings as VTubers. So I'm not unique in my story and not unique in anything like that. But I think it would be fun to do it. I'm going to do it my way. So that would be fun to do. There is Luna's going to be streaming Little Hope, which I think it's great because that's actually my last name, so I like to watch that stream. That's gonna be fun. I think she's doing it at 2:30. Alice the Wolf Girl. I think today's her day off, but I think she's playing games and stuff like that. So I hope she's having lots of fun. Trying to think of what other VTubers are hanging out. I don't know anybody else's schedule that I could think of. Off the top of my head, like I said, it's unscripted, but there's a lot of funness going on. I definitely think that my uni should be popping in and popping out like she always does, and I haven't been able to keep track and what she's been doing, but yeah, my reverse, like I said, my reverse harem, like I don't know, Jared, I don't know if you caught that before when I was talking about what a reverse harem is, but how I see what a reverse harem is, but I think it's kind of funny. I don't think that gender swap. I'll just quickly mention. I don't think that gender swapping would be the reverse of a harem. Creating a reverse harem. I would think that a reverse harem would be a person who's in a bunch of harems, as part of the body of the harem, and they have a bunch of harem leaders as they're basically creating their harem. So that would be the reverse. They're not the head of the harem. They're just basically one person inside the harem, but they belong to a bunch of harems. Would be a reverse harem, as opposed to a female head with either a bunch of male people in their harem as considered a reverse. That was pretty much it. So I was like going, but maybe that is what a reverse harem is, because maybe a harem has to be a male lead with female people in the body of the harem. And I was like going, well, what if the body of the harem has both men and women in it, or all men in it? Would that still be considered a harem, can the person who basically owns the harem, can they be male, female, whatever? Like does the gender really decide whether it's an actual harem or whether it would be reverse of the harem? But yeah, gender swap is gender swap really is the reverse of man woman? I don't know. It all depends. But like I said, if a harem has to be a man leading it, then it would definitely be a reverse harem would be a female leading it with men in their body. But what if they have men and women in their body in the harem body? I don't know. Like I said, I think that a reverse harem would be me with the waifus, or you with waifus, and you belong to all of their harems, and wouldn't that be the reverse harem? Because now it's a harem, but it's the reverse of one because you're part of the body. Something like that. Does that make sense? Sorry to put you on the spot. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm literally drawing a blank now. Yeah, those are things that are basically happening today. I hope you're having a great day. I hope everything is going wonderful for you. And I appreciate you stopping by. It's awesome. It's awesome to actually have chat. Yay, chat. Chat's good. I hope whatever you're doing is going to be great and awesome. And are you doing anything wonderful today? I don't know. um, but like I said, I think I'm going to draw a blank. I'm drawing a blank on all the things that I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to like trying to get this out there, and like so I'm going to probably end this soon. And I'm going to end it like I always end it with big old cool beans. And you have a great day. And thank you very much, Jared, for stopping by. I appreciate that. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thank you. All right, take care. And goodbye, bots. I'm glad you're gone. Hey, how is everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing great. I'm going to address a few things. I'm going to probably start it easier than get into a few things that are rather important to me. So, let's start with the last stream, and I had somebody come into chat, and I worship you guys. I really do. And I'm sorry I'm a spaz. I'm sorry that I don't even know what to do. I'm sorry that so far I've had 2 people come into chat and say hi to me and do things like that, and very supportive and very awesome, and I'm just complete and total spaz, and I'm want to have a conversation with you and talk to you and do this stuff, but you're one person, and I know that you've got typing to do and probably other things that you're paying attention to other than just me, and I am like a little nervous when people come. I don't know why. I shouldn't be. Nervous is probably the wrong word. Just kind of an unexpected surprise, very welcome surprise. So thank you for doing it when you guys do it. I think it's probably because I've just done so many chats with no feedback, no thing, and then I basically wait to see what the comments come out as, and all you have to do is just go through my site. You'll see that I am those are even few and far between. So when somebody actually comes into the chat, that's just like actually it's very welcome, but I'm definitely out of my element, or I'm out of my depth when it comes to responding, and I'm going to try. I give you guys got 100% of my thing. We can derail the stream and just be what chat wants to do, especially here in unscripted is meant for that. So I can't thank you enough for doing that. The 2 people that have come into the chat and talked to me, actually it's holy cow, I'm sorry, it's been 3 people in 3 different chats. So 3 different chats that people have come in and said hi to me and stuff like that, and I've been a spaz and a dork and completely caught off guard, and I'll get used to it. It'll happen. There will be chats, and I will be able to have chat streams and stuff like that, which I will adore doing, and I look forward to it, and I would look forward to how you think and what you do, and your questions of me, and and I would love to turn it into kind of an impromptu of what I originally wanted to do on with YouTube with this channel itself, which was that I was going to be a Q&A type of thing, and we'll cut the live out because I'd rather do it live because it would be I think it would be much more fun to do it live. And if you have the answer, or if somebody asks a question that they really want to know an answer to, and I answer it and I'm completely wrong, which is going to probably happen because I'm not going to look up the answer. I'm not going to, if somebody says what dress color, in some show, and I say blue and it's really green, and all that other stuff, please feel free to give the correct answer. I know that I sometimes come across as a know-it-all. I don't know it all. In fact, I know very little. I only know what I know, if that makes sense. So, yeah, the elephant in the room addressed that I'm. It's not embarrassing. It's just that it really shows how far out of my depth with doing this is, because I can watch streamers and they can have a thousand people, in their chat room and chatting up a storm while they're doing it, or even 10 people, chatting up a storm while they're doing the stream. And I'm one of the people who's, putting in the chats and stuff like that and talking. And they, people who, I, I hope that it's a learned experience instead of something that's natural for people, because I think that as far as level of it goes, I have a long way to go before I can get to that point. And I think where I'm at right now is probably a pretty good place, and I hope I don't scare people off who come into the chat and say things. Right now there's nobody even here, so it's me talking about myself, talking by myself. So if they come into the chat, they're not even going to know that I said all this stuff. Because like last time, I ended up having a repeat of something that I was talking about because they missed it, and it's like now you have it done twice, and I don't know if that's okay. It's unscripted, so it's definitely okay for this type of it for my live streams. But I probably would not have the first iteration of it. I would probably just do the second iteration of it. I think it came out better because it was probably part of the queue. But did you miss what I said about this? The second thing I want to address, and I put it in Twitter, and there's things happening in the communities and stuff like that. And for those just getting introduced to me, I played Dungeons and Dragons since I was a kid. I was in, when I was a Boy Scout, I was in what was known as the Dragon Patrol. We played Dungeons and Dragons all the time. It was Dungeons and Dragons all the time. And one of the first things that basically broke my heart about Dungeons and Dragons, and I didn't even know it was happening, and I've been a huge advocate for not I guess you call it gender equality, but allowing people who are interested, regardless of their gender, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their background. There are people who don't read fantasy novels who end up loving Dungeons and Dragons. There was a TV show, back in the 90s called Freaks and Geeks, and one of the last shows, they play Dungeons and Dragons, and one of the, I guess he's a freak. The whole show kind of trite and stuff like that, but I loved the show when it came out. So, and and the actors in it, basically child actors in it, almost all went on to becoming, celebrities in their own right. So it definitely works. There's definitely that working for them, as it were. Um, but they play Dungeons and Dragons in it, and you can see the inclusive nature of it. But one of the things that was definitely missing from their group is the gender. A little more gender equality. Women should not, or girls should not be discouraged from playing Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, I think that Stranger Things has women playing Dungeons and Dragons with the group of guys. I think 13 um, is she plays Dungeons and Dragons with them. So I think that it seems like that was accepting. Um, I I didn't have I didn't know it was happening at the time, so I didn't address it when I was a kid, and even in my teens, and probably even into my early 20s, when I was very heavy into Dungeons and Dragons. Still, I didn't realize that there was an entire group that kept it all men. I didn't know that women were being excluded from it. I didn't know. And I think if I did know, or I was aware of it, and I could have just been blind to it and not see it. There were, groupies and stuff like that, but um, this is not charging. I'm going to take a small break. 1 second. That's why it's not charging. All of a sudden, the battery just dropped out. Are we charging now? You're charging now. Okay. All of a sudden, I don't know why, but my Chromebook did not charge up. Go a little bit further away. Why not? See if that helps. We're still charging. Okay, good. Lost train of thought. Says all of a sudden the Chromebook basically said, "You have 6 minutes left before we're shutting down," because of lack of power. And I was like, "Oh." But I know it's talking about Dungeons and Dragons and how women were excluded from it, and girls were excluded from it. And I didn't realize that they don't want to, women don't want to be just the groupie or the fan, or the fan of watching players play. Why would you want that? Why wouldn't you want to be a player yourself? I will admit, Boy Scouts, I mentioned that before. It was exclusively boys when I was in Boy Scouts. They did not have what they have today, which is where girls were included into the Boy Scout ranks. I don't even know, because I'm not even in touch with anybody from my original patrol, which was the Dragon Patrol. I don't even know if it still exists. It probably doesn't. But in any case, it's not an excuse that I was not aware of it. It is it's like the Equal Rights Amendment. I mean, for my entire life, the Equal Rights Amendment existed. And I did not even know that it didn't have enough to pass. Now, this is a one sentence amendment to the Constitution that allows everybody to be equal. I thought this was a given, you know, but as it stands, even right now, I'll have to check, or somebody can correct me in the comments below. But as it stands right now, it is all men were created equal. And it's not even just all men, it really is all white men are created equal because I think I think it's the 14th. I think it's the 14th Amendment. One of the amendments doesn't see people of color as 1/5 of a white person, which is freaking blows my mind that that actually existed. But um, it's 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 a horrible thing that it existed, but we shouldn't ignore it, and we should fix it. Problems that's a problem, and it should be fixed. Like this is where people people lose touch with things. And the Equal Rights Amendment, like I said, it's only one sentence, and it doesn't seem to say anything that I would not say is a given right immediately for every American, especially adult American in this country. And why this doesn't exist, it's still, like I said, I still think it's crazy. It's like, why does not tying your fish to a fire hydrant, why is that law or that bill made into law? Why does that still exist? And why aren't we we'll clean these things up? I mean, yeah, I guess you can still not tie your fish to a fire hydrant. Definitely think that the original rule of thumb, where hitting your wife with a stick thicker than your thumb is illegal. I think that should actually be changed with you can't, that's assault and battery, and that should fall onto that, and it should not be permissible at all. Um, those things, like and gun laws and stuff like that exist. It drives me crazy when people like quote the Second Amendment, and I'm like, going, do you realize, like, if you followed the law, just because it's not being in practice doesn't mean that they can't use it. It's one of the interesting things that I find with like identification and stuff like that people try to use against police officers all the time. Just so you know, there's usually, in most states, especially in the border states, and I'm talking Canada and Mexico, especially in the border states, each of the states has laws that allow authorities to invade your privacy. Those laws do exist. And just because there's also laws and federal laws that protect people's privacy and protect people's right to travel and all those things, doesn't mean that those laws, especially people who do not live, if you don't, there was something with New Mexico where if you do not live in New Mexico and you're traveling through New Mexico, you have to produce valid identification. And yeah, most people don't realize, like, oh yeah, I'm producing valid identification. When you're driving, you have a driver's license. Most people have the driver's license, and they can present it to a police officer upon request. And they don't realize that certain states actually have it as a requirement to present those identification. And it's a lot more states than you might think. Gun laws, same thing. Most gun laws, especially the open carry states, um, they have another law, and that's usually used against people of color, um, and when it's actually enforced. But it can be enforced against white people because there's no discerning color in the law, which is how they were able to get it passed, and people aren't rioting because of it. But the way it's practiced is because of, and it's due to racism, is that it's usually used to oppress people of color, not white people. But white people can be subjected to it at any time, and white people have been subjected to those laws. And I've watched video after video of people being harassed. And there was a military guy who was, open carrying, like, because there's an open carry laws in Texas. He was open carrying his AR-15 like he is proudly able to do. And guess what? The AR-15 can be seized from you at any time. You can be arrested for owning any type of firearm at any time for any reason, and it's a suspicious intent, I think, is the law in Texas that they have. And that you would probably say, oh, that goes against my Second Amendment rights, my right to bear arms. And you know what? You're right, it does. But why don't you fix it? Why aren't these laws fixed? Why don't you have comprehensive gun reform for all your laws? Why do you have contradictory laws and not comprehensive gun reform? New Jersey, which was a state that I lived in, a suspicion of owning a gun gives police the right to enter your domicile just under the suspicion, suspicion of owning a firearm. That means legal firearms. So if you have a hunting license and it is for shotgun or for rifle, and you renew it, they can say, we suppose this person has their firearm in their house, and we can now enter the house at any time. That is definitely a law in New Jersey. And if you think that it violates your Second Amendment rights, when it became a bill under Republican trust, and a majority Republican votes for it, that law of entering your domicile, your place of residence, it exists. And if you own a gun, it's one of the reasons why when I lived in New Jersey, I never owned a firearm, ever. And I never carried a firearm in New Jersey for that very reason. Because they could, there's nothing that would stop them it wouldn't stop them from entering my home if they just say, you're suspicious enough that we think that you own a gun. But what would make it worse is if they entered my domicile and found a gun. I would like to keep it as, where I could then, turn in where the suspicion came from, and basically attack the police under the grounds that I never owned a gun. So why would there be any suspicion of it? I've never carried a gun in New Jersey. Unfortunately, I was an avid paintball player, and I had paintball markers. Most people call them paintball guns, but you have to call them paintball markers. And fortunately for me, with New Jersey, where New Jersey is concerned, they did deem paintball markers as a non-firearm, non-weaponry, all that stuff, which that's where they fell. And you do not need to have a license to own a paintball marker. And notice I keep saying that. I do not call it a paintball gun. I have called it a paintball gun for years, but because of the way the law is written, if I call it a gun, it's no longer a paintball marker. So it has to always be considered a paintball marker. But so I've never owned a gun. I've never carried or owned a gun in New Jersey, and all the times that I've lived in New Jersey, and I came back and forth from New Jersey a billion times. So I know it very well, and I'm very well aware of it. I had been with people who carried firearms on a daily basis. I've hunted in New Jersey, and I've known all those things, and I've been very well aware of it, and I've been very well aware of how different you are treated, even being white, when they know that you own a gun or you're around a person who owns a gun. Um, you are considered dangerous. And if police deem you as dangerous in New Jersey, it is a police state and it is set up that way. And I can't tell you how many people that I know blame the Democrats for it. And I want you to know, Democrats had nothing. Democrats are, every time Democrats try to put anything that has to deal with guns before Congress, before the state legislation, before anything like that, and this is across the United States, anytime, including in California, anytime it's done with the Democrats in mind, usually ends up in failure. It usually ends up being shut down almost immediately. It's usually considered invasive and all that other fun stuff. But where the Republicans are concerned, because the Republicans have the NRA support and everything like that, the NRA does not care about anybody else but the NRA. Keep that in mind. The NRA does not care, does not want to protect people who are not in the NRA. And if you make the NRA, if you are a member of the NRA and you make the NRA look bad, they don't want you. You'll be banned from the NRA. And I hate to say it, there's a lot of Democrats that are members of the NRA, even though that's supported in Congress. That how can Democrats own guns too? And if you are not a fan of allowing Democrats to own guns, then your whole Second Amendment freaking argument falls apart. Yes, I definitely think that people should not, especially where improperly trained or never had the proper training. I don't think people like that should have guns. I think people with mental illness, especially a history of mental illness, I think that people who have committed crimes, especially violent crimes, should not own guns, and I think that should be used as a deterrent, so that if they are found with guns and firearms, that they can be arrested for it, and they can, they will be met with equal punishment before something happens. And that is how the system should work, and it's always worked, and that works for everything else, including driving a car. Because I hate when people talk about guns and driving a car, and I'm like going, if we put the same amount of effort into we put the same amount of effort to guns, and yes, people drive illegally, people drive on a suspended driver's license, people drive with everything like that. But if we put the same amount of effort that we do for people to own and drive cars, that we do for people to own and fire guns, it would be completely different. And you would really, people who are Second Amendment, don't tread on me supporters, would really understand what that means. Because, in Texas, it is easier to own a gun right now than it is to wear a mask. But if they enforce the laws on the books, every person in Texas, because it's that easy to own a gun, can be deemed as a hostile to the authorities. Everybody. The public at large in Texas, because it's so easy to own a gun, and you can own a gun without licensing, without paperwork of ownership, I think the law right now in Texas is if you have the gun in your possessions, you are the owner of the gun, and that means that you can do it without paperwork and everything like that. So, suspicious persons law for owning a gun means that everybody, even people who do not have guns, can be under the suspicion of having a firearm. And that makes the entire public vulnerable to a police state and police rule. And will it be enforced? And you probably can think, oh, well, it probably won't be enforced to white people. But just so you know, it's enforced to poorer white people, and since the middle class is going away, it's going to be enforced heavily to the middle class. The oligarchy probably will not ever feel this, but lower upper class probably will. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. That's how racism works. Didn't you know? Didn't really want to get into me and freaking firearms and everything like that, but that's what's happening. I think that it's pathetic and a little bit crazy, and I am almost ashamed that I ever voted Republican in any election and for anybody. And um, I always thought that I was voting for instead of voting party line, I was voting for the person who I felt made the best candidate for the job. I've always considered voting as me interviewing the candidates, and now after the whole freaking 45 freaking disaster and destruction and where the GOP is now, I literally want to just vote against anything that they have. Nothing substantial. They have no business in politics anymore. That's really how I feel about it, and it is kind of a shame, but it's also something that I predicted years ago. Predicted years even before 45. Predicted when Bush Sr. Was president, and when he lost the election to Bill Clinton, especially, did I see how horrible the GOP had become, and the damage that even Ronald Reagan did to this country. And that damage, stems even before Nixon and even before this, and then you can take it all the way back. The Dixiecrats, who are now mostly Republicans and not fiscal conservatives. And I have no idea what happened to the fiscal conservatives and the Republican Party, because they're not anymore. There's a lot of good things. I definitely disagree with the methodology of the fiscal conservatives. I definitely don't think that it works in practice. Things, and this is not voodoo economics, trickle down theory or anything like that. The goal is pretty much the same. They just have a different way of doing it, and there are some certain things that, because they haven't been put into practice, and I blame Democrats and Republicans for this, because they don't do this. They don't. I don't believe that either party has the will of the people in mind. It just I think the GOP has just gone so far. If they call it right, they've gone so far right that they don't not even in the political spectrum anymore. And the Democrats have been scrambling, and more right leaning than left leaning in most cases. Not a very moderate supporter, but I will definitely support the moderate over the GOP any day. I think that once people relearn what socialism actually is and what a socialist program is, they'll realize that supporting the military, you're supporting socialism. Supporting the police, you can be supporting socialism. Police are more authoritarian than socialist, but it can be considered a socialist program. When you get into communism, that's where a lot of things fall apart. It's Bernie Sanders is not a communist or anti-capitalist or whatever you want to say, but social programs. We need social programs. We need socialism in a democracy because the most vulnerable need protection and need help and need to be need to have the idea that their current situation can change for them, and their survival should not be on their day-to-day paycheck, and if one crisis will devastate them. I understand how living like that, how living in constant fear of one bad day, and I have been able to, by just my current situation, to stave off the bad days that I've had. But I've had bad days and I've had struggles and I really did not know how I was going to come back from it. I had with my current job that I freaking hate and I talk bad about, they gave me 3 weeks of unpaid leave. And I will tell you, those 3 weeks hurt. They hurt so bad that I'm still recovering from them. And it's now been for almost 5 years. Yeah, it's been almost 5 years since that 3 week unpaid time happened, and I still have not rebounded from it. And that shows you like how how that is. I mean, and partly because I've had struggles, partly because I've had my paycheck affected by certain situations, that every time I kept getting my head above water, I was knocked back down. Every time I try to get my debt under control and wrangled in, I was knocked back down. And it literally has been a climb. And when I went off the road with my car and totaled it, that hurt. And basically, it's like I took 3 steps forward and I went 4 steps back. And that's the type of gains that I've been dealing with. And I'm still pushing forward in it. It is the reason that I haven't just basically, because if this was 20-year-old me, if this was 20-year-old me in this job, in my job that I'm currently doing, and did half the crap that they did to me, I would have basically quit and I would have sued their asses and I would have taken them to freaking court and I would have basically been stubborn and freaking evil to them, as evil as I possibly could. So they would know how freaking evil they've been to me. And this is what makes that worse. This would have been the first time that they did something bad to me, instead of me just taking it like I did. And I took it and I even told them like this should not happen. This is wrong. And when I complained about it, they freaking hit me again. And that's when I got 2 letters of removal where they tried to fire me from my job. And the reason that I didn't get fired is because they had no fucking grounds to fire me. And that's the truth. And this is how horrible this job is. And if I freaking didn't need it, if I didn't have to survive off of it, I would tell you that I would take it and I would go for years. They'd make me a stupid freaking offer that wasn't worth it, and I would basically bury them. I would bury them. And all the money that I made, I would spend on freaking lawyers. That's how bad I would freaking bury them, because that would be worth it to me. And that's how horrible they are. 20-year-old me would freaking eaten them alive. They're lucky I wasn't. You're lucky that I didn't. They're lucky that I have stuff to lose now. Just lucky. But once it happens, once I can rid myself of them, oh, this kid gloves, they think that maybe there's a statute of limitations of the freaking horrible things or the money that they owe me and all this other shit that I talk about. And it's one of the reasons why I don't mention the company that I work for. Because if I mention the company that I work for, they might freaking come at me. They might do something. Especially if let's say I become popular on YouTube and here I am saying all these horrible things. But yeah, the second that I'm out, I'm going to be filing, there will be filed charges against them. And I will be looking to get back all the money that they've taken from me and all the damage that they've caused. And I would also looking for them to pay my lawyers. I want a team against them. They know that when they reviewed my books and stuff like that, and they told me that everything, we owe you this money. Oh yeah, just so you know that there's a year limit on this, on us paying you for your miles and all the driving that you've done. Oh yeah, and they basically held it off for the year and they let it expire. Well, guess what? There's no real limit on that. You owe it to me. You still owed it to me. I filed against it. I filed for it, and you still owe it to me. You're going to owe it to me for the rest of my life. And whoever inherits my life, you will owe them. That money is earned, and you should give it to me. You forced me into this. You forced me into working. It's like how they forced me into working today on Labor Day. Forced me into it. Should not. I should not have a job that literally is like almost like a slave, and then acting like because we pay you, it's worth it. It's like, no, I should be at will. I live in a freaking at will state. It should be at will. You have no freaking control over my life and how I do things, because your needs are no longer my needs. And yes, if you don't need me, I'm not going to be working. I understand that is one of the that could be one of the repercussions. But the problem is that you seem to need me more than I need you. And you seem to take from me the stuff that I need. Working a half day is not fucking worth it. It's not fucking worth it at all, especially if you're going to take a full day of pay from me. So now I lose half a pay. Is that how this works? If you didn't do that, I probably would work. I probably would work at Labor Day and do all the things that you need me to do because you're paying me for it. And the other solution, this is definitely better than the other solution, which was allowing me to work and not paying me for my actual physical work. Changing the books. Taking off, 5 hours a week out of my pay that I actually physically worked and never giving it back. And then deeming it, oh yeah, we owe it to you. Oh yeah, we'll fix it. Oh yeah, we're gonna make this right. And never, ever doing it. If I had the means, if my debts were paid off and I was able to live comfortably, I would definitely make it my life's mission to be a thorn in their side. And they're just not nice people. And the problem is that the company that I do work for does get shit on a lot, and it could be a noble venture, but they don't treat themselves like that, and the rest of the world treats them horrible on top of it. They don't know how to fix their own freaking problems to prevent shit like this from happening. And they wonder why people quit in droves. In droves. You know, even before the pandemic, they were having a hiring problem. Even with low unemployment, they were having a hiring problem because it's not worth it. And not only did they have a hiring problem, they had a retention problem. So they couldn't keep people. And idiots like me who stay on and put up with it because they have to, I'm even told, why didn't you just fucking quit? Because I need the money that they're providing, and it's not worth it for me. It's not worth it for me to basically jump out of the fire into another freaking fire. You know, my job currently is the devil I know. And once I can be sustained, fuck this job. I don't have the love and care that I freaking when I came in. That's gone. Right now, it's just basically like, will they make good on their promises, or will they just keep breaking more and more promises? And breaking promises seems to be the only thing that they're good at. I mean, there are very few, it's so few and far between from the benefits of having this job. Breaks me down. It's very repetitive motion all the time. And, I'm going to, fortunately, my body is resilient enough and it's been staying resilient, but I'm 50 freaking years old. So being 50 years old, eventually this is not going to be sustainable. And I have to face that fact. As much as I want to stay, pretend I'm immortal and I can keep this up forever. No, it's not going to happen forever. And it's not going to happen in a time that they will deem me, worthy of being paid retirement. I would have to, at this point, because of my current position within the company, basically work till I die with no retirement. Just work until I die. And I don't think that they have a problem with that. Only I have a problem with that. But yeah, that's freaking stupid job stuff, craziness like that. Thank you, whoever gave me the like. Didn't even see you come in, but thank you for the like. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just noticed you popped in. Yay! Right at the beginning of this, I talked about what a spaz I am with people coming into chat, and how I every chat, every stream that I've ever done, I've been like going, I want people in my chat and I want to be talking and everything like that. But so far, everybody who's come into the chat has gotten me as a spaz. So I'm going to try not to be a spaz. Please take that. And yes, I understand, being 45, when I was 45, when I was 40 years old, I was noticing because I was changing jobs, I was noticing that it was where the work goes and stuff like that, and how the companies treat and stuff like that is just awful. And I always, one of the things that I say about, my current case with the company that I work for, um, is that I'm not special. It's not like they've singled me out of all the workers and stuff like that and said, oh, well, this is the trouble. This is the troublemaker that we're going to pick. We're going to pick him out and we're going to treat him like dirt. It's like, no, I'm treated just like everybody else. I'm just another worker to them, and they treat me just like this. They rip people's pay off all the time at my job. They put them in conditions that are unsafe, while at the same time, tout safety as their number one priority, and how we have to be in safe conditions all the time. And the reason that they say that to you was with the expectation of speed, consistency, and accuracy, and all the other things that go along with the job. The reason they say about safety is their priority is because when something happens, and in my job it happens all the time. I've been very fortunate that my accidents and mistakes that have happened have been few and far between. But I have to admit, I have broken the safety protocols at their request. And the reason that and it was not worth it, because when something did go wrong, especially with me, I was blamed for it 100%, not them. Even though they were forcing the work upon me and creating the unsafe environment. And in order for me to get the job done, I had to work without the safety protocols that they put in place, because they have so many at my job. And it's one of the most awful things. But one of the things that I talk about is, I was just talking about, and I don't know how much of you caught, was that when their books don't match up, even though they need the work done, when their books don't match up, and they're worried about, the bosses are worried about their bonuses and the money that they're making. What they do is they just fix the books so that I lose pay, I lose hours, and they've been doing it to me consistently. Only fairly recently have I been put in a situation where they are actually monitoring my hours and everything like that, so that I'm actually getting paid for my hours. But there's a flip side to that, things like working holidays, I'm not getting any bonuses or anything like that. And because I want to work more days, they take away a full day's pay to work this half day. And so basically I lose a half day pay from my paycheck. But at least they're paying me for the hours that I'm working, which is the only difference between what they were doing before. What they were doing before was they were just forcing me to work consistently. And if I worked a holiday, they would just take that out of my paycheck and count that as a day off for me. So it didn't look like I was working, 2 years of my job that I worked without a day off at all, except for 3 days. And the 3 days are Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, and the 4th of July were the 3 days that I had off in a year. Yeah, that was pretty pretty crazy and everything like that. But yeah, I've talked about my awful job and stuff like that, and how if I didn't need it, they would, if I didn't need the money right now. I know it's like I said, just one of the reasons why I don't even mention the company that I work for, because I think that I would get backlash, and I would probably be they would make my life a little more difficult if I was touting the actual company that I actually work for. But yeah, it's an awful company to work for, and I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. But but desperate times calls for desperate measures. The only thing about it is they used to pay really well comparatively to other jobs, and now there's nothing special about them. So like getting a regular job any place, including a fast food, you can actually make as much as I'm making now, which it has become very tempting for me. Because the growth has been so non-existent within the job. I was going to move on to a different subject. If you want to talk about, this more, I'll definitely continue on. One of the things that was happening, because I'm in the online community fairly heavily, and this even goes to the the corporations that actually run this is done by YouTube, and how their treatment of their creators and everything like that has just been awful, and how they use copyrights and DMCA's and other tactics to basically take money away from streamers. I'm in the fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you want to look at it, situation where I'm not monetized, so I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want to do. I can have copyright things, or one of the things that I was thinking about doing is making using songs, especially copyrighted songs, and basically because I write parodies of those songs, and basically making a compilation of copyrighted songs. And the reason I can't do that is because it will be across. They won't partially pay people if they copyright claim. If somebody copyright claims a video of mine, they get all of it. And if I use 3 different copyrights of three different people who have copyright issues in the music and the lyrics and the songs that I'm going to use, what would happen is that it would probably get taken down, and I'll get DMCA'd. And I know it sounds really weird that I would get demonetized even though I'm not monetized, but it goes more than that, and I could even get banned from taken completely taken down from YouTube and stuff like that. So it's something to not do, using multiple copyrighted material. But if I use non-copyrighted material and one piece of copyrighted material or copyright claimed material, they'll get all the money that it generates, and they'll also be able to put ads in my videos and stuff like that. Which right now, since I'm not making any money on it, somebody might as well. So that's how I've thought about my copyright claims that I've had so far. If they're making money on my videos, more power to them, because I'm definitely not. And so YouTube's garnering all the revenue from it. Yes. Yeah. I think she showed that on Twitch, and I actually feel really bad, and I've been trying. One of the things with my videos is that it's one of the reasons why I put a thumbnail before all the videos. So if there's if you see a video and it has a thumbnail and it's not me, that means that it's copyright claimed, and so you don't have to read the description to find out whether it's copyright claimed or not. So all my parody videos and everything like that. So yes, the Mousy video, which is Black Sabbath's Iron Man, that I parodied to Iron Mouse. I love that song, and I think it's great, and I wish that she could have actually showed it, because it's one of the few songs that I actually think I did Ozzy a little justice, and little justice. I never would claim myself as a decent singer, but yeah, that's exactly what happened. And yeah, she got DMCA'd. I did a few videos, a few parody videos for her, and they're not as good as that one. And I'm actually working on and I think one of them is, I think the other one's copyright claim, but the last one that I did for her, which is I think reverse harem, I could actually look that up. Look up my videos. Oh, I'm but yeah, it's yeah, I freaking hate that, the fact that they did that, because what when she showed the video, and the reason why she had to take down my portion of it is because Black Sabbath, and I think it was Columbia Records. I think Columbia Records actually owns Iron Man and owns the music to Iron Man. They could actually all the money that her site generates just from showing my video, all the money that her site generates, and she generates a lot more. She's monetized, so she's actually generating a lot of money. But all the money that her site generates, Columbia Records would get all of it for that stream. And yeah, you don't want it's I had a similar situation with Nux, because Nux got demonetized for his parody of the Hamilton song that he called "You'll Be Back," the King George song. And before he got demonetized, I actually jumped on that. It was one of my first parodies, and I did the second King George song. And of course, it was copyright claimed for me. His got demonetized, and he lost all the money from it outright. And one of the reasons that him and I have not had our feud that I've been wanting to is because the copyright claims. And I think I made a third video about it from Hamilton, which is also copyright claimed, and it went like that. But yeah, the reason that Nux and I didn't have our fake feud over writing parodies, which is what I was hoping that it would become, is because of copyright claims. Because he can't have a copyright claim on his videos, because they'll take all the revenue that he generates from it. Most of his videos get demonetized to begin with, usually because of content, not because of copyright claims. And the last thing he needs is for some company basically saying, oh yeah, the $30,000 or $40,000 this video generated, yeah, we're taking all of it because you used copyrighted music. And that's one of the bad things about being monetized. I'm not monetized, so like I said, if any one of my videos is making money, YouTube right now is gaining all of it. I'm not monetized at all. So if somebody else can generate money from any one of my videos, especially my singing, they're more than welcome to it. If I became monetized, there would be I would have a completely different way of doing videos. But I'm not monetized, so right now it matters, but doesn't matter. But some of these videos might even be taken down. But I don't think that I don't think they'd want me to take them. They might request them to be taken down, but I don't think that they would want me to take them down, since they are making the money from it, and I don't cross copyright it, which really becomes a problem if it becomes cross copyrighted, because since each copyright claim takes all of it, they don't take percentages of the video. They will probably have me banned because of it. I don't know if that makes sense. But I'm glad you found me through Mousy. Oh, I adore her. I adore her so much. I think she is absolutely phenomenal. Especially as a singer and as a talent. And she, I, I always watch her, just to get a good laugh. Yeah, she is something else. Yeah. Most of my, I'm trying to think of like if I have any V Shoujo. I did a video for every one of the V Shoujo members, and it was actually kind of weird what was copyrighted and what was not. My Zendaya ZZ Top cover that I did, the Sharp Tongue Dragon. That that wasn't a ZZ Top cover. It was a ZZ Top parody. It's called Sharp Tongue Dragon. That was originally not copyright claimed, and then it became copyrighted claim. Yeah, I think Silver is the only one that escaped that. Maybe Bebe, the Carly Rae Jepsen's parody that I did. I think there's the only two that actually escaped when I did, because I did, like I said, I did one for every single one of the Shoujo members, and I was actually waiting to see who the new member is going to be, because I was like getting ready to. I have a guess on who it is, or who they are. Who knows? Shoujo might hire more than one person. But I have an idea who I have a who I think they're going to make be shoujo members. So I've been trying to, like, either post. I have a few others that I posted up and stuff like that, and I have a few that written, just in case my guesses are wrong and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna probably do more videos. Yeah, she's definitely one. She's definitely one that I hope she applied. I don't know if that there was I was watching her stream when before she took her break, and after they posted up, and she actually said that she was not applying to it, and I don't but she is definitely one of the ones that I would love to see join V Shoujo, especially because she can impersonate every single V Shoujo member. She's got their voices down pat. Mousy, I think it's funny because in Speak of the Devil, Mousy was of course interviewing her. Mousy seems to be the only impersonation that she has the most trouble with, but she does a decent job of impersonating Mousy. I think her snuffy impersonation is so spot on. I literally thought she was Snuffy for when I first heard her do a Snuffy impersonation. I think that was one of the impersonations that I thought she just nails, like, almost entirely. And also she gives Zendaya a freaking run for her money. My silly question was the one where I told Haruka, I'm going to say her name right, where I just want to call her Ruka so badly, but Haruka, the question that I said was that she was the GOAT because she definitely gave Zendaya a run for her money. And that's when she first heard that GOAT means greatest of all time, which I was like, actually, like, ooh, I was like a big fanboy when she was like, like, oh, that's what it means when she's the GOAT. But yeah, she was. I still think she's the GOAT. But yeah, I've never seen anybody like. I've seen walk away from people's comments, but only because they're not they lack intelligence and they're just kind of stupid. But Haruka basically just always gives her a run for gives Zendaya a run for her money, which I think it's what makes Apex even watchable, because I actually don't like watching Apex play. Fruit's training arc was hysterical, but when the three of them are together and playing Apex, I actually like to watch it because of that. Yeah, Haruka is a very good guess. Snuffy is another guess that I had, and I actually posted it. I have a parody for Snuffy when she did the reading of The Room, because it was literally all the I have all the V Shoujo members, and here was Snuffy. She was the only one that didn't have a parody. So this was I wrote the parody before even the applications went up. But yeah, I like I said, I hope Haruka applied. I hope there's so many that I hope applied, especially ones that they've had collabs with, or they've done lead cast with. Bunny is another one that I hope joins V Shoujo as well. Yeah, Snuffy might have been one of the reasons why they put out the application. That I think it was after the room reading, when they all did the room. Oh my God, that talk about a funny stream. But when they all did the reading of the Room movie, that's too funny. But I definitely think that it definitely seemed that Snuffy was a little, because she wasn't a part of V Shoujo and everybody else in the group was V Shoujo. So I think that was one of the reasons why they, I think that they've been probably planning to expand V Shoujo for a long time, but I think that that was probably the kick that they needed. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. That Snuffy is probably, it's just whether she wants it or not. And I would agree that I would even say that with Haruka, because Haruka has been collabing with both Fruit and Zendaya like a million times, and she just recently did Speak of the Devil with Mousy, and she's been pretty much a part of a lot of things, and I know that she took a break, and a much needed break, but I don't think that would affect if she wanted it. If she wanted to be a part of it. Yeah, Bunny. She was one of the early Lewdcast interviewees, and I haven't seen her really connected into it as much. But and who knows? There's a lot of Australian VTubers coming up, that are all coming into the fold, and I hope almost all of them applied for V Shoujo. So there, a lot of them are great. So I can see them applying. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if the interview is to have one new member or to have several new members, or to see how many new members, to have like a second class of the Shoujo members. I think Hime and Fruit were additions, right? If I remember, I know they debuted later, but I don't know if they. I can't remember if they were part of the original class, the first class of. But everybody else seems to be. Bebe is also an addition. She's a recent addition too. She's after Hime, right? Yeah, I think I got that right. I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? I'm just a simp. Yeah, they joined after launch. I think she's the first after launch, but I know that Hime's debut was happened a lot later, and she didn't even have her model shown. And Fruit, who was originally Apricot, she joined also not at launch, but I think it was the original crew was everybody else, right? Nanners, Melody, of course, Mousy, Silvervale, and it's 5 members, right? Five original members. Am I forgetting? Nanners, Silvervale, Iron Mouse, Melody. I can't forget Melody. She's 4 members. I don't. Oh, Zendrea. Oh, how could I forget Zendrea? I was just talking about her. Yeah, Zendrea, Melody, Iron Mouse, Silvervale, and Nanners. I think were the original 5 when Bishojo was launched, and then Fruit and Hime were like right on that. And so I guess it was the 7 were the original, and then you had Bebe, right? Yeah, Zen. Like I said, how could I forget Zen? I was just talking about her. I always like it when she does the drumming streams, especially with people doing either karaoke or having just piano playing, and then she goes in there with drums. I like those streams. Those are actually pretty awesome. Or guitar, people just with guitar, and then she come in with the drums. I've seen those streams. Those are pretty awesome. But the Apex streams with Haruka are second to none. I love them. I love them too much. And then there's of course Fruit in the middle of it all, just trying to be Fruit, and she's so adorable. Haruka and Zen go at each other. It's funny. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much for joining, for chatting. It's very, very nice. Where was I don't even know what I was talking about. Now we were talking about, doing crazy stuff. The stuff that's happening in the community. And I mentioned, that the companies are also part of it, but the bullying that especially the companies are doing for the creators is it's so awful. And I don't even know how a person who is an up and coming and somebody trying to make their way, because here I am, I kind of do care, but I don't. I care, but I don't care. If it happens, it would be great. I would love to be monetized. Like I said, if I'm monetized, I can quit my job and I'll make their lives a living hell only because of it. But setting my I'm still fully prepared to do my job until I die. So whether I become monetized or not is not. It would be a good thing, but it's not. Not something that I'm looking forward to. But I watch people who are up and comers, trying to make their way and make their bones, and this is their generator, and how things like Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that either allow a toxic environment or people to be horrendous to other people, or completely shut down, don't protect don't value their creators, the people that are actually making the money for them, in any way, shape, or form, except for as a revenue service. And they don't really care, especially the smaller people. They don't really care because there's 10,000 other people trying to do the exact same thing as you, trying to get their piece of the pie, and in the mainstream of thing. And it's almost heartbreaking to watch people come and go, almost come and go just as quickly as they came in. And I can see something that would have been great, but they can't survive. They can't survive in this eat world. And I hate the sameness. The sameness really kind of bothers me with the streaming platforms. And what I mean by sameness is that basically even the basically how to be monetized and stuff like that. I freaking like almost hate it because they talk about like, oh yeah, and your original content, and be you, and do something unique, and be out, go against the grain, and have your own niche and do all these other things. But what they really are saying is like, take somebody else's niche, do the exact same thing that they're doing, because that's what gets monetized, that's what gets viewers in here, and especially if that niche is popular. And if it's popular, you'll make more money. And trends go away, and then eventually you'll lose all your money, and you'll probably quit streaming because you're basically a carbon copy of somebody who already did it before you. And yeah, and so like that whole thing, I should turn notifications off. That just distracted me, and I shouldn't be distracted by notifications. But yeah, it's almost heartbreaking. Well, I shouldn't say it is heartbreaking that people who I think had a chance to show who they are and be themselves, are basically just getting stepped on and snubbed out, before they actually could get to the point where they can reveal themselves. Otherwise, just stuck playing freaking Minecraft. And why would everybody learn? There's so many freaking Minecraft videos out there. Why would somebody want to try to make their bones doing Minecraft? I don't. Minecraft could be great and popular, but I'm just like, it's just, it kind of wears on me after a while watching those videos, and the sameness of it. Like that's why I call it the sameness of it. Scream, yell, attacked by zombies, whatever, fall in lava, drown in the water, whatever it is that happens to you. It just seems like it's all the same thing. And I used to think that it was very creative and people could build their own stuff, but pretty much people are building, people who have built stuff and that look kind of amazing. They basically took it from somebody else's model, or had somebody else come into their Minecraft stream and build those things. And it's just kind of like, oh, this is kind of a big, huge waste of time. And you don't get to see the actual creativity of what's going on. And obviously there's the zombie things, and people spending more time being attacked by things than actually building and creating. So I don't like Minecraft. I'm not a big Minecraft fan. If that doesn't, Minecraft might be great for some people, but I'm not a big Minecraft fan because of it. I remember when they did the next generation enterprise to scale, and didn't have enough computer capacity to try to. Well, I shouldn't say that, because I know that they might have finished it by now, but I remember when they were trying to finish it, and they ran out of computer capacity for it because it was just so huge. And I thought that when I saw that, I thought that was absolutely amazing as far as Minecraft is concerned. And since then, I've never seen anything equal to something like that, which is, I think it was, I know it didn't have the nacelles on it, the thing that creates the warp, on the ship, and I'm trying to think of how much of the belly of the ship that they had. I don't think it was a lot, but they definitely had the front saucer, the Galaxy class starship. All I remember is when I saw it, I was just like, "This is just absolutely amazing!" Like, how much time went into this, and and it wasn't one person doing it; it was a whole crew of people doing it. I was absolutely in awe of it. But after seeing that, I've never seen anybody, as far as Minecraft is concerned, do something as big or as grandiose or as make it. And when YouTubers and VTubers are basically spending their time, running around, chopping things up and not really making anything, it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, Minecraft. So that's my take on it. Minecraft, and people, I know people enjoy Minecraft a lot, but I don't think it's original anymore. I don't think it has any the spark. The spark is this, and I don't like the graphics, so it is what it is. I lose my train of thought, and I think I was talking about how horrible the companies are, and I'm talking about content problems. That's my opinion on it. It doesn't make it yay or nay, but it's I just when people think that they have to do whatever, play a certain game or do something other than being consistent and making videos and doing being who you are. When they figure then you have to do this in order to, you have to put this tag in, you have to have clickbait and all this other stuff. And I know Nux jokes around about the clickbait all the time, but if you really watch his videos, it is kind of clickbait, but you're going to watch his videos just because it says Nux on it. He just recently did a video about somebody reacting to his video, and because they had Nux in it, that reaction video got a lot of hits. So Nux himself is clickbait. It is what it is. Thank you for joining me. I can't express it enough. How wonderful it is that you join me. If you have a chance, you can watch me talk about what a spaz I am about people in the chat, and I hope that I'm less of a spaz right now, and I hope that it's, like I said, I've said this before, and I can say it now again, is that it's you have 100% of my attention in chat right now. And I know that I know that when I've been the chatter vying for the attention of the streamer, and that I don't really vie for the attention. I'm pretty much just, I try to get to the point where I'm just reacting to whoever's streaming, and I like when they react back to me, and I think that that's great. The kind of the warm fuzzies when that happens. But now I'm small enough that any type of reaction I can give you on my 100% of my undivided attention, which is, I hope that I can achieve that. And then definitely thank you for coming in. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate that. I am going to wrap up the stream. I definitely wanted to talk more about the toxicity and people treating people badly, and how coercion is not consent, and things like that. And I didn't get to it, and I will probably get to it in another stream. I wanted to also talk about, so you found yourself in a I I definitely recognized you, and not that I believe it, I know that to be true. I know that to be an actually true thing. And it wasn't the day that she learned to whistle. I think it was when she was trying to whistle. You made a comment. It wasn't the day before. I think it was like 2 or 3 days before. You made a comment, and she said she's going to practice it, and because she tried it and she failed, and then it came back, and you were on again, and then you made that comment about, have you learned, right? I'm remembering this correctly. How you learned it, and she said no, and then she went and did it, and she actually learned to whistle, right? I think I got that right. Think, see, I've been paying attention. I've been watching those live streams. And I knew I recognized you. I knew it. I knew I recognized you. That's awesome. That's awesome. Please tell me I'm right. But yeah, I'm in there too. I don't know if you've ever seen my comments, and like I said, I kind of swoon every time she reacts to my comments, but she's pretty slick about it too, because she'll just answer it like she's talking to you, and I forget sometimes that it's, there's hundreds of comments coming through, and when she basically either picks out my comment, that's awesome. That is awesome. But when she picks out my comment out of all the things that are going through, and it's sometimes I think she is the master of it. I don't know what I would do if the chat was just scrolling by. But yeah, if all of a sudden she'll pick out a comment, and sometimes I make a lot of comments, so sometimes she doesn't get them, but when she does, she does it like she's just in a conversation with you, a one-on-one conversation. And I always just like almost taken back when she does it, because I instantly want to answer, want to respond to it. I'm like, oh, I get attention. Let me respond to it. But yeah, that was great. That was great. And I actually liked it when she learned to whistle. It was very cute. She needs to practice more, but she definitely did whistle. So I definitely grant her that. So I think she'll get good. I mean, she's got an incredible singing voice, so and her whistling is not too far from that. But yeah, thank you. We're like I said, you'll snatch my attention away all the time. I'm going to probably head out. I can't thank you enough for stopping by, and you definitely make my streams more fulfilling. And it's a really weird dynamic going from when I'm just running without anybody in the chat, and it always, I have to admit, it definitely feels empty. It definitely feels when I don't understand, when I don't know the responses and stuff like that, of how I can't gauge the topic of where I'm going, and as you can tell, I am I'm stream of consciousness just goes into the stratosphere, and I can go all over the place on anything, and it actually kind of helps me focus in on certain things when somebody's in chat. And so thank you for it. I think my stream improved tenfold. So it's I give you full credit for helping me have a successful stream. And I hope anybody who's watching this now from the recording enjoys it, and we're all here to have fun. So it's basically this is our fun time. But I'm gonna go. I swear I'm leaving, and Matt, have a wonderful night. Have an incredible day, and like I said, thank you for stopping by. And I'm going to end this like I end all especially the live streams and everything like that, with a big old cool beans. And I'll see you later. All right, take care, Matt. Take care. And we're live. Let's see if I can fix this a bit. All right. Bring it down a bit. There we go. I don't know how streamers do it. I don't know how. IMLs came on real quick, did an hour and a half, and was like, I'm so sorry it was so short. And I'm like, going, an hour and a half, that's a lot for me. I have done 2-hour streams. I don't know what I would do with it making I think in my description I say that I ramble on too long, but I can't imagine people doing 11, 12-hour streams, or even regularly doing 5-hour streams, 6-hour streams like most of them do. It's a lot. It takes a lot. And even though these are unplanned and I'm kind of just shooting off the cuff most of the time, I'm really just kind of in awe over it. Maybe I do need to plan a little bit better. Maybe we can plan. Obviously it wouldn't be unscripted, but it is what it is. I have been doing a lot of the live streams, which is what unscripted really, where unscripted is, and I have yet to go back into those streams and take out clips and stuff like that, so that people don't get a lot of the kind of the dead air that I produce sometimes, and or get the thought that I was trying to convey, and because I probably go to many different thoughts. Let's I was going to like do advice or talk about how I am in a reverse harem, or how I handle having multiple waifus. When I first started down this rabbit hole, and I think my simp song is probably the clearest, even though it talks about buying figurines. The song is about buying figurines. It really is kind of like a what happened, because I originally just wanted one, to have one waifu, and one VTuber waifu, and I was just going to be following that one, and somehow, some way, I don't know, I can't even explain it. Um, I find myself following a lot, um, and I I know that I have an addictive personality. It's one of the reasons why I stopped drinking, because I like drinking way too much, and the difference between watching VTubers and drinking is that um, watching VTubers doesn't seem to be detrimental to my health. It does. I am definitely streaming less from watching them, but then again, I was watching them before I started streaming, so you know, is is my live streams interrupting my waifu watching or not? Um, if you follow the parodies, if you know, or just it, I don't know if I should be suggesting watching more of my videos and especially watching my singing. Oh, that's what I could talk about too. I'll talk about singing, but watching more of my singing. Um, but it's anybody who has any you know um, you know multiple videos of mine, especially with where the VTubers are, knows that I've done a video for everyone in V Shoujo. But you can actually follow. There's a how it all transitions, and why why some of the songs were picked, and then of course there's Mayumi, who I've done the most. Um, she's gotten the most parodies out of me, and but it always goes in waves. I've definitely obviously if I've done a parody, um, I kind of consider kind of consider that VTuber my waifu. Um, so let's talk about my singing. I it has been I've gotten lots of really wonderful comments, and there's been some people who actually enjoy my singing, which I'm you know shocked and amazed, and I'm glad that you enjoy the singing. You definitely enjoy it more than I do, so it's that's something, right? Um, the but why am I singing? I can't sing. I have bad hearing. All this other stuff, and the main reason, and this is well, I do everything on this channel for me. It's like my own personal therapy type of deal, and to get things out. And but the main reason is that I want to be walking the walk when I say things like, you can do whatever you want, you can have whatever you want, and there's work that's involved in it. I mean, I know that it probably seems like, especially because I um, am one take. I only do one take. You get whatever. Once I hit the record button, whatever comes out, that's what I post up. And that is a little bit easier, but the main reason I do that is not because I don't want to put out a better video. Is because if I listen to my songs, and that's all of them, I don't even have an exception to that rule. If I listen to my songs, I'm going to want to do a second take. And the problem with doing a second take is it's just like the first take. Once I listen to it, one take and done, is because I wanted to publish the videos. If I just sang and made videos that I never published, I wouldn't consider myself a singer. So I kind of like applying my rules of writing. Like the first rule of writing is to write. There's has nothing to do with structure, has nothing to do with what you're actually writing, but in order to call yourself a writer, you have to write. So in order for me to call myself a singer, I have to sing. So that's what all those songs are. That's everything with it. Somebody was actually saying like, singing like that is easy, and I hate to admit it, it's very difficult for me. It, because I know it's only one take, and whatever I get, I get. I try to produce the best song in that one take that I possibly could with the tools that I have. Um, listening to um, listening to uh, my playback, I try to like fix it, and some of the songs have technical issues. I even hate technical issues, but placement issues of where the mic is, to where the music's coming out of, to where I'm standing and singing, and how that correlates in and of itself. And um, it's it's definitely a lot of work. But why this still doesn't? I still haven't answered the why I'm singing. And the main reason why I'm singing is because when I was little, um, well, when I was very little, I was told that I was the reincarnation of Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors, and I thought I was going to be a singer. And then when I actually heard music, when I had music, especially listening to not the music that everybody else was playing, listening to other music, and when I heard that music, I was absolutely astounded by it, and especially because it was very different than the I listened to mostly classical as a child. The classical music, and how those non-opera, rock and roll, how that actually affected my life. And when you're a child, I don't know if this still holds true to people who were growing up, but all adults, every single adult that I've ever met, always asked, "What do I want to be when I grow up?" No matter what. And I can't even remember a time in my life that I did not hear that question. Um, I don't think a month went by when I didn't hear that question from somebody. And for a period when I was younger, I said that I wanted to be Barry White, because even though I was the reincarnation of Jim Morrison, I wanted to be my own thing. And it's kind of weird to say this because you um, going my own way meant imitating another singer, and that was Barry White. But I was telling everybody I wanted to be a singer, and I wanted to be a black singer as well, because I liked the soulful voice, I liked the blues, I liked um, uh, I loved rhythm and blues, and Motown and all that stuff. And Barry White at the time, um, my exposure was very limited. Barry White at the time seemed like you know, that was, the height. That was the place to achieve, was his status, his level. And of course, when I was a child and very young, I definitely not a bass in my voice. I still don't have a bassy voice. Um, I think I have some bassy in me, but not enough. And um, also my hearing loss, where Barry White is concerned, I could hear him clearly. So um, tenors and stuff like that, I tended to, even baritone voices, I tend to only get like a sampling of them. But Barry White's voice, I heard clear as a bell, and I think that that's why it resonated with me so much, um, voice wise, and blues and jazz and all that. All of that was just basically, musically was very opening, beyond the classical music. And and I did listen to the the music of my era as well, the rock and roll and stuff like that, and heavy metal, and all that music was all permeating around pop, you know the pop music and stuff like that. It was all there, but it was that's why I wanted to. I always I said to many people that I was going to be a lead singer in a band. Um, I had voice lessons. Um, I had not only that, I had singing coaches. I went through a whole ordeal, and like I said, I my hearing loss is one of the main reasons why most of them gave up on me. And I've been told many times that I should think of something else. I should have a backup plan, because I'm not going to be a singer. And so why am I singing now? At the ripe old age of 50. Um, I think that it has to do with the fact that um, one of the things I tell people is, to discover yourself and discover what you want to do, and discover it. So I'm not telling people that, you will instantly, because you want to be a singer, you will instantly be great. Obviously, if you listen to my songs, you know that I'm not that. And also the amount of work that I put towards it. Um, I think that I have been told that I actually sing better when I'm not doing the way I'm doing it. Um, but recording and stuff like that, I think that I think I overthink it when I'm recording myself, and instead of just letting it happen. And I'm going to try, and I I kind of feel sorry for anybody who watches them when I do that. Try not to overthink it. Try not to correct, make the corrections that I'm I'm trying to hit notes and tones and things that I can't feel or hear, um, until I listen to it, and then when I listen to it, I can hear and feel it being off, so I want to change it. And what I feel is off, because my voice is not like it's like when you have a different singer singing the same song. Yes, the original singer, obviously they sing it the best that it is because they're the original singer of the song. But when you think of things like, and I'm going to use people who can actually sing as examples, Dolly Parton's "Always Love You." Uh, when she sings it in as Dolly Parton, and when Whitney Houston sung it, she sung it as Whitney Houston, and you know it's the same song. The notes are all the same. The feeling's all there, but Whitney's got a different voice than Dolly Parton, and um, what I'm trying to say is that when I hear the song back that I'm singing, I don't I don't hear when I'm singing it and I'm making corrections. I don't hear my voice because obviously I don't hear it. But when I play it back, there's my voice, and whether I'm on note or on tune, it's not like I don't hear the original singer singing back, and it's like I said, there's a lot of it's hard to describe how much actually goes into it, but in any case, and then that we get what we get is that's part of my rules. You sing it once and we get what we get. But I don't want people to misinterpret doing whatever you want without work, without putting effort into it, without attempting it. Because obviously, if I just say, "Oh yeah, if you want to be a singer, why don't you just sing?" Because you can do that. But if you don't put forth any effort towards singing, beyond the I don't like to listen to myself, or because I hate to listen to myself, but beyond the embarrassment or whatever it is you feel that's stopping you from doing what you want to do, I still think that you have to be aware that sometimes there's a lot of work and a lot of effort needs to go into singing. Um, some people have been, I yeah, I should. I know that I should preference, the people who praise my songs, and I adore you for it, and I thank it for it, and it holds a lot. That holds a lot of weight. In fact, I like to think in those terms more than the people who offer criticism. But there have been people who've offered criticism, and again, it's their opinion, not not what it has nothing to do with what it is. It's their opinion of my singing, and cringe has come up, and that's the song wasn't right for you, or everything like that. There's a lot of that, and I even have to admit that when I hear it, I can hear the cringe, I can hear the missed notes, I can hear me singing off key, I can hear a lot of the mistakes that I make when singing a song. And then there's the actual mistakes, the actual blatant mistakes, which is timing. I've made timing mistakes. I've sang wrong verses. I've done a lot of different other errors, which I've held notes that I wasn't supposed to hold. I've not held notes that I was supposed to hold. I just I do I there's no perfect. I have no perfect song, not yet. Maybe it might happen, but I have no perfect song that I've sang in one take, from beginning to end without some sort of error. And some of them have major, you know some of them have subtle errors and stuff like that that probably can even just take as like, oh, that was Sean meant to do that. But monotone singing is something that I think, with a lot of the songs, um, you know, tempo, one is another blatantly obvious mistakes that I make when singing the song. I have mumbled, um, during songs, which I kind of go, oh, why did I choose to do that as opposed to singing, as opposed to, you know, at least making sure that the lyrics were very clear of what I was saying. And I don't know why that's happened, but they happened in some of the songs. Um, but yeah, the main reason that I do it is so that I can be the example. You know, I talk a good game, but am I the example of that game that I talk? And so I don't want to be the one who just talks the talk. I want to walk the walk. And so I wanted to be a singer. I sang. The songs have definitely evolved. I'm now writing a lot of parodies, and writing is definitely one of my um, stronger avenues, and being creative in that respect. The writing of the lyrics is, for me, that's very easy. I know for some people it can be extremely hard and extremely difficult to do, and I I try not to take that for granted, because there are people who can sing without any, you know, out any prep or any, doing vocal work, or have to practice. I practice a song 2 3 times before I even hit the record button, just so that I can get like kind of like loosened up a little bit, especially vocally. And um the it's it sometimes it seems like it pays off, and sometimes I couldn't even tell. I mean, I have one song. In fact, I think there is only one song that I've ever sang without a prep beforehand, and it was the one. It's called Offline, and it was the One Headlight from the Wallflowers. Um, and that song, that was written, recorded, um, and done in under 10 minutes. So, and published in under 10 minutes. And that song, yeah, it came out. My worry about, the thing of why I always practice is because I was, thinking like, oh, I wouldn't be able to get it. And doing that attempt, I was realizing that maybe a lot of my practices are better than, um they're better the they are better than the actual recorded song. And because I guess I'm psyching myself out, type of thing, which is okay. Well, I thought I turned notifications off. It's okay. It does what it's supposed to do in that respect. Um, Getting back to the waifus, because talking about songs and singing, and it's I think I've been rehashing it. Ah, let me finish with this, with the singing. So yeah, so it evolved into doing pretty much a lot more parodies. I switched from singing the covers, to singing parodies. And like I said, I don't want to. That is, writing the lyrics definitely is easy for me than most. I guess for most people struggle with that. And if you're struggling with that, ask me. I'll help you out. I can, I I can produce lyrics like you wouldn't believe, especially if I know the music. Um, but the writing of the parodies is nice, but I think um, eventually, because nobody really goes back and um, reviews the songs and stuff like that. I have some lyrics that I've written, and because the music that it's set to is copyright claimed, and this, I might take those lyrics that I've written and not have it be a parody song and actually write my own music to it. And that's the evolution. That's where I'm going. That's where I intended to evolve to. I had some musician friends and stuff like that, and people who do write music all the time offer, and I have reached out to them actually a lot because it's where it's what I wanted Loud Noises 3 to actually become. Loud Noises 3 was supposed to be, Loud Noises 1 was all covers, and then Loud Noises 2 was, some covers, but mostly parodies. And then Loud Noises 3 was supposed to be original songs or taking the parody songs and setting them to original music. And because if I have my own original music or somebody writes original music for me, it can't be copyrighted claim, and because they don't own my lyrics, so poo-poo on them. And but also I have a lot more lyrics. Like I think that this is where people think, because I tend to write parody songs kind of on the fly and try to get those out quicker. There is also I have a backlog of over 200 songs with lyrics and stuff like that, and usually and a lot of original lyrics uh, that if I could put it to a song, I would. But yeah, and still do some covers and still do some parodies and parodies of songs and stuff like that. But I wanted three to actually be majority of original music and original songs, and um, I have not done that. And the people who were offering to play music and stuff like that for me or to write music for me have not come through either, and um, I am still kind of like, what should I do now? So I'm going to self-teach myself how to write music. A lot of the music is probably going to be very similar, very the same um, type of deal. I'm not going to write rap. I If you watched any of my rap videos that I've done so far, I've only done two. You will see that I am not a rapper, and I intend to keep it that way. I think rapping is not one of my stronger points, but I might rap in it. You never know. You never know how videos go. It depends on how the music flows. And good news, bad news, and that is I'm still not I was about to say I'm not a singer. I'm still not very good at singing. Um, I I I am a singer, but I'm still not very good at singing, and I would love for people who can sing um, to. I would love if somebody offered to when they hear the original song. I would definitely offer, set up a karaoke for them, um, and since it would be my music, um, they they can do whatever they want with it. The I know how music's supposed to go. So, and like I said, it's gonna probably be very um, the music. If I write decent music, I might have like 15, 20 songs, pretty much with the same music, or reversed, or you know jumbled around, but pretty much this it'll probably once I get the music that I actually like listening to, and I want to set lyrics to it, I will I will do it that way. I am not, or I'm going to try to keep it writing lyrics for the music that I write, as opposed to writing music to the lyrics that I've written. Um, so that's one of the things that is it's I will we'll see how that goes. The So now we can switch to my waifus. Now I've been definitely treating um how I've been juggling, you know, my my addiction to VTubers um in a really strange way, because it it happened. Like I said, I wanted to basically have a one one VTuber that I watched always, and with them collabing and stuff like that, and doing things with other people, and people in their community are also VTubers and stuff like that, and doing their own thing. It's kind of like I said, it's a rabbit hole that I fell down, and I don't know. I don't wouldn't say it was a bad thing. It's just kind of a um overwhelming, I think, is what it is. And I know that I talk about my limited time that I have to give, because half I have to spend half my free time doing stuff in the real world, and then a third of my day is devoted to work. And yes, things are going to probably change a little bit, but it's still going to be probably about a third. A third of my life will be devoted to work, and then you'll have the third of my life devoted to sleep, and leaving me with just the third left. And I can't make videos and watch VTubers. So if I'm only spending an hour or two watching VTubers, how much can I dedicate towards that, um, and make it kind of fulfilling. That's one of the it is one of the reasons why I wanted just one, because when they're not on, I can spend the rest of my time doing you know projects like streaming, or creating, or building. And I'm definitely working on another project on top of it. Like I said, it's only half my free time. So let's say that there's 8 hours. Oh, how 8 hours would be really wonderful to have. If I have 8 hours of free time, 8 hours of free time every day, um, if I spend half of it watching VTubers and supporting my waifus, and that leaves me with 4 hours for everything else. But if I start becoming more of an artist, it's going to basically dip into um, my VTube watching. Now, the 4 hours, do I split those 4 hours between my channel and basically my self promotion and my expression, my artistic online presence, or do I um, spend it all you know kind of being the quirky, wacky person that I am, with supporting my waifus. And it's really it. I am definitely, as they call, threading the needle on this one, and I'm not doing a very good job threading the needle. Um, so how am I going to do this is the plan, and how am I going to set this up is definitely, how it is. I don't see myself going back to just being in one single community. Yes, I have to admit there is one community that I'm very partial to, and I adore that community um, more than anything. And they know who they are, and they know that I love them very much. Um, and I, so they definitely get the community, not necessarily the waifu. The community gets it, that kind of gets more priority over the other communities. But I definitely see that um, the bigger. And I think it's great that a lot of the VTubers, when I first started watching them, had very few followers and stuff like that. And when I was around, um, and I could be kind of like, I did kind of slack off, and did not, devote a lot of support to them, which I kind of feel guilty about in that respect. But regardless of my participation, a lot of the waifus have basically blown up, and they're their own entity, and they're doing their own thing. And um, I don't adore them any less. I don't, you know, I don't, um, I'm not jealous or envious or anything like that. I do, I don't want to say that I miss it, but I like the personal interactions more. But then again, that's me being selfish, and um, when somebody's dealing with thousands of followers or subscribers, or wherever we call them, and I'm just one of thousands. Of course, I'm going to get less time than when there's less than 100. Um, and of course, I'm going to be less noticed, and I'm going to be more in the pool, as it was, as opposed to um, what where my interactions with them. I could just pretty much just shoot the breeze, and I understand that that's gone. So that's what I miss. But their success, I'm so happy that that there's so much success, and that they can make a living um, doing this. And you know I I think that it's absolutely awesome. And if our paths completely diverge, and this will be with the now up and comings, and now the ones that are up and coming that I'm following, because you know I tend to be more attracted to the not smaller is such a wrong word, and I'm trying to think of what it is, but the less established. I tend to be more attracted to the less established, because I tend to get more out of it personally. And but I would love for them to become established. I would love for them to be, you know, where the premier ones who've been doing it for years. I would love for them to get to those points. And I have to understand where I am in that hierarchy. Now I'm poor, so I can't donate money And if I did have any type of extra cash or anything like that, you know, I have so many other projects that I'm doing on in my life that it's like I don't have spare. There is no spare change in my life to devote to my waifus. Which, if that's the deal breaker, you know, not obviously if that was the deal breaker with any of the waifus that I follow, um, they it I wouldn't be their waifu. I'm not their waifu. They wouldn't be my waifu anymore. It would, the connection, maybe not severed completely, but the connection would definitely be less, and even less than what it currently is. Where if they're very established, you know, and you know they're pretty much their own industry. My role, my fitting in is not determined by how much I donate and give or buy. If the money was there, if I was independently wealthy and I didn't have a you know you know basically a soul sucking job that I only keep because I'm surviving. Obviously, if I had a lot of extra money, I would quit my soul sucking job because I don't like doing it. So it's that's you know that's really how it works. you know, um, you know the amount that YouTube would have to pay me in order for me to quit my soul sucking job would not give me extra money to support waifus and stuff like that. It would be money that I have so that I can basically work less or feel obligated to work as much as I'm currently obligated to do. Um, the um, but yeah, so I tried to I've had to like actually kind of set down some of my ground rules, and I think if anybody's watching this, if you have your own ground rules, I would love to hear them. Like I said, these are currently in practice. What I'm about to say is currently in practice by me, on how I'm dealing with my situation. But like I said, if somebody has better, I'm definitely not the be all end all and on the authority on waifus and how to deal with waifus. I call this, like I mentioned in the last stream, I call this the reverse harem, as opposed to the gender swap that most people call a reverse harem, especially where anime is concerned, where the main protagonist is female instead of male, and usually with male members of their harem, um, is considered a reverse harem, and it's actually a tag for reverse harem. So that's the establishment. But I've always seen what a reverse harem would be males and females, but people who have harems, that one person is part of many harems, belongs to many harems. So my waifus is my harem is not just the waifu themselves. My harem is my the harem that I belong to. I belong to a harem with with the head being the waifu. So I'm in the harem, and I belong to multiple harems, and that's a reverse harem. So if that makes sense. It's not. I'm not leading the harem at all. I'm not the main. You know, the waifus are not solely in the harem with the other waifus, competing. They're not, and they're definitely not competing for my attention. I'm competing for their attention within their harems. Reverse, reverse. So multiple harems set per by one person, and my gender doesn't matter, and their gender doesn't matter. So it literally is a reverse harem. You know, mostly harems were considered wives, so it would be like the wife, and that's gender, so it's the wrong word, but we're going to use that. We're going to use it's the one of the many wives, but not only that, she's now being with many other wives in multiple other harems. Um, my my waifu list, I have never, you know, I think I've made it. It's not a secret as far as VTubers are concerned that my first VTuber waifu was Project Melody, and I've kind of watched her grow from being a you know um, uh, almost she's an industry in of herself now. But I watched it grow from kind of being this computer program that glitched out and liked to watch hentai, and I followed her onto actually several different platforms, some adult, and enjoyed watching her very much all the time. She's always been a lot of fun to watch, and follow the streams. I've participated in a lot of them. I watched the science team get developed and become what it is now. I think that I don't know why. I think that because I was not a donor or in financially in giving her the leg up, that I've never felt like I belonged to her harem, but I'd always considered her my waifu. Um, I, I think it was almost a year, um, since I started following her. Yeah, it was almost a year that she started up a thing, kind of her own little talk show with two other VTubers, Silvervale and of course Iron Mouse, and they started this thing called the Lewdcast, which I was all in on the Lewdcast. The Lewdcast was absolutely fantastic, and I kind of actually miss it. Um, I saw what they wanted to do, and I saw the direction that it was going in, and I thought it was a great direction. And then it feels like it just abruptly stopped at some point. And there was probably lots of stuff going on. Obviously, V Shoujo happened, and it just kind of went into limbo. And I miss Lootcast. I thought Lootcast was awesome, but because of Lootcast, um, I branched out even further, um, from that, and picked up both Iron Mouse and Silvervale, and was watching them, you know, trying to basically juggling between the three, and um, but mostly as a viewer. I don't know why. Yeah, this is kind of really a weird thing. Even though there was always a chat, even though there was always um, like a way to participate, and I did participate sometimes, but a lot of the times I would actually just sometimes I'd watch it live, but for the most part I'd watch the replay of it. I would watch catch it when I could catch it. So I really wasn't active in as a I was treating them more like was treating VTubers more like like an anime show. This is my entertainment. I was watching it. It's just me. Things that were going on in chats and stuff like that. You know, like I said, I was watching. I watched their communities grow, and it's probably one of the reasons why I never felt like I was part of their communities at all. In fact, um, even when I started doing this, which was supposed to be a whole different thing, and it was supposed to be a one and done. It's the reason why this is a separate channel from. I have, surprisingly enough, I have two channels, and I wanted them to be two separate channels because one was the patron saint of mediocrity, and now I have this, and I'm now going, should I just merge that other channel that's just basically sitting there dead with this channel, or should I just leave it? And I've basically just been leaving it. I mean, it's an old channel. And this channel was supposed to be something completely different than what it became, but I was going to just use it for my birthday this year. And that was it. It was supposed to be a one and done. It was supposed when I actually, I was actually working on trying to get you see Cuda here. This is when it was just the child before they named Grogu on the show and everything like that. I decided that I needed my own Baby Yoda child, and I took this, and then instead of saying it was a boy, I made Cuda is female, and she is not Grogu. See, she's got her cute little purple dress on, so she is not Grogu. She is Cuda. And I was going to have her. I was going to carry her in one of the baby carries. I think she fits in. I think when I was going to buy it, it was actually going to be a small dog thing because she's tinier than the baby carriers. The baby carriers would actually allow. So I was going to walk around Walt Disney World with Cuda right here, and I was going to have a camera with her, and I was going to stream live my 50th birthday because I was going to attempt to do it's the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World. It was going to be my 50th birthday, so I was going to do it on my birthday, and I was going to attempt to do 50 rides in one day for my birthday. And that was how I was going to celebrate my birthday. And I was going to stream the whole thing. And it all kind of went south because of COVID, and it got destroyed. But I said I should still shoot something. And I did not do a constant stream. I only did short videos, and I didn't do any lengthy, any videos of length or anything like that. So it was just kind of like there, and that's how this whole thing started. I was already watching VTubers, already had waifus and everything like that, and everybody was calling. It's funny because I even now call it me falling down the rabbit hole. I think I never fell down the rabbit hole up until that point. I loved the videos. I loved people made clips of the videos and everything like that. And VTubers became huge. I knew that they were going to be huge. I knew that it was going to be a big thing, and I didn't realize at the time how many people up and coming people would become VTubers themselves. That still right now amazes me on the basically the industry of VTubing. That even I even considered it for a period of time of doing it, and I don't know, it's seems a little much for me, and it also I think is off brand for me. I might I'm not going to say never say never. Um, I'm still open to it. I've even considered, I've been talking to people and stuff like that in different communities on what it takes and the rigging and um, the model making and everything like that. And I, uh, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a very practical, effects person. I had a business in California that was practical special effects. I I don't do computerized. I use computers all the time, but I don't do computerized. I'm not a CGI person. I don't do things in that realm, and I'm actually very envious and very jealous of people who do it. I think that that's an incredible talent that people have. Um, I might I might delve into it. I might see if my actual physical drawings and stuff like that can be translated into um, CGI renderings and CGI works and stuff like that, or if I have to basically draw it first, put it in there, and pretty much trace over um, the drawing itself, and see if I can actually create something in that nature. And maybe I can do it that way and create my models that way. The T pose or whatever it is that you do for models is just like amazing to me too, and it's just like, okay, well there's definitely set standards and stuff like that, and I tend to not follow the rules, which I got where this is concerned. If I ever became a VTuber, it's something that I would definitely follow. VTuber, and then probably a human VTuber, and then from that to whatever my true form is, something like that, something of that nature. Um, so something I don't know. I was talking about where I was with the waifus, but yeah, I mentioned definitely Mayune, and I found her and her community. And like I said, I shouldn't probably talk about which community I love the most, but there it is. I've said it. Um, my involvement up until that point, till discovering my uni, with the potential or the impact of VTubing on my life, did not change. I did not fall down the rabbit hole until I found Mayuni. And I've said this to the chat. I've said this um, even in Discord and stuff like that. But it's all been within the community, and maybe it seems like I wasn't sincere, I guess sincere, but it seemed like I was kind of pandering to them at the time. And but the truth of the matter is, it is what it actually is. I stepped into her Twitch stream. I didn't even have Twitch before I met her. She was doing a challenge, and I decided, she was, I think of it more at the time of um kind of like a horse race. She was doing a challenge. There was a bunch of other competitors and everything like that. and I went down to the races, and I picked my favorite, and she was my pick to win it. And I had no idea her history. I had no idea um, what she even posted. I saw her passingly, but I was pretty much just sticking to the group of VTubers that I was watching. And it's actually kind of funny because Iron Mouse was actually asked to do this challenge, and she was, that's who I was going to follow through it. And she turned it down, and for valid reasons, and I totally understand why. You know doing a never ending stream, especially me. I'll use me as the example. If somebody said, Sean, you want to do a never ending stream, I would be like, I cannot fucking possibly do that. That's impossible. um, a 5 hour stream, 5 hours stream for me would be an extremely long time, an extremely long stream. I mean, I just hit an hour, and I'm like looking to wrap this up. So I it's kind of like, can you imagine like me thinking like 5 hours is a long time to be streaming, and here it is, the challenge the challenge that was asked was to be, to basically keep streaming until you're the last one standing, which is what the challenge was. And I, I'm, I like I said, maybe it's just the shock and awe of the whole thing. But yeah, so um, I was going to watch this craziness and this insanity, and I needed a person that to basically kind of like bet on, and I picked Mayuni, and so had to I had to create a Twitch account, which is funny because IMS had a Twitch account, and I wasn't watching her on Twitch, so I wasn't seeing most of her live streams because I was just watching her on YouTube. And the same thing with Melody, and the same thing with even Silvervale. Like all these people had Twitch streams that I just didn't want to do Twitch. I had already just quit Facebook, and Twitch was affiliated with Facebook, and I was just like going, I've already had enough of freaking Facebook bullshit. So why would I want to do Twitch? Why would I want to have an account on Twitch? And I still kind of feel that way with Twitch, but I pretty much just watch VTubers on Twitch, and that's all I use it for. The what do you call? Yeah, so I created the account basically as to watch because these were long live streams, and the person hosting it, which was Nux Taco, wasn't going to be live streaming their live streams, so I couldn't watch. He was going to basically just feed them for use this for content so that he can have prize money for videos in the future. So that, setting that aside, now you have this craziness going on, and I had to watch, in order to participate in the challenge, as it were. I had to basically set up a Twitch stream. So I Twitch account, and so I set up the Twitch account, found my uni, and started watching, and instantly, this is how I fell down the rabbit hole. Instantly, she told me welcome home, and in I would say before I could even I know I didn't even say, you know, thank you or anything like that. Um, there was one of the people in chat who basically just, you know, gifted me a sub, you know, saying, "Oh, you're new here. Let me gift you a sub." I haven't literally didn't even, you know, say hi and, you know, um, you know, how we going to, you know, what's going on with the Stream-A-Thon and everything like that. And I was already like, you know, welcomes, you know, everybody just, you know, so loving, so caring, and everything like that. And you know, um, I actually, I actually started crying. Um, and I said hi to everybody, and I was, you know, being my usual self, but they could only see the text messages. They couldn't see me in person, like just basically being a big blubbering, you know, absolute mess. And I completely had forgotten because she'd only literally just started the never ending stream. Um, she only literally it literally just started. So I completely forgotten that this was a um I think she started early too. So she literally was just she just got on. You know, I saw the video, you know, talking about this and him and Nux trying to get these get the people in there, and I picked her, and I was basically like a cheerleader. That's all I thought I was going to do, but I've completely forgotten that, you know, that this is what this is, that this is, you know, going to not stop. This was going to continue on. And I just basically became part of it, and I was already crying like a madman, and, you know, being a blubbering idiot, and, you know, just just the just that feeling. And I didn't even know when this happened. I didn't even know that this is what I was looking for. I was always seeing this as kind of a business, and, you know, this is my entertainment. This is where I come to basically unwind from my crappy day. And, you know, it's um, the anime shows that were coming out were kind of craptastic, and, you know, just absolutely awful. It's been like that for, you know, pretty much the entire pandemic. And it was basically that this filled that void this year. I mean, this is all this year. I mean, I haven't been doing this channel for over a year, and I went completely down. Now I had always I I didn't stop watching um, Melody, Iron Mouse, Silver Veil, and by this time they were already be shojo, and so that they were already, you know, there was Fruit and Zendrea and, you know, a lot of other people that are was what Nanners. I always talk about, you know, it's the big seven. Um, right? I think it was five to begin with. Was it? It was Iron Mouse, Project Melody, Silver Veil, Nanners. Fruit was with Hime, um, and Zendrea. Yeah, so the first five to come out of each JoJo was um, Iron Mouse, um, Iron Mouse, Project Melody, Nanners, Silver Veil, and Zendrea. So that's it. That's the five that came out, and then almost instantly, both Fruit and Hime were added, and then the first addition to Vishojo was Bebe, and I have each of them got a song. So each of them got a song before I found Mayune. And so they were all, that was like all set, and I still kind of paid attention to it. I definitely have, a really soft spot for Melody and Iron Mouse and Silver Veil because of Bloodcast, but definitely, all in with all of them. So that's pretty much my reverse harem. These are my waifus as it was. But yeah, Miyuni came in after that, and I because I went down the rabbit hole with Miyuni. I was actually thinking that I should just have one. Um, it The streamathon went on for almost 2 weeks. I believe 13 days, and then Mayuni continued it after it. So I was very spoiled that no matter what time of day, no matter what I was doing, she was always live. Um, and I got very close with the community, especially because she had to sleep and stuff like that. So there was lots of streams with her just sleeping. I even have a song that's all that talks about that, because timing wise, the free time that I had tended to be during the times that she was sleeping, and then I would get very lucky sometimes and have streams where she was up, but I could easily just when I had to sleep, I could go to sleep, and and it would be there when I woke up before I went to work, and so I thought it was a really I became very spoiled with that. And yes, Miyuni took up all of the free time that I was allowing, because I was already trying to do other projects and stuff like that, and everything like that. But she took up the time, and it was really nice to, it was kind of like I got sent off to work, and sent off to bed, and or sent off to bed, then sent off to work, and and then welcomed home when I got home from work. So it was a really nice thing that I had, until the stream ended. And I did, the fastest song that, because to tie this all back to what I was talking about with singing, she got 7 songs out of me, and the the song that I wrote, when the stream ended, and not just the streamathon, but the actual her never ending stream, when it finally ended, um, I I was I was heartbroken. I didn't even know what to do, because now the times that she was streaming tended to not be when I was available to watch it, and it definitely interrupted. I was trying to like make it so that I can figure out when the times that she was on, so that I can have at least a little bit of time, but she would stream all into the night, and I could only stay up for so long, and very very hard, very difficult for me to continue. I definitely stuck with the community, and um, trying to make it work and everything like that. And because I was now on Twitch, and there were up and coming streamers, that I could actually, when talking in chat and stuff like that, it was almost an instant reaction, and that fills a need. And I'm not saying that any of them, Project Melody has actually made comments, things that I've said. Iron Mouse is definitely, she's even showed my video and almost got DMCA'd because she played the Iron Mouse video, and I almost feel bad. Well, I shouldn't say almost. I actually feel, here I am. All I want to do is be helpful. All I want to do is do good things. And yes, a copyright claim video, any of the copyright claim videos that I have from me singing, I have full reign. I'm not getting paid for this, so it doesn't matter to me if it's copyright claimed. Somebody else is making money on it. Somebody else can put ads in it and have complete control over it, over what people watch. It doesn't matter to me. When somebody reviews my videos, that's where it freaking matters. And that's the reason, that is definitely the reason why I want to go to original music. Because even the videos that I have that aren't copyright claimed, and as always, you can always tell which is a copyright claim video from a non-copyright claim video, because my copyright claim videos all have thumbnails. It's not me. I do not appear in it, and it has to have my face, because somebody was thinking that I have one, my apology, my cursed apology video, that one, it's a picture from the neck down. That's actually not me either. It's not a picture of me at all, but some people actually think it's me, and I will say, it has to show my face. If it shows my face, it's not, there's no claim on it. If it doesn't show my face in the thumbnail, and this is just for the songs, if it doesn't show my face in the video, it's been copyright claimed. Everything else, that has nothing to do with music or singing or anything like that. Those are all free for people to, edit and do what they want. There's no claim on it at all. You can, any music or anything like that in them, I've made sure that there's no claim on that. But just with the songs are concerned, yeah, no face in me is in the thumbnail. And the first thing you see of the video, it's got a copyright claim on it. And I'm actually been tempted to go through and mark in copyright claim as the first thing, or put copyright claim in the title, because I think like I said, I'm almost heartbroken, because most of the parodies that I did for the V Shoujo members, because they all got them, almost all of them, except for some, I think Vebe's and Silver Veils, and Mama Veil. I think Mama Veil, because I did one for Mama Veil as well. There's I'll consider her part of I'll consider her part of the V Shoujo members. But yeah, Mama Veil, yeah, and Mama Veil. I think those are the only three out of all of them. Oh, if I go outside of it, then Snuffy doesn't have it, and there's a few others that doesn't have it, and I've been careful since Iron Mouse. One of the problems I actually have partially written, I haven't finished it, and I'm actually just thinking about singing it in English. I did a Despacito parody, but that's copyright claimed as well. So I think that's one of the reasons why I've been kind of like, because I'm trying to stay away from copyright claim, obviously, for obvious reasons. But yeah, so yeah, I felt really bad when she actually played my video and then it got cut. And thank you, mods, for cutting it. And I'm sorry that I wish I didn't get I would have loved the advertising and how wonderful that is, because I missed the fan video review. I actually never even seen Mousy review my video, which I would have loved. That's what I would have loved to have seen, because it was already taken down before I could see it. And like I said, rightfully so. And doofus me making a video, fan video that would basically DMCA her, and I don't want. That's the last place where I want to. Why would I want to harm my waifu in that respect? So it's something that I have to now. Something I now have to take into consideration from here on in. With my videos, because I don't want people who, especially because this for some of the VTubers, this is their livelihood, and why would I want to jeopardize their livelihood over a silly copyright claim? And so now, even though it never mattered to me before, it matters to me now. And I don't know, I love some of the songs so much that I want to keep them up, but as time wears on, I might even, if I become monetized, I'm probably going to take them all down. Anything with a copyright claim. Where was it? I know it's kind of crappy to do. I could actually do something very similar to this, with like the Hamilton stuff, but I'm not going to play that game. One of the things that happened with my Hamilton King George parodies is that when I look at the copyright claim, they only take the first note, and it's not even. I'm trying to think. It's not even the first note of the song. It's my singing that's claimed, and I could easily change that. Take that out, or just take it out. And have it seem like the video abruptly starts, and lose the copyright claim on it. And it did it for all three videos. All three King George songs that I sang. And I even sang the first one thinking that it was going to be, the whole thing was going to be copyright claimed. And nope, they're only claiming the very beginning of the video. And that's the part that's basically, and I don't even use the same lyric for any of the videos. And that's, I think he uses a "you say," or "they say," or "I say." That part, just it, and then the music actually starts right after that's said. So it's like "you say," and the music starts, and right before the music starts, that's what. If I looked at my copyright claim, that little bit, the "you," is the only thing that Hamilton is claiming from me, and I'm using their freaking music. The music of the video should be, that's the only thing that they should be claiming, because they're my freaking lyrics. It's my voice, and they should have no claim on any of those things. And I think that it's kind of absolutely ridiculous, but if they have the claim on the video, I'm not going to try to dance around it, because eventually they'll find me, and if somebody else is reviewing a video that I claim is not copyright claim, Similar thing happened. I was actually really, really, really like astounded when my first cover. So this is not even their my lyrics. This is their lyrics, owned by a company, and it was owned by Atlantic Records. And if you see my um, uh, House of Pain, my Faster Pussycat House of Pain cover, you'll see that it's copyright claim, but two, um, uh, the original the music was so bad, and my singing was also almost um, inaudible, so you couldn't even really hear it. And there was no copyright claim on it. And I was like going, wow, this is really big of Atlantic Records to allow, a song, even though songs from the 80s. But this is really big of them to allow, one of their artists, who probably makes no money on any of the songs anyway, to basically allow other people to cover or parody this music and everything like that. I was like, well, I was actually like, the first few videos that I made, I was like, wow, there's no copyright claim on any of this stuff. What do they mean? What are they talking about with copyright claims? And I think it was funny because I think the second video I did was Pink's. Was the Pink video, and Wild Hearts Can't Be Broken. And I did that, and that reversed. So now that you can actually hear the music and hear the song, and hear my lyrics and everything like that, that was not copyright claimed. And I'm like going, what is going on? I think it might have been copyright claim later. But I was just like, what is going on with this? Freaking, how do these copyright claims work in this? So yeah, I think the parodies, as cool as the parodies are and everything like that. And yes, I have no problem with giving artists and the people who make the music and the people who are actually playing the instruments in there. I have no problem. Take all the money you want. I'm not monetized. It means nothing to me. But the fact that like somebody else could be affected by this, and a small portion, a small tiny little portion of their video would contain this copyrighted material, and they could lose everything. They make a lot of money on those long videos. I mean, like I said, 5 hours. Can you imagine a 5 hour video and freaking getting freaking all that money that they generated from it just given to somebody because of less than 2 minutes of a video. Copyright claims have also affected my feud with Nux. I mean, my feud with Nux became not vaporware as far as I'm concerned. I was actually kind of looking forward to doing something like that, and I blame him for the parodies, blame him for the evolution of it all, because that was the first parody that I ever did. Was I if you read the rules that I set out, you'll notice that I say I have no idea what the hell I'm doing with these songs. I wrote those. That was written with the Faster Pussycat House of Pain. I completely intended to just sing covers, and not have parodies. My Loud Noises has definitely evolved from that to parodies, and now that I'm realizing how it affects other people, now I want to evolve it again, so that there is no copyright claim, so people could have complete free reign to either destroy me, destroy my singing, or sing my songs and everything like that, because I would love that more than anything. And thank you to the people that didn't copyright claim it to allow something like that to happen. And I'm going to probably, I'm going to give you guys heavier props. Not because, obviously, like I said, I'm not getting paid for this, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter to me. I would sing the copyrighted claim ones all day long. I'll post those all day long. I am in no, I have no trajectory for being monetized anytime soon. I know somebody was like talking about like you can be monetized in 3 freaking weeks. I'm like going, well, my 3 weeks is long since up. My day has already passed. So I I have no trajectory at all for getting monetized. My next goal is 100 freaking subscribers, and I need 1,000 to be monetized, and that's only part of it. But my next goal is 100 subscribers, and I've had that goal, I think since late March, early April. That goal has been on there, and we are now hiding in September. So that's a few months ago. So and I'm sitting at 28 subscribers. So the trajectory of me becoming monetized, not definitely not in 2021, and most likely not in 2022 either. So, but I'm doing it the way I want to do it. So I'm very happy with the way I'm getting subscribers, and I am not doing stupid shit like making videos that will garner people to follow me, because I know for a fact, one, most of the subscribers that I have don't even watch my videos. Two, um uh secondly, um as far as the subscribers that I could garner, and basically farm subscribers, those are the subscribers I don't want these people. I don't want freaking people that are just basically toxic and evil, worthless people looking for a quick thrill. No, I want people that I'm trying to build my community, and I'm very happy keeping it small, keeping it where it's at. It's I'm not about you know me picking up the freaking one idiot who and I still think it's a bot because of the way it works, but it hasn't disliked my videos lately, because I think it's because I'm not regular. I don't regularly stream, and if I'm everybody says pick a time and stream always on that time, and I think because of the I was testing to see if it is a bot. I think because of that is the reason why I don't stream regularly anymore. I'm not consistent anymore. I've basically broken all of those rules. So, and I think even some of my subscribers probably think, what the hell is he freaking, is he freaking still on? Is he still around? Is he still doing his freaking, videos? What is happening? And I've also don't even have my usual videos anymore. I had this is not a test. I'm to basically talk about what's going on with my site. I had Dose of Hope, to basically just do quips, me talking about VTubers and stuff like that. That's what that section should be in a Dose of Hope. I've actually reviewed my videos. I could read comics. I could do whatever I want, because in unscripted is just basically just a live dump, and that's where all the live videos are. That's what this is for. So it is what it is. It does what it's supposed to do. Well, I'm trying to think. What was I talking about again? No, idiots. Yeah. So yeah, creating, building this site. Like I said, it's I when I 7 years ago, and when I first created this channel, I was under the impression that I was going to do this for money. Because I never touched this channel for 7 years until this year, until January 31st is the first time I posted a video on this channel. I wasn't even using this channel. I wasn't even using this channel to watch videos. So like if somebody even, if I made a comment or anything like that in another video, it wouldn't even direct people to this channel. It would direct people to the other freaking channel that, has videos that are 9 years old. And it's, videos that are even older on it. And I think there's only 4 videos on that channel. And, why the hell would, if people are liking and doing whatever they want with that channel, I wouldn't even know. I don't get notifications from it. It has no subscribers. I'm not subscribed to any other channel. I'm only this channel, the one that's active. That's the only one that has subscriptions and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's like I'm doing everything backwards. I'm definitely not doing it the right way, and the way people tell me to do it. But I definitely do not want subscribers basically subscribing because that's the thing to do. It's hip. And I know that once I start getting into the hundreds and stuff like that, subscribers, which is the reason why I set the goal at 100. Once I start getting into the goal of 100 subscribers and people start finding and everything like that, yes, there'll be people like me who find people late or didn't realize they should have subscribed a long time ago. And you're subscribing kind of late, right when the things hitting. But the truth of the matter is that I'm giving people more than enough opportunity to subscribe to me and be a part of the early crew of this, because I know that once I start getting into the hundreds, even after 100 subscribers, I know that these people there's an agenda. There's something beyond what my goal is that these people are subscribing for. And like I said, there definitely probably will be a lot of people that are subscribing for because of the sense of belonging and my wonderful welcoming nature. But for the most part, I definitely see a lot of people subscribing just because, oh, Sean said something funny. Sean made a funny video, or I like this parody video that Sean made. God help them. But they just like this parody video that I made, or I made a parody video of their favorite waifu, and they're subscribing to me to support their waifu, and it's like I don't think that they understand why my channel exists. Why yes, thank you for supporting your waifu and stuff like that, but I'd rather I would want you to be a part of the tribe. I would want you to and I'm working on a name for my community. And when I figure it out, I would probably create that, and maybe I'll use it for Twitch streaming. And that's another thing about finding my unit. I might become a Twitch streamer, only because there are things that I could do with Twitch that I'm obviously not doing with in YouTube. You are just a subscriber. You are not. You're not a community member or part of my my clique type of thing. You subscribe and that's it. That's where it ends. You subscribe. And it's they probably will end up sending you to places where you can donate money to me and stuff like that. And I don't know if I'm still I talk about this, and I talk about like what I would do if I became monetized and I started working towards things like having like coffee or some place to donate, or even a PayPal where people can donate directly to my PayPal or something like that, or a Patreon, or even sponsorships, where I do discount codes. I don't. It is what it is. Basically, it is what it is. I don't know. I would do things like that. That's. I don't want to do things like that, but I would do things like that only because it will help me achieve the goal of not working at my crappy job anymore. After, if I make more money than, if I'm able to catch up on my bills and catch up on my debt and have a little bit of extra spending cash, which I'll probably spend it on waifus. But if I had that, I was at that level where I could actually quit my job. If I was close to that level, I should say, if I was close to the goal of being monetized and realizing that I could probably quit my job, I think I definitely will do that, where people can donate and people can give and people can do and stuff like that. And I really don't want to. I don't want to because I don't want people that are in my situation right now to feel like they, in order to belong, in my community, that they have to basically be giving me money. And it's such a double-edged sword. And it really, if I don't do something like that, I might not be able to stream as much. I might not be able to provide as much, or upgrade my equipment. My equipment's pretty crappy. I mean, like, let's be realistic. I have a 5.5. There you go. That's my microphone. That's it. That's and that's a big purchase for me. That was a $50 microphone. It was a big deal for me. All the rest of my equipment is at least 5 years old. Some of it's over 10 years old. I have my HD camera, which is what I was going to actually do the live streams in Florida with. And because it does have a decent mic on it, is 20 years old. I have equipment that's been around longer than most streamers have been around. I have action figures that are older than most streamers. I mean, I still have Krug down here from Star Trek 2. You know how old that figure is? You know what that figure is? There's books on this. There's books on this shelf that I've had. For decades. I've had it since college. It's 30 years ago. Like I said, I could probably pick out a few books that are basically older than. Here's something. Let's find out what year this was published in, because I bought it when it was published. This is a trade back. There's not even a comic book, so that means it came out years after the comic book came out. Ooh. People don't even, there's probably people out there that don't even know who Alan Moore is. So this trade came out in 1989. And that's when I bought it. So if you were born after 1989, here I am. I'm sitting with a book called V for Vendetta, which was a movie with Natalie Portman and Hugo Weaving. Back when the Wachowskis were brothers. Yeah, I've had that for forever. Okay, I just reached and grabbed the book. I mean, I've Elephant Men, they're fairly new. Mouse. One of the problems with this I think this is the signed one. If it's the signed one, I bought it then. No, I don't have Art's. I don't have Art's signature. I think he did silly things like sign the back page. Nope, he didn't sign the back page. So didn't sign the back page. Didn't sign the front page. Yeah. So this is the unsigned one. So I bought this one probably a few years after it came out. I don't know where my signed one is. I think I lost it. But yeah, this is I have the comic books. Which the comic books came out in 1982. This was also printed in 1989. Actually, no. This was printed. When was this printed? 1997. So not too long ago. Not that bad. This was printed in 1997, but I probably bought this. In 2000. I think I bought this in 2000. Mouse. And I have MetaMouse. MetaMouse is you can't even see it. I have MetaMouse. Which still unused, unopened, untaken out, unput into a computer to read the mouse files. And this, I don't think this was signed either. But this came out years later. I believe this came out. When did this come out? It's a hyperlink DVD. That's a DVD. That's a freaking DVD. Yeah, MetaMouse came out in 2011. So yeah, I think a lot of you were around when MetaMouse came out. Yeah, I love the Art Spiegelman story. Let's talk about something that makes me cry. Yeah. Got Pizzeria Kamikaze, and then I have the comic books. Most of the comic books are from the 70s and 80s. A lot of 80s comics. It is. It is. It is. It is what it is. Um, but yeah. So before I got on the tangent of like how old I am, because I'm an old fart. Let me just smoke a cigarette. You know, I think I talked about smoking and my addiction and everything like that. But I don't think I've ever really described, I'm talking about my addiction to, I have to admit, I do have an addictive personality, and I do have um, I do have a long history of toxic relationships, horrible relationships. And one of the things that, yeah, I know I mentioned bullying a lot and how I hate bullies, but, and, one of the types of bullies that um, I really hate is pretty much the sexual predators bully, the people that, um, if you don't know the definition of coercion, it is, convincing by force and or by threats somebody to engage into whatever activity it is. Um, Coercion towards sexual activity means that you are coercing, by force and or threats, somebody to basically engage in whatever sexual activity that you are basically forced them into. And one of the comments that I've gotten, and I decided not to actually deal with this person directly, um, because one, they were a rando, um, and two, um, I I do not even want to engage in any type of dialogue with a person that would even consider um, coercing a person to do sexual acts on you as okay in any way, shape, or form. Role play, whole different story. I suck at doing that, so I don't even engage in it. But I know people, if that's what they're into and it's already been discussed and it already is part of their play, I totally understand. I do not mean to kink shame anybody, but if it is real coercion, if you are in a position of power and you hold people's jobs, their personal lives, any type of thing over them, and you're basically blackmailing them in order to, um, I guess, assuage your guilt in thinking that, this is now consensual because the person agrees to this under threat or fear of losing, what they were building towards and their goals and stuff like that. Um, I just want you to know how wrong that is, and you are the worst bully that I know of. I mean, all bullies are in that. All bullies, are delve into coercion. And as part of the Me Too movement, I want anybody who is victim of that to understand that it's not that I'm just empathizing with you. I have been a part of that. Um, I have kept jobs and working. I've gotten promotions and bonuses for sexual favors. And I did not like it. I did not want it. But I knew that if I did not do that, I would be financially affected. Um, and I did submit to acts via being forced to it, especially when I was younger, and that had happened more than once, and I was definitely looked on to when I was younger as a pretty face, and they used that against me, and I wish it never happened. I wish it. It. It's taken me a long time to realize that I'm not alone in that, um, and it also has taken me a long time to realize that it is rape. It is rape in its fullest extent. Um, and I carried the shame of it um, for many years. Um, I a therapist that I had, um, and this is probably had nothing to do with me, but also wasn't the only thing that my sessions with them um, pertained, because there was a lot of stuff that happened in my life and a lot of stuff that I was dealing with. And um, my therapist committed suicide when we were getting into the really awfulness of human nature and humankind, and my survival of it all. Um, I know that I have never, since then, I have actually seen therapists um, on and off. It's a helpful, not helpful type of deal um, with therapy, and I am not. I'm not as open to it as I used to be. Um, and I don't know. Maybe there's somewhere deep down that I felt like I was responsible for what happened to my therapist, and that goes into like, how am I responsible for the horrible things that happened to me? And I will fully admit that when I started doing the quote unquote right thing, and I started standing up for it, and I started saying no to that type of way of dealing with things, doors were shut. Um, I definitely became a pariah in some circles, um, and I I don't even to this day, I don't even know if I made the right choices. Um, because I could have had free rides. In fact, financially free rides, you know, without having to do anything for it, except for whatever it was that the acts and the people who had power and control, and you know the their kink, not my kink, not something that I wanted to do, even thought was even something to do, but yeah, it's taken me a long time to realize that, like, yeah, saying no to it has always been the right thing to do. My current situation is definitely a better place than it could have been. And I am alive. I'm still living because um, I fought back. I stood up. I don't feel strong doing it. I don't feel empowered in any way, and it's like this is like there's like a lot of people telling me like take back your power and so like no, it's basically I just feel shame and um and what a loss, what a missed opportunity, what a thing I could have been a part of um if it didn't have that. And um, everybody who stands up against bullies, I don't like calling them rapists because they're just bullies. Bullies is bullies to me. Me calling somebody a bully is the worst thing that I could call somebody in my mind. I don't care how they take it because I could care less about them any at that point. Once they become a bully to me, even I don't even care about their opinion. And to make up, the recompense that would be required to make up for the damage that a person who is a bully, even small scale bullies, all of them, the recompense is such a high price. Once the bullying happens, it can't be just undone. You can't just like slap a band-aid on it and think that it's going away. It's deep, it hurts, and people who survive bullying are strongest people I know. And I wish you didn't have to show how strong you were. And I wish you didn't have to deal with it. But you are all amazing. And I hope that whatever was going on, that bullying has ended. But standing up, I live a better life because I stood up. And the things that I have in my life, I now know that I earned them. Hey, how you doing? You caught me again at nearing the end of the stream. Yeah, let me change the mood because I'm talking about sad, depressing stuff. How are you? What's going on? Well, I mean, oh, that's good. It's good to hear. You don't have to be sorry. Sorry. I mean, I wish it never happened to me, or wish it definitely never happened to anybody. Oh, I'm glad you stopped by. I was recently a person who was running an online tabletop game, which I'm still trying to figure out how that works, but came out as I call them bullies. So, but came out as a bully and did I guess it made an attempt at apologizing for his actions and stuff like that. And I've been very critical of the fact that, using coercion to engage in sexual activity is not consent. And that's pretty much what I was talking about here. And how his victims, and I hate calling people victims, but the people that he tormented, I'm how insanely proud of them I am that they stood up. That's basically what I'm talking about. Well, I hope I can get you to be less bored. Like I said, I'm thinking about ending the stream like real soon. I should probably want to end it on a happy note. Anytime somebody stops by, it's always awesome. Thank you. And as you can see, it changed my mood completely. So that's a good thing to do. I was trying to think of what's been happening. You know what? I had a really cool thing I was talking about reverse harems and things like that I was talking about yesterday, but it was pretty much a continuation of it, and how I find myself in a reverse harem and how I'm kind of dealing with it. What are you up to other than being bored? If I scared you away, I'm sorry. Anyway, I hope you're having a great day. I hope there's definitely lots of stuff happening right now. I think we're being bored. I think there's lots of cool things that are going on that we're missing. I'm trying to think of who. I don't know. I don't have an itinerary, but I hope you have a wonderful day. Like I said, I was going to close this off. I was going to close this off at 2 hours, and I'm already a little over that. But you stopped by, so I want to stay, and I'm a spaz when people stop by and say hi and chat. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. And I hope you have a great day. And I hope anybody who watches this later on, I hope you're having an awesome day. I hope everything's going great for you. And we're gonna end this. I'll say goodbye to you first. Bye. Or it's on this side. In the chat shows this side. But yeah. I hope. I hope everything's going great, and I'm gonna probably call it a day. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, and kind of cheered me up. And I like not leaving, not ending the stream on a down note. Oh, I'm glad I didn't scare you away. But I was like, I want to thank you. I want to thank you. Thank you for cheering me up. I mean, like I said, I don't like ending streams on a down note. So let's end it here. Thank you, and you have a wonderful night. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care. Going live. And yippee, I'm live. Woohoo. Yeah, day off and not wearing pants, so everything's good, right? Yeah. So let's start with um, yesterday's stream because I was talking about the one thing that I stand against. Like I think it's funny because if you look at where my causes and the things that I support and the people who I support and the people who I like, you'll see that it all goes down to like literally everything. I mean, I know Einstein said that everything's relative, but everything seems to branch off as far as like my causes and my interactions with people and everything like that all stems from um, and how I deal with always stems with how I deal with bullies and people who take advantage. And I don't even mean to separate them because they're the same thing to me. Everything just stems right down to being people bullying other people and trying to force them into doing things that they don't want to do, or beating them into submission so that they can get whatever it is that they want from them. I mean, and sometimes it's just the joy of seeing them in pain. And that's to me what a bully is, and why I am staunchly against it. I quickly said. I'm going to try to quickly say it, even though I went in length the last stream. But yeah, it's bullies really have affected my life and affected how I can empathize with people and situations and stuff like that, especially their relationships and even their small interactions with people. I mean, I always talk about the bullies and I don't talk about the other side of it, which is the people who are kind, the people who are generous, the people who want to lift you up, the people who help. Mr. Rogers says, always look for the helpers in any tragic event. And, I take that to heart. And I do look for the people who have love, who are caring, who are generous, who don't have to, you a hero in my book is a person who does things because they don't have to, with no expectation of even acknowledgement of the deeds that they do. And I try to model my life like that. I try to be the hero that I want others to be. One of the things that I worried about because I am so staunchly against bullying, is that the more I seek revenge and that stuff, once I go down that road of hate, I become exactly what I don't like. I become the bully itself. And have I been? Yes. And so I'm trying to get all this out of the way so we can just have a fun, happy stream and goof around. And I feel bad for people because I am definitely a spaz when it comes to the people who come in the chat, and here I am. I beg for people to to chat me up and say things and interact. And here I am. I'm going to get better. I swear I will get better. I'll get used to it. I'll get used to having, the ability to interact with people. especially for unscripted, the chat is, it's a free for all, and you definitely have 100% of my attention, where the chat is concerned. So I I think that I know that I'm small time. We talk about small time streamers and stuff like that, but I'm not even. I don't even. I think in the level of like where you have the big time streamers and you have the people who are able to make a living and do this full time and stuff like that, and then you have the people who not doing it as a hobby, but doing it as part of their creative outlet, which is that's where I want to be. And then you have the small time streamers and the people just starting and the people trying to make their bones. And then below all of that, there's me, right at the bottom. And I'm happy there. There's nothing wrong with, and I definitely have made choices in the way I've set up my stream and the way I do my stream, and I even forget to say that I'm even streaming live. So it is what it is. Somebody asked me, why do this if it's not for a career? And the main reason that I do have my channel, and this goes into the singing, which I went into depth with the last stream, but the reason that I'm doing this is it's very selfish, and you can even say even kind of narcissistic. So it's actually perfect because it's my stream. I get to do what I want, but this is kind of like my therapy. So I don't mean to turn anybody into my therapist or anything like that, but it's just kind of my own outlet and stuff like that. And I'm becoming, or no, I'm not becoming. I am an actor, which I mentioned, when this whole thing began, was that when I took theater appreciation, and and I was doing all the different aspects of putting on a play, from writing a play to directing a play to acting in plays and doing all that stuff. The professor turned to me, and I think I mentioned the professor's name, but I don't have his permission to use it, and so I'm gonna try not to mention his name. But he turned to me and he said, Sean, you'll probably make a very good director, even like with movies too. He was even talking about in media. He said, you're going to probably make an excellent writer. Your artistic abilities are top notch, complimented me on set design and stuff like that, and you have all this stuff. The one aspect is don't act, don't become an actor, don't even dream about becoming an actor. And I wasn't heartbroken at the time when the professor told me this. I had I had great respect for him, and I definitely knew, it's kind of like where the singing is. I definitely knew that I had a lot of limitations to overcome and a lot of things that I would have to do in order to become an actor. If you think I'm monotone now with doing doing these live streams, imagine me reading from a script. I mean, my singing definitely shows that, there is a lot of thinking going on in my brain, and I'm trying to, measure things instead of just performing. Um, I have been told many, many times with people who know and who have heard me sing in real life, which that those those songs, the times I'm singing like that, tell me that I'm a hell of a lot better singer than I am in all. They don't even have one song of mine, and even the covers, that I there's a lot of the songs that I sing all the time, and there's something about me trying to fix it. I'm fixing the problem, and the end result is, not good. It's not I'm not tonally good. I'm not hitting notes, or I'm not carrying the tune that I'm supposed to be singing and stuff like that. That's happened. That happens more than I'd like to admit. I mean, the off key singing, um, also happens. It happens a lot, but hopefully not as much as it is. And then of course there's the technical problems where I'm either too close to the mic, or the mic's too up, and the music's too soft, or the music's too loud and I'm too soft, and it's not a good mix and stuff like that. Here in my library right now, those songs seem to be in the best shape than the songs that I was singing in my lab. And there is a stark difference between how those are performed, and I am changing. I changed the volume on the microphone. I where the placement of the microphone compared to the music, that there I've changed that up, and there's something about the acoustics in my lab compared to here in the library that changes the whole thing. So I've been trying to do more songs in the library, and then it's the actual song itself. Now it's my chance to perform. So now I can't fall back on technical issues. I'm now falling back on the fact that I can't perform it properly. Um, I will admit I have never, in the 215, I think I have 215, the 215 songs. No, not 215, 115 songs. The 115 songs that I've already have recorded. The 115 out of the 115 songs, there's none of them, not a single one of them that I'm happy with. Lyrics wise, I'm very happy with a lot of the lyrics of the parodies that I've written. A lot of the songs that I've covered, they have very special meaning to me. But that's very different than my performance. So going right back to what I was talking about with acting, so here I am, I'm acting. I've gotten some criticism, some critiques. Criticism is different than critiques. So I've gotten some critiques on what I'm doing when I'm, especially doing it live. Most of my non, almost all of the non videos that I've done, I've done live first before. I think there are only like 2 or 3 of them that I had to record them because of internet connections and craziness like that. And I like to keep. I like live. Live is really good. It keeps me talking, and it when there's not I try not to have too much dead space and in mumbling and umming and all the other stuffing and all the bad things that have. But it also if I just shot it, like I shoot the videos, I would just you know you know put it out live. I would put it out as is. I wouldn't edit it to, or I wouldn't edit it to death. Um, a lot of the songs, because of the music not showing up on the microphone, or the music was blowing out the microphone before, I had to, because where you all you heard was music, you couldn't even hear me singing. Um, I had to change that up. Um, when I before I got this microphone that I have that I'm using now, so I had to change. I had to basically change everything up. So that I had to edit it. I had to edit. I had to edit the video, and I still kept it in as is. I still kept in my mistakes. I still kept in, everything like that. And it is, like I said, I'm learning. I am definitely improving. Or I'm not learning as fast as most people who are streaming do, which is fine. I'm happy where I'm at, and I'm willing to learn and willing to grow, and I'm still trying to figure out picture. If once I figured that out, I know that it has to do with loading the code for the screen and setting up the screen how I want it, so that I can have, so the screen loads as what's being recorded, but I can use, recorded videos, and, I can do reviews that way. It definitely would work better with the reaction videos that I've done, in unscripted, because of, you can actually see what I was actually doing. The recording, there's definitely a difference. I don't know if I addressed this when I've been doing the reviews. When what I'm hearing, especially when I'm talking at the same time as the video is going, the recording is definitely higher pitch. So it's a gradual, the recording is it's recording pitch a higher pitch than I speak or sing. And um and the way I could tell that is because I'm doing a re-recording of it, so you're getting the second one, so you can actually compare it to, how I'm actually talking. It definitely sounds the same, and the it's very interesting that, if you didn't know better, you would think that they were, absolutely identical. And even with my bad hearing, I can see the difference. I can actually hear the difference, which is amazing for me. So that's where I'm doing that. Um, and I'm going to try to definitely do more live, especially on days off. So I'll probably be doing, live videos, once my transfer is going to happen October 9th, where I'm going to be in a better place, and I got a better deal than what I currently have, and I'm very excited. There's lots of opportunities for me, um, in the new office that I'm going to be in, and it will be the first time my job has actually, if this works. See, it's not done yet. It's not set in stone. But if it does work, if it does work out, and I'm very disappointed that the fact that it's taking so long for the transfer to happen. Um, but I'm definitely a transferring idiot, so I've transferred a lot in my job, um, and not really found my place. Mostly due to the fact that things change. Um, Managers that I've, work well with and do very well with, they are getting transferred out and onto other things. Not necessarily better things, but onto other things. Some retiring, and retiring. I would say is a better thing because they're not doing the job anymore. But the managers that I respect and have a lot of, you know, would basically work the death, work myself to the bone for, are one, becoming few and far between, and two, are aren't lasting as long as I'm lasting in the position. So um finding a good fit for me, that's the reason why I seem to be transferring a lot. I also work in all those offices anyway, so because I'm usually scrambling for more hours to have because I am not a full-time person. And there's a little bit of, it's kind of an abuse of that privilege, the fact that I'm part-time working full-time hours, and they know it. And some offices fight for it, and like I said, every office, when I didn't have to do that and I was just able to get enough hours in the office that I was working in for a long time. um it Some people didn't even realize I was still working for the company. um but when um the manager that I had, making sure that I was getting all the hours that I needed, even more hours than I can handle. It was you know a banquet of hours, and I tried to take as much as I could, and in the end, you know, when he transferred out and a new manager came in, the new manager wanted nothing to do with it, and I tried to talk to him about it. I tried to work it out with them, and they decided that whatever their agenda is and the way they manage was the way that was going to be, which did not include any of my needs. And that's why I transferred out. And I didn't transfer, I it was a transfer from out of the fire and into the fire. And instead of me, looking around and actually, getting a better deal, at least one that would afford me more hours, I basically took the first deal that came my way, and it was not a good fit. And it has nothing to do with the manager. It has nothing to do with the job itself. It just, I do not like, hopping around all over the place, to try to earn hours. It feels like I have a full time job trying to get hours, get the hours. And there have been days when I don't work, like today. Like I said, if I had my way, I wouldn't be off today. And if this was after October 9th, I wouldn't have had today off. And yeah, it's kind of really bizarro when you think about it, because now I've already been secured to transfer, and I can see, I can see the other place that where I'm going to be working, and I'm actually working, any hours that I can pick up, because I don't have enough hours in the current place that I'm in. I'm just going there because they got plenty of hours for me, and they're keeping it open just for me. So any hours that they have, I'm snatching up right away, and we are. That is the current situation. But forced. I have a forced day off today, and I can't even work at the other place. Which, like, I can't wait for this to freaking end. Um, it really is. It really it it's really a detriment, um, to my psyche, this current situation, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm glad I'm transferring out. So with the new place, I've always been made promises. I've always been, given, all these things, and I'm hoping that, what is offered to me with the new place is exactly what they're offering, and that it's not anything. I don't need more. I mean, there are opportunities that could happen, but I'm not even counting on those opportunities. I'm only counting on what it actually is right now. And I have this mistrust with the company that I work for. I definitely mistrust them. They have time and time again pulled the rug right out from under me. They have definitely served me um, a huge injustice. I'm definitely owed a lot of money that I've actually just. I'm not money. I'm not. I don't even look towards the bonus money that they were offering for it. I'm just looking for the money for the hours that I worked. That's it. That's all I want. Even time and a half, because all of it, because I do work over 40 hours, all of it should be time and a half money. I don't even look for the time and a half, just the pay me for the hours that I physically worked and give me that money. And it's like they absolutely refuse to even like do this. I mean, I'm saying that they absolutely refused. They have looked into it, they have researched it, they have, talked about it amongst themselves. They have concluded lots of things, and they definitely concluded that I am owed a lot of money. And after concluding that and everything like that, and they, case closed, you're owed it and everything like that. They just never paid me the money. So that's how it works. I my disappointment runs high. Um, the the thought, it's one of the reasons why I talk about being monetized so much. The thought of actually hitting and becoming trending, and people actually wanting to hear me drone on like I'm doing right now. That people say that there's an audience for it, which I've been searching my entire life for my tribe, and I've gotten a few people, and actually, in the end, only because death plays a role in things, and people pass on. As it currently stands in my tribe, there's only one other person in my life that is in my tribe, and that is, you know, I'm 50 now, and I've been searching for my tribe pretty much all my life. But let's put a realistic time frame on it. Um, when I was forced to be with large groups of people, and I won't say that friendships in school and grade school and even college um, are fake. But for me, you're basically being forced to be with these people, not of their own free will, not of their own volition. So the friendships and the kindness and the things that that we shared, it is because of the school, not because of our shared experiences and shared goals, or anything that would bring a tribe together. Just wanting to spend time with the person, that it, the convenience of being in the area where the education was happening, that overrid all that, and just basically it just lumps everybody together. So finding tribe people, especially in those type of situations, it is the school actually takes all the credit for bringing us together. And there is no, once there's no school, that bond that basically glued it, the bond, the glue that put us together, that stuck us together, one is just school. Once you pull the school out of there, there is no bond anymore. There is no connection. There is no this. And I have spent many years trying to keep those connections going, trying to keep that, keep that way of doing things with the people in my life who I felt were in my tribe, alive. And listen, real life happens and things happen and people grow apart and all this stuff. And I have to realize that, like, time is definitely not on my side where this is concerned. So, one of the things that I've actually said is that, there is a community that I'm actually closer. I'm closer to the community than I've been with people that I went to school with people that I grew up with people, even in my own family. I'm closer to the, people that I've known now. It's 6 months, 7 months. People I'm closer. I was closer to them three after 3 months of hanging out with them. I'm closer to them after 3 months than I have been to people that I pretty much spent every day with, 6 hours a day or whatever it is. Sometimes they were my roommates. I'm closer to these people that I've never physically met and only have chatted with. And they could be people that I physically met in real life, but I'm not close to the real person. I'm close to the person in the chat. So I have a complete and total distinction between who they are. Yeah. So, and I will always, I think till the day I die, I will always be seeking my tribe. And like I said, my tribe is two. Am I open to have a larger tribe? Yeah. Do I know people who, I sometimes worry that, like, maybe somebody does consider themselves in the tribe, and maybe somebody else considers themselves in the tribe, and I'm not allowing them. I'm not acknowledging that fact. And if that is the case, I'm very sorry. Um, I'm dumb. So you're going to have to, basically beat me upside the head and say, idiot, I'm in your tribe. And I will basically acknowledge that. What I have to do is say, I'm in your tribe. The only thing that I can say that I, put forth as the rules is that it's open to everybody. Everybody can be in my tribe. I don't have any restrictions. There is no intelligent level. There is no color of person's skin. There is no sexual orientation that a person can have. There is no gender identity that, restrictions. There's no even political view that a person can have. Their culture. There's no restrictions preventing somebody from joining the tribe if they want it. The only thing that I can say is that if you do join the tribe, so there's who is who basically can apply to the thing, which is pretty much the entire human race. There's not very many restriction. There's not very many people that would fall into that would be restricted from joining it. Then there's the very, very small group, and like I said, 2 out of 7, almost 8 billion people. There's only 2 that are actually in the tribe. That I know that are in the tribe, I should say. And then from that, there are the people, and it's almost as small. It's a handful of people. From that, there's the handful of people that were in the tribe, who have made the conscious acknowledgement that they don't want to be a part of it. And I don't have any, I can't say that, they're not allowed back in if they, people's minds change, things change and everything like that. My only thing is that whatever reason that a person would leave my tribe, my group, my influence, and physically leave it, whatever that reason is, it could be anything. It could even be, you can even think it's the stupidest reason to do it, like time. Like, I don't have time for this. So, and that acknowledgement, that's fine. But whatever that reason is, why would you want to come back? That reason, did you solve the problem? I'm not changing. I'm still Sean. So whatever the reason is, you're coming back to exactly what you left it for. And so whatever that reason will still be there. The problem, I'm not looking to solve the problem and, fix whatever problem that you have. And yes, if you definitely changed and you feel that, you're more open to being a tribe member, I won't stop you from joining the tribe again. But I still would question why. If you quit, you quit, and stay out. Doesn't make me any less of a friend or any less of a person, depending on who you are to me. Um, I definitely think that bullies. If you're a bully and you want to be in my tribe, you're going to find it very, very, very difficult to be a part of it. And if you quit because you're a bully, if you join the tribe and then quit because you're a bully, because it's not going to be tolerated, and you think, oh, I've changed my bullying ways and I'm going to join the tribe again. I was just like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to yourself? Because you will always be the same, even if you've changed. I mean, I I am, leopards can't change their spots, but leopard spots do change, if that makes sense. Or tigers can't change their stripes, but over the years, tiger stripes do change, but the tiger itself cannot change its own stripes. Um, and I, like I said, I'm not against it, but I just will question why. Why would you want, if you left? Why would you want to come back? There's no reason. There's no reason for it. It might also be one of the reasons why my tribe is so small. Um, so that's the quick rendition of the tribe, and I don't know what the tribe is, so that makes it even more wacky on the thing. I am not the chief of my tribe, so I am not the leader. It's one of the reasons why I set up the stream like this, that somebody can come in and basically just chat me up, and we'll change the subject and we'll go off on tangents. And yesterday I had somebody come in. I was almost at the 2 hour mark, and somebody came in, and I stayed on for another 20, almost 30 minutes. Basically just shooting the breeze with them. And it was a short conversation, and I did do the I have to go thing, but it was, like that's the type of change. And I'm still a spaz. Like I said, I'm still a spaz, and I'm still, awkward and all, the stuff. I People who throw, and maybe it's just because I don't personally understand it. It's something that I don't have a reference point with it, where shyness is concerned. I definitely understand anxiety. I definitely understand overthinking and trying to impress, especially when you're overthinking things, and it basically comes out like what blah. I'll listen to my singing. You'll definitely understand what I'm talking about here. Um, but um, being shy, um, I I really don't. I I do my best to try to comprehend it and try to understand it, but I really don't know it. Um, like I said, I can equate shyness to anxiety, and that I understand wholeheartedly. I understand that aspect of it. If that's shyness, I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have that next level of where it prevents me from doing. Um, and I even said one of the reasons why I sing is because it's what I wanted to do, and I don't want people to think that um, oh, I've had people tell me all the time, and even before I started this channel, people told me all the time that I would love to have, singing being one of them. I love to sing and stuff like that. And it's like going, well, we should do karaoke then. And they'd be like, oh no, I couldn't do that. Even karaoke in a private room, and doing, you know, just a group of people, hanging out and having fun. No, I can't do that. Or if they did do the karaoke, they don't sing. They don't get up and sing because they're too shy and to this, or and like I said, I understand if it's anxiety, the anxiety of getting up and stuff like that, and actually physically doing it. That's a big deal, and I can definitely relate to that. But when it comes to like when people are shy, and like I said, socially awkward, I am socially awkward. I understand being socially awkward. I understand not having the perfect, smooth, you know, I am, debonair, Don Juan, all that other bullcrap stuff. I don't have that. I'm not that. I'm witty. I can be witty, and I'm definitely a clown, but I'm definitely not. I'm far from being what I would consider a Don Juan. Um, and clown as in no makeup. Even though I've worn makeup, I don't. Maybe it is the right word. Who knows? But I'm definitely socially awkward. I'm definitely most situations that I find myself in, especially in groups, which is one of the reasons why I don't like large groups of people. I'd rather have small groups of people and deal with small groups of people all the time, one on in real life. I'm definitely not a um, it's easier for me to relate and be a part of smaller groups than it is for large groups. Using the theater as an example, that's me in front of a large group. Um, I have to disconnect between me and the audience. I mean, here it is. The mark of a great actor is the connection to an artist. That connection that the artist has to the audience is vital, and it's very important. It's very important for acting on stage. And I am the exact opposite. I don't get butterflies in my stomach. I don't get nervous. I don't get anything like this. But when I have to, when I'm acting, I either here I'm saying I have to. I will almost entirely disconnect from the audience. Um, I will not hear their laughter. I will not hear their cheers or their boos or their sighs or I don't. It's all gone. Everybody talks about that fourth wall that happens. I have that when I'm acting on stage. There is no audience to me. There's nobody there. And it's because they are such a large group that it's too much. It's too much to try to um, um, work out in my brain what I need to do, because I am trying to do a performance, and if I don't have an audience, I can just basically just do the performance. In my mind, that's how I think it is. How it turns out. Professor told me I should not act. So how it turns out is exactly that. That I probably should not have that. But strange things do happen. I will find audience members when I'm acting, and I will try to connect to them, and that will mess up my performance even more. So that's one of the reasons why here I am. I'm now an actor. I'm now performing, and I love acting. I love what it is. Um, I love what acting is, and I would love to be able to do it. Or I should, I'm doing it. So here I am, like making it seem like I'm not doing it. I'm doing it. I would love to do it extremely. I would love to do it extremely, extremely well. I would love to, have that connection with the audience. I would love to have, you know, one of the reasons why I think when I heard Nux Taku's parody of King George's song is because when I saw Hamilton, I saw, I saw. I'm trying to think if it was actually Jonathan Groff, but I think it might have been. But I saw the person playing King George, and he commanded the audience. It was such a connection. I mean, that is the one song that almost should be performed live. The Disney Plus rendition of Hamilton is great because he's doing it to an audience, and he does make he still makes the connection even though it's on film, but live is something entirely different. It is something out of this world. The connection that King George makes to the audience, and it's Lynn well Miranda, whew, and I probably still said it wrong. The writer of the song, definitely created it for that reason and that purpose. The rapping and everything like that with the rest of Hamilton is absolutely awesome, and the connection he makes is even better. But there's definitely a kind of a disconnect where Hamilton is concerned, and then you have Aaron Burr's portrayal, which definitely it's like they're polar opposites. There's a disconnect for the Hamilton character, which is usually played by Lynn Miranda. Sorry, I'm saying your name. And Aaron Burr. And Aaron Burr is completely connected to the audience, more so than King George. But King George's songs are brief, they're short, and they actually do what it takes Aaron Burr most of the show, most of his songs. It takes almost the entirety of his songs to make that connection and to be that connection, while King George does it seamlessly and then disconnects almost as quickly as he connects, which is the just enough thing. Yeah, so there's that. There's the fun. And so that's where I'm trying to think of me not acting, and here I am acting, and me not singing, and here I am singing. Maybe I think that because I wanted to be an archaeologist, astronaut on Mars, that when I finally chose that as the answer to the question of what do you want to be when you grow up, That one's the one that everybody was like, "That's so Sean." Um, it's never going to happen. It's never going to be. But we'll let Sean have that. Maybe he'll become an archaeologist. Maybe he'll become an astronaut. But I don't think that in the time that we that I've been saying that the Challenger exploded. Columbia exploded. They mothballed, the shuttle program, which they were already kind of backing off on. There were less and less flights every year. And it's like they were mothballing the entire space program. I wanted to be an art. I discovered archaeology without Indiana Jones or Tomb Raider or any of that stuff. So I, seeing Indiana Jones and Tomb Raider and those types of archaeology, that I think that that's two generations of people that discovered archaeology because of that, because they saw how high adventure it was. I didn't want to become an archaeologist for the high adventure. I wanted to become the archaeologist because I wanted to discover what happened and what was there. I love that aspect of archaeology, which it seems that for movies it's not enough. That's not enough for a general audience to stay engaged. Yes, there could be gunshots. Yes, there could be plane crashes and curses and all the other freaking stupidity that they add on to what happens with archaeologists. But the main thing that attracted me to archaeology was, here you are, you map out a section, and you dig down and you see what was there. If it was people who were migrating, or if it was in a town, or if it was this, and you can go down generations, and you can there could be multiple cultures and everything like that on top of it. And then maybe even way down deep, there might be dinosaur bones, who knows. But I like the fact that digging it up is actually changing the time, but the now actually affects the stuff at the bottom, and having to decipher and all that. I love it. You want to know where one of my passions is? My passion is right there. I love discovering. I love to tell the story, to discover a story and to fill in the blanks of a story, and breathe life back into something that's been gone for could be thousands of years. I love that aspect of archaeology, and I wish I could show that. If I could make a movie, I'll get into why I think certain things are kind of wacky and everything like that. But if I could make a movie about archaeology, that is, movies are stories. I would love to tell not the story of the archaeologist. Who the fuck cares about the person digging the fucking dirt? I would love to tell the story of it happening, the history of it, the discovery of things, finding money and stuff like that was used, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and where did the person lose the money? Did the person, was there a fight and the money, the change person, stuff like that? Was it, a robber running and, dropped a few coins and stuff like that? Find that some simple item like that, you know, could tell an entire story. I'm trying to think of a movie. The Red Violin. Red Violin is an awesome story, even though they don't really get into the archaeology. They get into the auction of it, but to me it's an archaeology story, and the starts with them going to a fortune teller, the a woman who's pregnant going to a fortune teller, and she's the wife of a violin maker, and it's all told from the fortune teller's standpoint, but it's a story after story after story of what happened with this red violin. And that aspect of archaeology and anthropology, some people would probably say that's more anthropology than archaeology, but the actual physical item, the violin itself, for example, that actual physical item, discovering where it was, what happened to it, over the years is amazing to me. And then you get into the why Mars, and I've said this a couple times about where I think that Neanderthals were Martians. It's one of the reasons why I think that we could have human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, can have up to 10% Neanderthal in them, and I'm very happy about that. That idea of it. I wish I had more in me. I think when we did the DNA test, I think it came up like a 6% or something like that. So it's above half the amount that we could possibly have in us, but it's not 10. I would love to have 10% Neanderthal in me. But Neanderthals, I thought that they were the original space travelers, and they came from Mars. Mars would be the one planet, one that could have been habitable at the time, and could have been habitable for millions of years before they were able to create space travel to Earth. And I think that they might have been, technology, their technology might have been good enough that they could have affected the Cro-Mag into Homo habilis and this stuff. Obviously I know a thing or two about archaeology. I did take a course, and I did study it, and I did read about Leakey and all the stuff. So once we get into Homo sapiens, just Homo sapiens, from Homo erectus, once you get into that aspect of it, that's when the influence of the Neanderthals actually becomes part of the DNA in you know from Cro-Mags, and you can see how the interaction and that bit of DNA changed the human race to where it is today. And I think evolution is an amazing tool. I think that everybody talks about how why haven't human beings changed, and we are evolving and de-evolving at the same time. And it's the way nature works. Our survival as human beings, and the reason why we become so different is because the longer we survive, the more chance of the DNA getting passed on and carried on. And but what we go through as human beings is what, good or bad, what we go through environmentally will change and affect our DNA. And you can argue whether it's revolution or evolution, but there's definitely has to be evolution. Mutant genes exist. We are mutations of our predecessors, and something has to change. And why don't or one of the big questions, as people say, is why don't these types of humanoids or ancestries of humans exist anymore? Because they weren't fit to survive. It's the reason why they don't exist now. I mean, we had to survive. Chimpanzees, everybody talks about how we evolved from chimpanzees, and we did not evolve from chimpanzees. We actually evolved from an ancestor of the chimpanzee, and we have a shared ancestor. We are not on the same tree as chimpanzees. They have been evolving as well. They've been changing over the years. And that's one of the things I like when I learned about that, because I have always thought that we came from monkeys, and we're basically the monkey type that jumped out of the tree and then lived in caves. I actually thought we lived in caves, and so we jumped out of trees and decided to walk on 2 feet and lived in caves. That's pretty much how my education of the human race went. And when I found out that that not even close to what really was happening, I was taught to question everything. I think Ron Reagan, I think it is stay open to the probable, but always have I don't fault people for thinking that the earth could be flat, but you have to go with the evidence. You can't ignore, you can't believe something without any without any basis in facts, and then you can't have that. You can't continue to believe something if the evidence proves you wrong. It does not matter if 100 years from now they prove you were absolutely right. You have to go with the evidence that we have, because otherwise you're not moving forward. You can't move forward towards your end goal, which will never happen, only because it's so proven wrong. But there could be something else which we don't have the evidence for. And that's where you should be moving towards. You should accept the evidence that we have. You should accept what we see as facts, but you should also question forward, not backwards, forward, where you want to go. And that's where this whole anti-science freaking bullshit pisses me off. It's also one of the reasons why I am very adamant about getting religion or faith. Science does not rely on faith. There is no faith in science. Science relies on the evidence as it is seen. And I have to admit to everybody who, even atheists, I have to even admit, your belief system, what you have faith in, is disprovable factually by science. And so even the opposite, even the no God, believing that there is no God, you have faith in the fact that there is no God. You can't say that divine intervention. There's no way for us at this moment to prove that there is no divine intervention. But we can't write it on faith. We can't use that as evidence. Just because we can't prove it doesn't mean it did happen. You can hold on to it and you can have faith that it happens, but you can't bring that into the scientific method because it falls, it fails. It'll fail the scientific method. And the first thing to do with the scientific method is to say how you're wrong. You have to look at what you're thinking, using what I just said about, Neanderthals coming from Mars. I have to say that there is a huge possibility, and it's probably more likely that Neanderthals were not early cosmonaut astronauts, early space travelers. I could, That's more likely a possibility, but it doesn't mean that that's so. It means that I can keep my theory because in order to prove it, we have to go to Mars. We have to do an archaeological study of Mars, and not just microbes, not just searching for microbes. I'm talking like searching for, as an archaeologist, searching for evidence base of things that are long, not things that are recently or have the ability to survive in Mars's atmosphere and stuff like that. And like I said, that's one of the reasons why. And I would never say that somebody's faith. There's nothing wrong with having faith. There's nothing, having faith, can pull you through a lot. It can also be a detriment, but it can definitely get you through hard situations. So having faith is a very good thing. I believe it, and I believe whatever your faith is, as long as you hold to it, as long as you follow the rules of your faith, it can only be stronger. I will say, don't look to me to, I'm definitely not one person that's going to validate your faith. I have my own faith that I hold to and I keep true, and it is not for everybody. But it is what gets me through, and it has taken. I actually used to think that I was no faith. I thought I was more atheist, and I had to come to the conclusion that I don't even believe what the atheists are freaking preaching. I don't belong to them either. And I have my own faith in what things mean and my connection to the universe and stuff like that. And it's not it's I don't put it up to the scientific method for that reason. It's not something to put up to the scientific method. I don't know what would happen if there was evidence that either proved or disproved me, whether it can become, something scientific, put towards the scientific method, and not be faith based. But as of now, it is. I don't have scriptures, and I don't have a church, and I don't have, and I don't have a higher power in my life. That I depend on. That's part of my faith. It's not. I'm not to say, and people say, "Oh, well, then that you're agnostic." If I'm agnostic, that means that I'm looking towards a higher power. I am not looking. I am not seeking the approval or the power or the guidance or the will or anything of a higher power to get me through. So that's where my agnosticism, I veer away from agnosticism as well. I'm definitely not Christian, and I'm definitely not Muslim, and I'm definitely not Jewish. I'm definitely not Hindi, Confucius, any of if there's a belief that has a church or a set worship, I don't belong to any of it. Tribe members definitely have whatever faith that they belong to. If they belong to something, they, I'm definitely not one to say that you can't be a member of my tribe and have faith. But I will say that if you want to be a member of my tribe and you believe in, like, not vaxing and um or wearing mask, or um what do you flat, the earth is being flat. I'm not saying that it's impossible to be in my tribe with those types of beliefs. Or you believe in QAnon. I use QAnon. There's a, 74 million people trusting QAnon. So, and that's a easily disprovable. But yeah, um, I will say that I'm not saying that you couldn't be a member of my tribe and hold to QAnon. That's not impossible. I'm just saying that you definitely are taking the more difficult route, because of the scrutiny, that things that attack science, um, faiths that attack science, have. And that's where I get into, like, kind of a sticky situation. I was trying to have Here I am talking about serious stuff, and I wanted to not be so freaking serious. Why so serious? Um, but yeah, these things are important, so I can see why I need to talk about them. But, like, I don't. My life is difficult enough as it is. I don't need to add to the difficulty. Is how I look at it. That's how I see QAnon. That's how I see most conspiracy theories. Um, it's you know if those things did exist, um, one, we would this would be a very different world, and my free will would be definitely compromised. Um, why would they allow a person like me to even exist? And that's how I look at why most conspiracies fall apart. Um, if it's just that they don't care about me, that's not a conspiracy, because I don't think that they do care about me. I don't even know if they care about my vote, um, which I think is my one power that I have. So if political parties don't even care about the thing that gives me power, now you get into a whole big thing, but it's still not a conspiracy. Um, I think that we should always just use it if it is, but don't let them take that away from you. Um, and try not. I'm not going to tell you anybody how to vote, but try not to vote to where you take other people's power away, because the power when you take somebody else's power away, you vote for a representative that is headstrong on taking other people's power away. Um, and I'm talking about just where voting is concerned. When they're attacking that, they're attacking your vote. They're attacking your ability to vote, even if you think that they're not, because they're attacking them. Just remember that there's no them. There's only us. And when they attack one person's right to vote or ability to vote, whether it's because of their financial situation or anything like that, remember, you're probably not the richest person around, and you're probably not part of the oligarch, and you're probably not part of all the things that are making and shaking. And if you're supporting taking people's taking a single vote away, a legitimate vote. I'm not going to get into because I can understand where people's argument is like going, I'm trying to make sure that the real votes happen, but we've gone beyond that. This is now attacking people's ability to vote, and if you allow that or support that, remember your vote will probably get taken away as well. You will probably end up without a choice. It is, it, as much as I hated 45 being president, the fact that he was president, and as awful as it was, and I know some people talk about how great it was, the fact that more people who voted supported that, and even though I did not support that, and he became president, should be the absolute acknowledgement of how votes work. That's how it should work. And as much as I don't like the fact that he was president, I still acknowledge him as president, and I still acknowledge the damage that he's done, the 4 years that he was president. Now you get into where we're at right now, and we're already getting into where midterm elections are going to be coming up soon, and it's already a complete and total craziness, because people are what makes me crazy is people are already contesting the results of something that hasn't even, the votes haven't even started being cast, and they're contesting the results, and the contest what they're contesting right now, before the vote is even being, before a single vote is even being cast, what they're contesting is if they do not win, this is fraud. And what that's saying is that's saying that anybody who votes against them, their vote does not count. And think about what that would mean if it was reversed. Think about what it would mean if it was a candidate that you don't want, that you're going to vote against, and that candidate was saying that if anybody who votes against me, their vote should not count. That is what they're saying. It's not winning by, who gets the most votes. It's winning by this. And yes, Donald Trump did not win with the most votes. Donald Trump won with the Electoral College, and he did not win that way. He did not win. He did not win the majority. He has never won the majority, not even close. And if that's what it takes every time to just continue to put your vote matters. And that's why your vote matters. Even if you're for a person like that, you should vote for the person that you want to. But I strongly urge you to think about what voting for a person who wants to discount a single vote, a single legitimate vote, or contest if the votes don't work out his way. That's not voting anymore. That's not voting. Any candidate who has already put forward the idea that they're going to contest a vote they're no longer your vote for them does not count. Doesn't mean anything. Your vote means nothing. They are looking to win no matter what. Your support of them, even if it was a close race, your vote to them does not matter, does not count. And if that's what you want to do with your vote, I won't say no to it, but I urge you to definitely reconsider how you are voting in any election in any way because of that. And it is for democracy. It is, you know, and them getting votes is part of democracy. That's how it works. You know, I'm not saying that if you're voting for them that your vote should not count. I'm thinking that I'm saying your vote should count. I'm just saying that the other votes should count as well. There should be a reason for the vote. And by them contesting it, they're saying that you voting for them doesn't matter, because no matter what, they're going to contest the election. And so anybody who votes against them, because their votes don't count, anybody who votes for them, their votes also doesn't count. They're basically they're saying there's really no reason to have voting at all. And by winning, um, uh, by not having their by not contesting the election because they lost, by winning, by actually getting the votes to win their elections and being elected, is one more step towards no longer having a democracy. January 6th, a lot of people have spoke out about it, and if you supported the rioters and the terrorists that stormed the Capitol, I just want to really say that you are supporting the end of democracy as we know it. You are not supporting the police. If you also carry a thin blue line flag and everything like that, I think you should take it down, because you are not supporting the police, and you're making the Democrats support the police. And if you think that they want to just basically defund the police instead of restructure where the police are, remember that you're Republican, all GOP, there's not a single one that voted for it, voted to defund all police officers with the stimulus package. All of them. All of them. There is not one single GOP representative in Congress that voted to support the police. So if that's where that's the hill you're dying on, remember that's where it is. And gun reform and stuff like that, I think needs to happen, because you should look at what the GOP has done with the laws and how it affects other Americans. And yes, because they're not enforcing those laws doesn't mean that those laws don't exist, and doesn't mean that they can't enforce those laws. And when you find out what those laws are and they're still on the books, I think that those laws should be changed. I think those laws should be fixed. And I think that that's where we need to have gun reform. I'm a huge supporter of the Second Amendment, but I don't think the right to bear arms has to do with I don't think the Second Amendment is what's going to end up having your guns taken away from you, or prevent you from having the right to bear arms. I don't think the Second Amendment protects you from that, and I think that there's laws already on the books, and in every 50 states, including the heavy gun states and heavy red states and whatever you want to call them, that if you really looked at those laws, you should question it, and you should talk to your representatives about fixing the problem with those laws and making better. You should be better. Should be better people, instead of just being ignorant about what is going on. Just be better. And I love you. I love you all. Thank you for watching this video when you get the chance to watch it. We didn't have anybody stop into chat, which is fun. I didn't become a spaz and didn't become an idiot and all the other fun stuff that goes along with it. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care. And I would like to see you be you. I'm fascinated by people finding out who they are and exploring that and enjoying that and growing into that. And I've watched people do it, and it's still, it warms my heart and it makes me very, very happy. Some people have to go through a lot of barriers. Some people have to, like, try things out and try to figure it out and stuff like that. And there, it's one of the main reasons why I've been doing a kind of a bully stream for, like, it's one of my constant, my biggest nemesis is bullies. Um, but I still working on what to call my chat. Actually, let's see if we can work that out right now. Um, let's see if we can work this out. Uh, Now you want me to turn on dark theme? Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's what I thought. And maybe we won't. Um, but I do, like I was saying, I do this really to help me. So there is a selfish extent to it. Um, um, I'm wasting a lot of time doing this. Let's do it at a different time. I'll probably come up with it. And if you have any suggestions, obviously comment below, and we could do it like that. Welcome, whoever's watching. Thank you for coming in. While I was doing my own craziness. Um, yeah. So what I was saying is that yeah, if you want to stay anonymous to the general public, you don't want me to post your name or anything like that. I will not. Do say that though. Do mention that you don't want that connection made. And I will do what I'm doing now about the people who have been DMing me, and just stating what the concern is that they're doing, and what they kind of requesting of me. And what they're asking of me is not too much. It's not a lot. Um, it's something that I feel I need to address. And yes, I've been communicating back with them and stuff like that. So it's not like I'm just ignoring them until I can do this on, live on stream. But I just want them to know that I do care. I care deeply about them, and in a way, I'm worried. Um, People online, even though I don't see your face, and we don't, go to the bar or anything like that, or hang out, or go bowling or shoot paintball or anything like that. We don't do that together. You still matter. And you matter to me. If anything else, you matter. You matter a lot to me. Um, I not trouble. Trouble is not the right word. I've been there. I know. I know what having nothing, no fight left in you, no nothing else, and nothing even telling you to still hold on, except for like me. I'm now telling you to hold on, but I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying your situation is something that you're going to overcome. I wish you would. I wish. I wish only the best for everybody I care about. Um, and I know that it's been told to me a million times. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Things pass, things get over, and I know that even if the doctors are telling you that it won't, and even if this stuff, things change, and that's the only constant that you can depend on in life and in everything. That things are going to change, and the world's going to be lesser without you. Um, there, where death is concerned, you really, you know, wanting to stay alive, you don't have that choice sometimes. You can't choose to stay alive. You can just do the best you can, and but yes, you can choose to die. You can choose your death, and that can happen. And I know that Suicide Prevention Week is over, but Suicide Prevention Month is still. Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, I think, is what we're in right now. I don't know. I don't care. It's all freaking too confusing for me. And calling the suicide prevention hotline is a big waste of time. Done it, been there, done that, and been arrested for it. So yay me. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of doctors. Not a big fan of um, you know hotlines that really where you just want to talk about things. Not necessarily that you want to kill yourself. You just want to talk about things and just want to get things off your chest, and things that are concerning you. And they're basically making your life harder than it already is. And that's the last thing we need. It's my opinion of it. I think that for some people that might be doing good work, but um, I personally don't think that they could handle what I unload. And um, I I build a support system like that on purpose, and my support system is made up of people who sometimes walk that ragged edge and jagged. Is it ragged, jagged, unsteady? I don't know. Whatever it is, people who basically walk the edge, the edge in life, and who at any moment Um, I was very sad by Robin Williams' death, but I I don't think that um, him making that that choice it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just that I think I've explained it before. It's a wheel, and you spin the wheel, and on that wheel you can have one, you can have a dozen, you can have 50 reasons to die. And yeah, but even if I always say that there are people who only have one reason to die, and if that comes up, if the wheel spins and that's what comes up, that's what they choose. And it's it's really difficult. I talk about the chemical imbalance in my brain and stuff like that, like it's there all the time, and it it is there all the time. But most days for me now are easier to contend with than thinking that I have to get through this next moment. I've it's like I said, I sometimes I just got to get through the week, and if I don't think I can get through the week, then I'll have to get through this day. And if I don't think I can get through this day, then I'll have to get through this hour. And if I can't get through this hour, then I have to get through this minute. And if I can't get through the minute, then I go second by second. And that's how I do it. And that's, it's, sometimes impossible for me to get up, but get up out of bed and, make my day happen. And it's taken a long time. It's not any, I'm never going to say everything's easy. It's easy peasy. You got this. It took me a long time just to realize that I got to work, and I have to like think about, what's going to happen, by the end of the week when I get paid. And, um, I have to think that, oh, I have to get up. I have to go to work. Basically I have to get, dressed. I have to take showers. I have to do, I have to constantly remind myself of these things. And it's, like I said, it's only reason that it's easy is because it's routine. Um, I'm not gonna say it's easy. The only reason I'm able to do it is because it's routine. It's because I know that you know I have to. I got to do this in order to survive. But when I started trying it, it was impossible. I spent days in bed. I spent days not eating. I spent days not drinking. Um, and I know that I think they say you can survive 3 days without water, and a week or so without food. Um, I don't know where I was getting my hydration from, but I've totally skipped out on that. I couldn't tell you how long it was for or a decent meal and stuff like that. Um, I don't know where everybody's at in their lives. I don't know, I don't know unless you tell me. But I'm I'm in a better space than I've been, if that means anything. Um, but I'm not in the place that I want to be. I'm working towards that. And if if that's what you want to do, you want to talk about that, you can talk about that. You want to talk about the times I nearly died, I can talk about one where I actually thought this is see I had a premonition of my death. And I think it's probably one of the reasons why I have this beard is because in my premonition I did not have a beard. um, and I was a lot younger than I am now. Or at least I thought I was a lot younger when I had the premonition. And that's a different that's a different take on my death. Because it's a premonition. It didn't happen. I think I've outlived it. I thought it was going to happen when I was 18 years old, maybe 19, but 18 was where I thought, because that's what I thought I looked like. I looked like I was 18 years old. And I'm actually much taller than I was in the premonition. I got a little chunk on, which I didn't have in the premonition, and obviously I was clean shaven, so and I had short hair, so in the premonition too. So I have long, my rat's nest here, back here. I have long hair, I have a beard, very different than what I had in my premonition, and I'm a little chunker, so I was very skinny in the premonition. Well, when I had it, I was a bit younger. I, you know, I was 5'2" all throughout high school. So I'm 5'7" now, and I mean, I know people think, oh, it's 5 inches, and 5 inches, and it was almost literally overnight that I grew 5 inches, and then I stopped. I thought I was going to continue to grow, and I didn't. I stopped. I stopped at 5'7", but being 5'2" to 5'7", big. It is actually a big difference in my life. I still think of myself as small because of it. Even now, I think of myself as small. But yeah, so I had that. The premonition never came true, so I don't know if that considers that I would even consider that me being close to death. But one of the big times that I was that I actually thought that I was going to die. Never had I really never had that thought in my head beforehand. So anytime that I was close to death, I didn't think that I didn't think that I was going to die. I didn't think that that was the moment. But the only time was when my appendix ruptured, and it was bad. The pain was beyond anything that I thought. I wouldn't. I would if anybody is going through any type of pain, this type of pain, I wouldn't wish upon even my worst enemy. It was horrendous. The barium, Kool-Aid drink that they made me drink, so that they can try to figure out what's going on in my system, was stopped. And it did not get a good picture of what was happening in my system. I could have had multiple organ failure because of it. My body was definitely not. My body was fighting. I definitely wanted to live. This is when I was telling you, I said earlier about wanting to live doesn't make you live. But yeah, and when they anesthetized me, when they put me under, I don't even know what they put me under with. The only thing I knew that when I could not stay conscious anymore, the only thing I thought I could not stay conscious anymore was that I am dead. To my surprise, I woke up. I did not even realize that I was alive. I didn't even know who I was. I didn't even know where I was or what I was doing there. It was really, really bizarre. and the doctors actually did a good job. I know that I mentioned how I don't like doctors at all, but the doctors actually did a good job. They cleaned me up fairly well, and I even took a week of recovery, which they didn't even know if I was going to recover. I did push myself, probably a little too hard, but I pushed myself because I wanted to recover, and that was that. It it's definitely an experience that I won't go through again. At least I don't think I will. Um, and to talk about how I don't trust doctors, they've already said that they've taken my appendix before, and so my appendix I don't believe grew back just to kill me. I definitely call my appendix my assassin, because it was probably the closest I've ever been to death ever. Um, and I always, even before that, I kind of had a love affair with death and did things that would have gotten a normal person killed. And um, you know, Thanos has nothing on me. I was wooing death. I think in my mind, much better than Thanos could have ever done, and um, mainly because I wasn't killing other people, just myself. And yeah, the appendix, years after, and I was lucky at the time. The doctors even said that even they're like, even 5 or 6 years ago, this type of procedure could never have been done, and they would have had to cut me open and exposed me, and especially because I had a ruptured appendix, my ability to live. Just so you know, I didn't have very high didn't have high hopes because of the damage that my appendix was already doing. They didn't know that my body was going to be resilient enough to handle it, and it did. I was very lucky, and um, and when you talk about luck, here I was. I probably had one of the best, you know, best surgeons, working on me, and they actually drilled a couple holes and one hole. I think my appendix on my appendix. I think my appendix was on this side. Don't even know where the scar would be. I have a little scar, little poke hole that he did. So on this. I don't see it. I don't see it. Scar went away, I guess. And it could be lower. It could be. Never mind. I believe it's this side. I believe it was right here. I believe it was right. I believe my appendix. Right above my hip, type of deal. I think it was right here. The right side. Appendix on the right side. I hope so. I don't know. I'll have to look it up, and maybe I'll put it in the description below. But yeah, that's the closest that I've ever been to death in my life, and if I am definitely not one person that if you've already made up your mind and that's the route you want to take, I'm sorry, I'm not going to assist you. But I won't think badly of you. I will just miss you. And I don't want to miss you. That's about, you know, the the size of it. And yeah. So hopefully I won't be missing anybody. Um yeah, I don't have very many subscribers, and I need to give you guys a good name, and you know, my little gang, my little club. I don't have very many subscribers, so you know, each one of you means a lot. You guys all mean a lot to me, and yeah, even if I had 10,000 subscribers, you guys will all mean a lot to me, and you know, one person having um struggles and you know, hardships and stuff like that. I really I would miss you. I still would miss you. Even if you don't chat a lot or do anything crazy like that with in my streams, it's still, you know, I still will miss you. And I miss you a lot. And um, there's still a lot of I think there's still a lot of fun to have. And the thing about me missing you is that I'm going there is something on the horizon. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it's going to be. I can't even pretend that I have a surprise happening. Um, I'm going to probably be just as surprised as you when it does happen. So, but I will tell you that I will put my all into it. So, it's going to be really good. And if you do decide that you know this is your time, you're gonna miss that. And like I said, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you, and you'll be missing whatever it is that happens with me in this stream. I'm going to continue on. Um, I know that I said that I was needing a break from the VTubers and especially one community, and I'm I'm easing myself. I'm easing myself. You know, I I don't know if I'm going to end it or not. So I don't, like I said, I don't have it. I don't have the answers. Um, I can tell you what I think the answer is, but it's not the answer. It's just a guess. I didn't mean to yawn. Um, I'm like I said, I only wanted to go 30 minutes, and I hope wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I hope you're happy. I hope you're healthy. I hope you're eating right, eating some good food, something without palm oil in it. Um, something good. Eat good food. Good food make you happy. Um, and getting enough rest and taking care of yourself and having a good time and just basically enjoying life. 'Cause that's what we can do. We can do that. And if anything, you know, the people who wish ill upon you um, will have to find somebody else to wish ill upon, I guess, or you know, to bother somebody else. Because you know, fuck them. Those people fucking suck. Why? Why would people waste their life, you know, wishing ill upon people? Well, let's lift everybody up. Why do you want to bring people down to you? Especially if you're so far down, you should be you know, asking for a hand up. Why would you want to drag people down to your level? Yeah, hate people like that. Um, and you know, you won't ever even find out who you are. That's the sad thing about it. The people who drag people down and you know, spend so much of their life, you know, in other people's business and you know, things and stuff like that. You know, they're annoying and they're awful, and I I I wish they would just go away because you know, like I said, you know, my big interest is in people who are, you know, want to find out who they are, because that, to me, that's the real magic in the world. And you seeing that and having that, and it's wonderful. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I hope it's wonderful. I hope it's great. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care. Bye. Stay safe. And boom. All right. Back again. Let's do this. So, and let's have some fun. I'm a little more awake. Actually, I just woke up from a nap, which is probably why this is at like 7 instead of around 6 o'clock when I'm usually trying to get this done. And so I'm a little more awake. Here it looks kind of funny. There you go. I posted I've actually been working on it for a while. It's not one of the earlier parodies that I've worked on, but I put it in the list, and then I kind of wanted to take the Beatles song Blackbird, which I absolutely adore. And I know the symbolism, and I know the meaning behind the song and what it means, and I didn't want to strip that out. The actual what the meaning was, but I kind of wanted to update it. I think even I never really understood the importance of the song and what it means, and even the symbolism of it. The truth is, I've always known. I knew what it was about. I know what he was singing about. The integration of schools here in America, and the thing about singing about civil rights at the time is that I think when I sing that song that was what people were going through then, not now. And there are definitely integrations. And I almost hate that term. I almost hate the fact that we even have to talk about how unfair the treatment of redlining and all the other stuff that happens, especially for immigrants, and some mostly just based on people's skin color, not on their abilities, not on who they are. And yes, there's been some strides. It's not illegal for interracial couples to marry. Those things. And the fact that they'd have to specifically say interracial, it's how I feel about people who have the label of being homosexual or being queer or being just different. And it's they get that label from a place of hate, is how I've always felt like it. The reason that they're labeled is so that they can be separated. It's why I hate labels. I hate boxes people put, I hate the boxes they put me in. And I am, considered a white male which is like the big, huge, high privilege section of it. And I've always kind of poo-pooed and dismissed my privilege because of it. Because if everybody doesn't have it, I don't want it. Which is kind of weird when I start talking about being an individual and being who you are and stuff like that. And here I am saying if I'm not sharing this, if you're actually do, I'm lesser for it. I'm not being challenged by something that could actually challenge me, something that will actually make me work harder to achieve my goals, whatever my goals are. My goals could be as simple as walking down the street, but if that's my goal, something like that could challenge me. If I was a person of color, now I hate, like I said, it's a label, but if I was a person of color and, walking down the street could be a whole host of landmines that I never have even experienced. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be Black in America. It's one of the reasons why, even though it's a label, I support the Black Lives Matter movement wholeheartedly, without reservation. I know that there is some players in it. It's, to me, I don't see it as like religion, where an entire mass of people who basically go against what the faith is teaching. And even the preachers are teaching this bad message, a message of hate. When that's why I don't like a lot of religions, because somewhere you have these bad players. But with the Black Lives Matter movement is concerned, even if there are people of ill faith, ill intent, I should say, towards it, or using it as the platform for their jumping off of hate into a whole nother realm, I think that it's necessary. It's not just necessary because people are getting killed, and that is very important. George Floyd is very important. Breonna Taylor is very important. Everybody who's been murdered by the police, literally because of the color of their skin and how they treat, and the fact that mothers have to teach their children to not just be wary of strangers, but also to be wary of the authority. The symbol of protection, the symbol of serving the public. There is an entire generation and group of people they're not just weary of the police. They're afraid of the police. They're afraid. Parents are afraid the police are going to take their children's lives. And time again, that fear is proven correct. And people should not have to live in fear, ever. Not now, not ever. Not even for a moment. People should just never have to live in fear. I always call it the airport syndrome. Bombs are going to get put on planes. Terrorists are going to do horrible things. They're few, they're far between, and the people and the groups that are targeted, what they go after is not people who are a threat. They're going after people who basically have no ill intent whatsoever. The majority of people who fly on planes, I could probably say a statistic of 99.9% on the majority of people that fly on a plane have no ill intent whatsoever towards the flight, towards anything. They just want to go whatever their starting point is to their destination, and that's it. That's all the plane is. That's all the plane is there for. It's not to be flown into buildings. Um, I, even like speaking about that, I remember being very upset. I bought a letter opener in Ireland. It looked like a knife, but not even pointy or anything like that. It was your standard letter opener. It was sealed in plastic wrap and in a box. And it was not going to be on carry-on luggage. It was going underneath in the bowels of the plane, and I almost had to leave it. I flew out of London. Almost had to leave it in London. And I was thinking, like, my God, the security at this time is so harsh. It's so tight. It's so, it's just almost unnecessary in my mind. I got back on a Monday, and that was the 10th of September. And then, of course, on the 11th of September, the towers went down. And the towers went down because a group of people came on planes with box cutters and took control over the plane with box cutters. And my only thought was, how in the world, when I couldn't even take toothpaste, I couldn't even take travel size mouthwash, how in the world did they allow these box cutters? I used to have, I long since, because I flew a lot, I long since took my Swiss Army knife. I used to have it on a keychain. It used to be as part of my keys. I used to have a Swiss Army knife. I long since left that at home. In fact, I don't even know where it is. That's how, we're talking, 30 odd years ago. I am angry is weird, but when I think about, like, who's now being targeted, and the actual threats are not being stopped by the TSA. The actual threats are being stopped well before that, and some threats are actually getting past it and even onto the plane, and then they're being stopped there. So this screening thing, like, literally, it is the facade of security. It's the fakeness of feeling secure. And I'm not saying that there isn't a purpose for it, and I'm not saying metal detectors don't do anything. They're important. This is where we are. It's to keep the honest people honest, but it's definitely not to stop real threats. These things couldn't handle a real threat. That's the problem. 9/11 proved that a real threat cannot be stopped, and that's a hard thing to say, because people will say that, oh, I was like going, people have the resolve. They can do it's not out of the question of what damage they can do. I would encourage anybody in all the world to see the actions that they are taking and saying, and ask yourself, whatever it is you're doing, it can be anything, the full spectrum. Is this done out of love? Is this done because I want to make the world better? Is this action I'm about to take going to improve not just my life, but the lives of people around me. And if anything that you say, if there was any doubt, any maliciousness, and I here I am saying like how you, but it's not, it's me. I have to ask myself that question. I have to say, are these things that I'm doing, am I doing it out of love? I hate things. I wish ill upon things. I have to stop myself from taking action against those things because I have to stop. Because by my doing this, it's not going to improve my life. In fact, it has been proven to me time and time again, revenge and everything like that, has only had an ill effect on my life, not a positive one. Hatred, Maya Angelou is so right. Hatred does not solve problems. If you want the problem to continue, if I want the problem to continue, I will continue to hate. That is literally what hate is for. I would never tell somebody, because I can't do it myself, which is the reason why I would never tell somebody to basically blindly love, blindly be taken advantage of, blindly, this. I mean, I get taken advantage of constantly. So I know exactly what that feels like. I know what it feels like when it's happening to me in real time right now. This isn't something that's going on since it's been going on since I was, in grade school, but I'm not talking about stuff that happened when I was a kid. I'm talking about stuff that's happening to me now, in real time, today. It's happening. People take my kindness and my willing to help and my willing to be, to this as a given. They expect it from me. And they get mad when I don't give it. They get absolutely almost violently mad at me when I don't give it. But it's like, you don't give me. I get nothing in return. It is a complete and total waste of time for me to deal with certain people in my life. And like I have no expectations on others, I expect them to have no expectation on me. It's a gift. You should be grateful. You should be grateful that I'm being helpful. You should thank me for it. You should say, thank you. Thank you for being here and helping me. I don't expect you to say that. I will do what I can. But when it interferes with my life, I don't give it. And in turn, even when people do thank me, if it will make my life more difficult to be helpful, I'm not helpful. Don't expect it. Be grateful when I do give it. Because if you're not expecting it from me and I give it, it's going to improve your life. That's how I look at it. It's exactly how I go through life right now. People's word, speaking about what I expect and what is happening, the reality of it. In general, a person's word to me means nothing. When somebody tells me, makes a promise to me, the first thing I do is I think that they're full of shit. Even if I've known them, even if they're family, even if they're blood related to me, I think that it's not going to happen. I don't even expect any follow-up or any I have no expectation at all. Because when it does happen, because sometimes it does happen. Sometimes people are good on their word. When it does happen, I'm pleasantly surprised. I hate surprises. So it turns out to be that is the only surprise that I like. I like to be pleasantly surprised. I want to be surprised that way. But my expectation is zero. I expect nothing. I expect nobody to help me. I expect nobody to offer their hand in support or anything like that. If I have a flat tire on the side of the road, I expect nobody to pull over. And not to be that guy, but 9 times out of 10, nobody pulls over. Every now and again, maybe even more than that. Like here I am using statistics, and we know what Mark Twain said about statistics. Three kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. So, more often than not, it's very rare that I will receive help. It is very rare that if my car breaks down or if I'm in an accident, that calling the police, I just know that from there on in my day is ruined, because no matter how fast they are when they get on the scene, them getting to the scene, I have no expectation. They'll get to the scene when they get to the scene. When they get there early, I'm pleasantly surprised. When the tow truck shows up right away, I'm pleasantly surprised. But do I expect it? No. One of the things that happened in my youth, I had a lot of cars that broke down. I had been in a lot of accidents. I've been, and I used to travel a lot. And one of the things that has never failed me, one of the things that I've always relied heavily on, is my 2 legs. When I got into trouble like that, I would walk. I would walk for miles. I would walk for days. I would walk and walk and walk. And I bring that up because my car just broke down, and luckily I was able to limp it to the auto shop, but I had to walk home because they were closed. I did not get a rental car like I normally would. I walked home, and because I didn't get a rental car, I couldn't work today, and I needed the day off actually. So I'm not gonna not to say what I need and what I don't need, but Mondays at my job are freaking just absolute hell, and I'm already working. I already worked Sunday, and to step into somebody else's mess at a different office is not my idea of fun. So I'm going to that office tomorrow, and I'm going to that office tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be easier. Or they left me everything for Monday. I don't know. Whatever they did and whatever they do to help me out, I'm just going to do what I can and get my job done and go home. Because I've been through this whole thing where Sean cleans up, and I'm not that guy anymore. My job doesn't love me. My job does not take care of me. My job does not have my interest in mind. Why the fuck would I care about them? Pay me. Pay me. That's how you get work out of me. Pay me. making me drive, 100 miles is not my idea. And just so you know, all that driving I did the week before and the continuously just pretty much abuse on the car that I've been doing, that's one of the reasons why it kind of crapped out and just basically said enough's enough, because I was basically just wearing it down. Constant driving. And I love dogs, but I don't, people who can't, train their dogs to not do that, I don't understand. I understand that you're using the barking to ward off strangers, but people are allowed to walk on the sidewalk, and you're not. That's an improperly trained dog. That's why I have cats. Lost my train of thought because of the dog bark. But yeah, the let me try to get back on track. Something it doesn't really matter. I'm just gabbing here. I clipped out 2 things. I got my trailer up. I don't even know if the joke is funny or if it's landing, or what people even think about it. There's not been a single comment on it yet. It's like my tweets are getting a lot more recognition and love, and some of them are pretty just silly quips. Just notice me. And I hate to do it like a business and think of it like a business, because I don't, when I'm doing it, I was never a big tweeter. I was not a big use of Twitter. I really don't even like the format of it. I don't like how it's set up. I don't like how it's hard to follow threads for the other people I follow. I was never really big on it. And so basically I've been kind of forcing myself to pay a little bit more attention to it. That's time consuming. And paying attention to Twitter and commenting, because it's what I want. It's what I want on my site. And so if I want that on my site, I should be giving it to other sites. I mean, that's how I have to be the example. That's what I'm doing. I'm the example of what I want as a person who's a viewer on my channel. And I called it a site again, and freaking one of these days I'm going to remember. I remember when I was writing a parody for the second King George parody about Nux, and I called it a site twice. I actually typed in site. In fact, I was trying to think of a rhyme for site, and I was just like going, oh yeah, there's fight, and there's light, and there's foresight and hindsight and all those things that I could have used. And then I was like, oh, it's a channel. This is a channel on YouTube. YouTube is the site. But on the YouTube site, I am one of their channels, and I keep screwing that up. I can't tell you how many times I screwed that up, but yeah, I screwed that up in that song, and I had to actually then try to rhyme with channel, and I was freaking like, what in the hell? Mantle, maybe. I think I came up with a really, really good thing because the JoJo reference with the world dough, and see the world dough does not really rhyme with. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing. I've been cruising Twitter and cruising people's sites and making comments and liking and doing all the things that I've been on Twitch constantly. Sometimes I have multiple Twitch channels open, so I can comment on them. And I like. See, this is the weird thing. I like the interaction. I like being quippy. I like being funny. I like being all those wonderful things. I like having the ability on some of those places where I can say I'm having a bad day, and I know that there are people that are going to basically, give me hugs and all those wonderful things that make me feel better. That's the things that I like doing, and I wish I could just have those things and be able to do everything else. But it looks like in order to do everything else is what I'm doing. It's a little overwhelming, and I'm a Luddite. I'm not, you don't see me with my art pad and, drawing online and stuff like that because I don't, it's not one of my talents. I'm a practical effects artist. I'm a practical sculptor. I'm a literally practical artist. I like to be able to choose, have physical pens. I like reading books. I don't like reading things online. Reading things online is a chore for me. I do it because, I think that I'm falling behind in the world. But I still print out all my lyrics instead of like having them here. I could have them here on the screen. I could send those lyrics over and literally have them set aside on the screen, so that I could read them. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. No, it wouldn't be difficult at all to do. It would be actually relatively easy to do it that way, and I still don't. It's almost like I'm absolutely refusing to do that. And I don't know why. And I probably should not continue to print up my lyrics, but I like it. But I should, maybe one of these days I'll put my lyrics next to the video, and I do keep the video full screen so I can read the lyrics and stuff like that, but I don't need it. It can be smaller. Not like my eyesight's still pretty good, and if I need glasses, I'll get glasses. If I need contacts, I'll get contacts. To continue on. Everything you adapt, overcome, and move forward. So, but that's one of the things that I struggle with, is because it's like me trying to set up a fake picture-in-picture I think it's awesome. I think, there's a lot more you can do. I think there's a lot more I can do with a picture in picture. I have seen what it looks like, and I have seen what it looks like filmed too. What a video would look like on this wall right here. On this wall right here. That's where I had the wall. Still there. I have, I have a big white wall to put the picture in picture in. I have seen what it looks like, and it looks like shit. I have to keep the lights. I'd have to wait till the sun sets because even with the curtains, there's too much light coming in from the outside. Which for now, because I keep the curtains open, when I'm making these videos, that looks awesome. But I have to, in order for that, I'd have to only film at night. I have to keep all the lights out except for a light on me, because if I don't put a light on me, I get washed out in the video. And to do the things that I want to do, which is look up to the board and, basically be doing like this and saying, oh, this, or actually I'll be in this corner. I'll be doing this. Would I be in this corner? I'll be in this corner. Yeah, I'll be doing this. Be pointing out things that come up on the screen. And that's great. I think that's an awesome thing to have. People who have picture in picture can't stand up into their own video, obviously, because they're a picture. They're being filmed in this little caption in the bottom, even though they have a transparent background because they're green screen. They still can't go beyond where the camera goes, and it includes VTubers. They still can't go beyond a certain point. That's what I liked about doing the projection of the videos and stuff like that. This camera is shit. It's if you saw somewhere out there, it dropped out 3 times right in the beginning. Spared you my seeing, but it dropped out 3 times. And I went back to look at the video, and the original video itself dropped out 3 times. So, I mean, it's not the fact that I made the recording of it. It's the fact that it just dropped out 3 times. The camera just cut out. Now, I do have better cameras, and I am tempted to switch to them. One of the reasons why I'm using the Chromebook, the crappy computer, to make all my videos, as opposed to using my, I have another laptop as my main computer, which I originally bought for the purposes of recording film, editing film. That's what it was for. It was to be there when I'm filming, and I can do dailies immediately. That's the reason why I originally bought it. Now 6 or 7 years ago. It has to be 7 years ago because that's when I was filming that's when I was filming Patron Saint and Mediocrity. It might be it has to be 7 because that's when I was filming Patron Saint and Mediocrity. Going on 8 years. Holy cow. Time flies. Time flies. So I've had that computer for 8 years. It has crashed 4 times. It reaches some part in the hard drive that can't record, and it still tries to write over it instead of ignoring it. And I have never filled it up. It has a huge capacity, and when I talk about huge, I'm only talking a terabyte, but it has a huge hard drive capacity for me, for what I'm doing. Videos. The most many of my videos have ever been was 2 gigs. So then, having a terabyte hard drive, and the most that I'll ever produce is a 2 gig. 2 gig video, which I probably wouldn't keep on the hard drive. And that's HD, and that's all the fun stuff that goes along with it. I'd like to get to doing HD. I don't like watching my videos and then getting pixelated. I don't like the capacity of this computer. Just, it actually shows its limitations. I think it wasn't the last unscripted, but it was the unscripted before, where I played back. I did a quote unquote review of my own videos, and you could see in those videos the deterioration of what I was listening to, comparing it to my speech, because what you're still listening to, what you're going to be listening to when you watch this video, because nobody's watching it live, but what you who are watching this video, what you're listening to is a deterioration of my voice, not, and usually more mechanical. It becomes more mechanical is probably the better way to put it. There's a lot of compensation that what gets recorded and how it reproduces it. That reproduction is not an equal copy of my voice now. And I have to attribute that, because like I said, listening, when I listen to, if I was an orc being played back with me talking and singing and doing, just so you know, I wasn't trying to interrupt and, make people feel weird about my singing and stuff like that. But you can see that the voice is the same, but it's also very, very, very different from the voice that the video plays. And when I hear myself back, I think that that's what you guys hear. That's what I think people hear when on this. And I also have my own, what my brain, my ears and everything like that, and then my brain interprets. I have my own interpretation of what that sound is, so that I can recreate it. And every time I try to mimic and everything like that, whatever device is recording me, I mean, I give credit where this microphone is due. This microphone is definitely, and you hear the earlier videos and stuff like that. Yeah, the mic is definitely much different, but I'm going to pat myself on the back a bit, because my voice is definitely a lot better. I bash on my voice a lot, but my voice is definitely a lot better than I could. I could not have dreamed that I would be in a million years. When I was in a band as the lead singer, I could never have dreamed that I would be making karaoke videos for people to listen to. I could never dream that what I write would be listened to, and what I write and put into song would be listening to. I thought I was going to be more poetry slam, more of a stand-up comedian, that type of deal. So like the fact that this exists is, and it's kind of started out as a joke, and let me push myself. Comfort zone is a really weird thing to do, and I use it kind of as a fallback when I say that I'm outside of my comfort zone. I'm not uncomfortable. I just try to be realistic and aware, and how the feedback, if it's really hard to explain that the expectation of my voice when I was younger, when I was doing theater, when I had a tutor, and I did sing, and especially musical theater and stuff like that, and I had voice lessons, and I went through all of the rigmarole, and la la lule la la lule lee. I did all of that, and I never saw the purpose of it. It has influenced my singing to a degree. So there is a learned or an experienced talent going on, as well as the raw natural talent that I have. And I'm using both of those terms very loosely. Because when I say talent, I don't mean that I am talented. It's a big difference. But as far as like what I'm producing, as far as what amazes me is that I think that what I'm actually creating, and with a crappy ass computer, but a decent mic, with a crappy ass computer, and I actually have a better mic that's on my HD camera. It's actually better than this mic. And I was actually tempted, instead of buying this mic, was just to use that, to have a better, build back better, have the better camera and stuff like that. But one of the problems is that camera is what it's going to produce film wise will blow this computer away. The graphics card on this computer can't handle it. And so that camera is this camera and camera that you're watching me on right now is adequate. And I will do just adequate. I like tabletop games. Tabletop with Will Wheaton and the Geek and Sundry folk was absolutely awesome. And I had kind of hoped that I could revive it and bring in a bunch of people who are tabletop gamers, and especially weirdos like me, not just any tabletop gamer, but I'm not Will Wheaton. I don't need stars to torture who don't play tabletop games. But I would love to have a group of people that I'm not even in the same room with, playing a tabletop game. And anything could freaking be Monopoly or Pachisi or what the fuck else. It doesn't have to be one of my games. But I would love to do a tabletop game. I would love to do an RPG. A real RPG, not this on freaking computer stupidity, and I don't get that. I don't understand it. I don't get it at all. um, people can were and now for that, not just people who like tabletop games, because like Dungeons and Dragons or any type of game like Dungeons and Dragons, it's not really a tabletop game. It's really an RPG, and not an MMO, massive multiplayer online role playing game. But when you're playing, when it's a role playing game, I would like it to focus more on the ROLE as opposed to the ROLL. And somewhere along the lines, and even Gary Gygax knew back in the day that the imagination of the game, well, what he knew was that people's imagination, because this game exists, people will not have the imagination that needed to play this game to its fullest extent. So what he believed had to happen was he believed he had to give that to the people. He had to basically force your imagination. So if you look at from like which was just original D&D to which became the basic and expert sets, to advanced Dungeons and Dragons, when you see the changeover from what he originally, I believe it was it TSR? I think it was TSR, not FASA. But when TSR was just pulling it out and doing this wonderful stuff and creating, when the world was happening around it, and I was, of course, a kid at the time, but when it actually it didn't break my heart, and I think I felt he underestimated people's ability to tell stories. And in turn, I think that he ended up being right. And I didn't think that the storytelling art was dead. And it obviously was. I think I was 14, maybe 15, when I first encountered what's known as a power gamer. And then I realized how many power gamers I've been around up until that point, including Steve White. But I gotta stop dropping names. Never mind that I don't know these people, don't know anybody, don't know creators. Met him at a convention. We had a talk. How about we put it that way? We'll say it that way. I think that's the better way to put it. Yeah, I was just talking. I made up the fact that I know. How's that? But hearing the things that they've said and stuff like that, because back in the day there was no Hall H at conventions. There was no separation. People don't realize like that whole part of the convention where you go into a theater and you sit into an uncomfortable seat for an hour or two and watch actors or creators prance around up on stage with a table in front of them so they can drink water and stuff like that. That didn't exist. There was nothing like that. There was no lines to get to creators at Comic-Con. That to me was insane when I first encountered that, because I'd been away I went to Comic-Con, the earlier conventions, when it wasn't even really called Comic-Con. That was kind of more of a moniker. It was pretty much just the convention in San Diego. And they just kind of monikered it Comic-Con because that's what it was. It was a comic convention. Not a multimedia convention, not this stuff, but it got the name Comic-Con because people traded and bought and traded comic books. That's what it was there for. That was the main purpose of it. Artists and people associated with the comic book industry were all over it. There were some big stars came and stuff like that, but nothing major and stuff like that, and definitely not anything dealing with multimedia and anything beyond. People like Adam West and stuff like that used to show up to Comic-Con, and so you had people like that happening, but nothing in Burt Ward. I remember Roddy Piper was there one convention. Things like that. It was pretty cool. Cool stuff. Lou Ferrigno. Things like those are the stars. Those are the types of stars that show up, and they were awesome. And you could actually have up close, personal. They were just as much into the what's going on, buying toys, buying comic books and stuff like that as anybody else. Posters were big. Lots of swag. I remember swag used to be like that. That used to be the big thing. I mean, I used to think that when you bought a $14 ticket and you paid $30 for a hotel room or freaking rat hole hotel room a night, for 4 nights, that was, you were like, I deserve swag for that. I don't even know how much, I can look that up. I don't know how much the ticket was, but I remember the last time I got tickets. Unfortunately, I knew people in the industry and I was part of the industry and stuff like that. So getting in free as an industry person, and I've been vendors, which that's a whole different cost. But I don't even know what the current cost. I know that our hotel room cost over $100 a night. All right. Badge per. Just give me a friggin' price. All right. Oh. All I know is somebody told me how much they cost. I know it was over $100, and I was just like, freaking $100. Who the fuck is gonna buck so that you can buy comic books? But it's not that anymore. You're not buying comic books. But yeah, I remember. Yeah. Comic-Con tickets can be found for as low as $58 with the average price of $90. And I think that might just be for a day. $100. I remember you think about like that think about that cost for that price for $90. I'm going to use $90 for $90. I could get my badge. They actually gave out tickets back in the day, which it went into a lanyard, but it was literally considered tickets because you had tickets for each day. I can get that plus my freaking hotel room. And yeah, that I could buy tickets to Comic-Con and a hotel room for the $90. I could do that whole thing for the cost of it. And I don't, like I said, I think it's $58 for a day. But it might be $90 for the 4 days. And then I think it's an extra charge for they're all talking about how you can get cheap tickets. Buy early. That'll be the cheapest ticket you get. Man, why would you want to put yourself through this? I mean, you got to plan it a year in advance. And as soon as those room tickets go up, they were already sold out. Comic-Con is definitely not something you do on a whim. It's something you plan now. It's not like, oh, it's July, and Comic-Con's happening. Oh, look, you can win tickets to it. You imagine. I just laugh. Not to sound freaking ungrateful for what they do, because I mean obviously the ticket price is the multimedia part of Comic-Con, that the guests and stuff like that, and the those events, I talk about Hall H like a million times, and I don't even know if it is Hall H, but I know Hall H is like one of the funny things with. They have crap going on all the time. That's connected to this thing. I remember when Tron Legacy came out, and I was a vendor at the time. There was a lot of stuff that they had involved. Had an open bar that you could be a part of. That was stuff that was happening. There were parties going on. There was all this stuff happening. So I totally understand why the tickets are freaking expensive as hell. But it's not Comic-Con anymore. I mean, I think about like how many people don't realize that it's supposed to be comic books. That losers like me are the reason this whole convention exists. Comic book collectors are the whole reason this exists, and all the multimedia has doing. I think I'll give Webtoons a little credit for being comic books, being close enough to being a comic book. But the Anime Expo, came sprung up just because they just didn't have room for them anymore. I mean, I remember there was anime at Comic-Con. Well, manga. Anime is more of the more multimedia than the manga. But manga, you could buy all sorts of really crazy books, even hentai, all sorts of stuff, to your heart's content, and toys and body pillows and all that stuff. All that stuff used to exist at Comic-Con. and doesn't anymore. It's not even there. I remember going into the vendors as a vendor. I remember going into the vendor area and just being completely blown away by the fact that it's not even the vendor area is larger and not even half of the amount of vendors and stuff like that used to cram. I mean, I remember it was standing room only, and talking like only like maybe 1,000 people total at the entire convention, in this little tiny thing. And they had vendors. Your booth table was only an 8x2. You had an 8x8 square mapped into the thing. That's it. You didn't get double. Double table. Or four, or taking over an area like Lucasfilm used to do, or Blizzard used to do. I mean, I think Blizzard used to freaking take over an entire section of it. But when you look at it, here it is. These things have taken over. DC and Marvel usually always had. I think Marvel wasn't even that big the last time I went, which blows my mind. But then again, the Marvel Studios, and then Marvel Comics, Marvel Entertainment. The Marvel Entertainment Group is owned by Disney. But what took up a lot of room, because they cram all when I first went there, like they used to cram everybody tight together. All the vendors were, like I said, the walk through, you could actually reach from one vendor across the way to the next vendor as you walk down. You could actually reach both tables. That's, what is that, 8 feet maybe? 6 feet? I forgot what is the distance? I don't know my wingspan. Got a pretty decent wingspan, so let's, whatever it is. And then you have, I think it's 2 feet. So we do 2 feet for 4 feet. Yeah. 2 feet plus 3 feet is 5 feet plus 3 feet, 8 feet. Yeah, that's 8 feet. 8 feet wingspan, and right to my fingertips. Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to measure it one of these days. But that was it. You could actually just tip your hand down like this. You can put your both hands down, and you would literally touch one vendor table to the next. That's how much walking space. That was what the aisles used to look like, because half the space was for autographs, and then you had sometimes 4 at a table, sometimes 2 at a table, but the same 8-foot table that the vendors had, and you had the artist all sequestered over to the other side of the room at a Comic-Con, and you could just gab, and talk, and nobody was the wiser. I mean, people used to play games. There's drinking parties. There was lots of freaking stuff going on. There was no real rules. Like I said, I remember it was $14 for $14 for 4 days. And $10 for an autograph, if they wanted to charge you. Sometimes they gave you the autograph for free if they liked the conversation they had. You can actually, talk with an artist, and he'll give you his autograph for free. And they sold comic books there too. The artists and stuff like that sold comic books right at their stations. They sold artwork. They sold this. They sold autographs. They sold lots of stuff. And the swag bag that you had, you could not. You could for $14. $14 and crashing with somebody at Comic-Con, which is what I ended up doing later, because I had a lot of fun at the first Comic-Con I went to. But basically sharing a hotel room. I mean, it literally was your plane ticket. Plane ticket to get out to California, and if you're already out in California, so much the better. They would always make me fly into LAX because a lot of people that I was going down to San Diego with lived in LA or around the LA area, and that's pretty much where everybody was converging, and everybody wanted to eat at the In-N-Out Burger right outside the airport. So that was one of the trade-offs. But yeah, lots of fun. I don't know how I got on talking about Comic-Con, but I miss it. But I want my old Comic-Con. It's like Warhammer 40K. I want what made the rules weren't great. The company was just starting out. It's not this big industry, money generator and stuff like that, and proprietary, and whatever the fuck else they consider themselves now. The rules were kind of half-assed if I really had to put it down to it. But the one thing that makes those crappy ass rules different from these overthought nerfing things and bringing things back just to basically make a buck. The one big difference between that and what it was originally is that was fun. The big emphasis on the game back in the day, like 40K, was it was meant to be fun. And yes, I was crazy. Yes, I was insane. Yes, I took things to the extreme. One day I'll tell the story of my first tournament game, but always I had fun. And it was like, it felt like, not it was like, but it definitely felt like over the years, all Games Workshop wanted to do was just basically, how can we make $1? And anything that's fun about this game is not generating money for. It's not. I people who have fun playing Warhammer 40K today, I'm just like going, how? But the truth of the matter is that people who are playing Warhammer 40K only have seen it when they basically destroyed the game, and they now just recently building it back because they absolutely. I mean, when I say that they went out of their way to take away the fun of the game, that's exactly what they did. They basically took everything out of it. They gutted it. They just made it so that all you were doing was attacking, defending, attacking, defending, attacking, defending. You weren't dealing with your lore. Everything that you made, each of the armies, the factions, as they call them, each of the different armies and factions inside the game, anything that made them special, they stripped it away and called it fluff. When somebody first said that, oh, that's the fluff, because I'm a huge orc player. They're like, that's the fluff of the game, because orcs orcs don't stop fighting. That's all they're looking for is a fight. That's just fluff. We don't deal with that fluff. These are your stats. Use the stats, and it's just the game's boring to me. It's like they literally modeled the main faction, which is the Space Marines. They just basically modeled out the Space Marines and just basically said, this is their Space Marine, Space Marine, Space Marine, Space Marine, Space Marine. Everything else, human or not, all just basically just a substandard Space Marine army. If you want to have more versatility and more things to do, you play Space Marines. If you want to be limited, you play a faction, something other than human. I am going to I'm gonna probably go. It's an hour. An hour is good. I hope wherever you are, whenever you listen to this and hear this, I hope you get to this point because you do mean a lot to me, and I'd like to thank you. Your time is valuable, not just to you, but to me, and I do value it. And it does definitely. I'm very grateful that you decided to waste your time with me. And I'm sorry for anybody who only watched, 10 minutes of this or 15 minutes of this, or if you're my troll, 2 seconds. They've gotten that down to a science. But yeah, if you only watched it for 2 seconds, I mean, obviously, I'm sorry you missed it. I'm sorry that I'm sorry you couldn't find what you liked in my video. But for people who made it this far, I'm very happy, and I really hope the best for you. I hope everything is going well. I hope that you're happy. And I definitely hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that I, made you smile and, maybe made you think a little bit. Yeah, maybe not, but maybe we'll, I'm just gabbing here, and most of this is going to get cut out of the shorter videos. I mean, you saw that I had a 50-minute video that I only made 2 videos out of, and one is only a minute and a half long, and the other one is 3 minutes long. So out of 50 minutes, I only used 10%, and 90% just completely. Yes, there's a minute of just my chair, and I wasn't even there, but that's beside the point. I did talk about a lot of things, so, and the only bit I've used. And now, if you really think about it, and this is where it gets even kind of crazier. These are all about an hour long. I think I did one 2-hour long, and I think I did a couple half-hour long ones. So let's just say average about an hour for an unscripted. And out of the hour, all I have is 5 minutes of videos that I've pulled out of it. So that's got to say something, There's definitely stuff that I've already said and said probably multiple times. And I'd like to do the tired video. I think that would be fun to do because, three of these videos. Is it 3 or 4? 3 or 4 of these videos. I think I only missed one day, so four videos. I am butt ass tired, and it shows. And I think that making a compilation video of that would be fun to have. Maybe. I hope you liked that, but I hope you enjoyed this. And we're just going to leave it at that, and we're just going to say cool beans. And take care. Gotta go higher. the Chromebook. So we can go down. Kind of see it. Probably should lift this up. Yeah, that's probably the right height. That's the right height. You can go a little bit like that. Everything's in frame. Okay, cool beans. I'm probably going to be doing an 18-inch, maybe more like a 12-inch, 18 inches. Just so everybody has an idea. 18-inch figure. 18-inch figure from on me would be this tall. Maybe not 18 inches. Standard figure that I have, standard action figure that I have is, let's grab a standard one. Let's grab Spider. So you got Spider. Here, no. Standard action figure only stands about 6. He's about 6 inches. Going 18 inches. I might go 12, maybe 8. I don't know how big I'm going to do with the figurines. It's actually going to just depend on how I do the armature wire. But I'm out of practice. And it is kind of crazy to like basically start with such a small thing. This right here, you could probably say it was a Grinch or a Who, somewhere along those lines. It took a lot of damage at the nose. All the clay has gotten hard. It's 15 years old. And I am going to show you what happens after you don't have a model. I'm not even going to use this one. If I feel like making a Grinch later on down the road, I will probably do it that way. But one of the things about doing this is a full head cow. One of the things about doing something like this is that I might leave most of it on, but a lot of it's right to. You can't really see it, but a lot of it's right to. I mean, the nose, the clay structure took damage, but the nose still stayed intact. And there. Right now, I have no idea what I'm going to be making, so it should just be a clown. Maybe I'll make an Iron Mouse mask for Connor. Anime is really difficult, especially because when I do mostly pullover masks, I don't set them to be glued down to the face. It's usually a pullover and done. love to have do a few more head casts. This is the only one that's actually survived um, as long as it has. But like I said, I'm probably going to keep most of this on the head. And we'll do it like that. But yeah, most cows are concerned. We usually try to keep, this goes right to the upper lip, and the nose would have a breathe hole as well. And I've done sneaky breathe holes and things like that. I've even done tubes so that you can't tell that the person can actually breathe through it because the mask is doing its own thing. Sometimes I have smoke machines and stuff like that. You know, smoke hoses and things like that, so the nose, so you can breathe smoke or fire or something of that nature. And when you have that, you don't want the air that people are breathing to be a part of that. So you not only have intake hoses coming in, you have outtake hoses for the breathing. And it's definitely going to not be a WHO mask anymore. Do a Grinch mask before full on cosplay of the Grinch, before, if you can believe it, before Jim Carrey. But so it was actually kind of interesting when I finally saw the movie, which I didn't do any of the special effects on that. But when I finally saw the movie and saw what they did, they actually used a lot of the things that I've talked about for years for making the Who's live action. Yeah, when I did my original Whoville mask, I based it on the animated, not even the Dr. Seuss, because the animated actually had more character than the Dr. Seuss book, if you can believe it. And it might be because it had motion and I could see different angles of it, as opposed to How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Seuss book, which pretty much had the Grinch in one position. There were a few side profile shots of him, but not a lot. Full around the back of his head, things like that were. I don't think there was one shot of the back of his head. I think maybe at the end when he's looking on the town, I think there was one shot, one picture of the back of his head. My company actually sold a bunch of the Who masks when the movie came out, so sometimes it pays to be not really cutting edge, but right on top of things. So this is a patch I'm going to have to fix later. So since I'm going to have to fix it later, I might as well just take it down now. And this isn't like working with marble or anything like that. Where I am going to be adding a lot to it. So what should we do? See if I got the brow. So what should we make? I don't know. We can do anything. We can do a Batman cowl. You want? We can do